Greetings, one and all. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Jamburito. Got that funk here with my friend Raven. How you doing, Raven?
Hi.
Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Jamburito.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
That was interesting.
So you spectate the show as well as while we're streaming it. Is that right?
It's easier to chat with people in the so if I need to.
Is it? I did not realize that. I always thought
I can't chat in the comments from the StreamYard. I have to go to the YouTube.
that's news to me. See, because I've always been the moderator, I've never had to do that, I guess, so it never occurred to me that there was any other way to do it, really.
I wanted to tell Curious to go fuck himself, but not say it, to type it. The only way I can do that is through the YouTube channel. Yeah,
sure. Our much maligned Curious, yes. Yeah. Anyway, so it's we're obviously anticipating other hosts to trickle in as usual. Everybody likes to be fashionably late, like as if it was a real party or something. In fact, even the viewers like to do that. So at the moment, it's just me and you, Raven. So is there anything that's particularly salacious you'd like to get out of the way whilst the audience is minimal? No. Uh-oh.
No.
Yeah. No, me neither, really, to be honest. My life is anything but salacious these days. I'm not 45 anymore.
I got Damon is in the midst of being potty trained, and that's the big news around here. He hasn't peed himself in days, and that's like a little party every time we put him on the toilet. So
yeah, that's pretty cool. I have fond memories of that because when my kids were little, it actually, when we tried to do it, it worked. I was always really worried. What if it doesn't work? What if we can't get him to do it? And I because if you're going to be a failure as a parent, you don't want it to start when they're toddlers. You want to give it at least till they're teenagers before you start to fail.
Well, I mean, he's almost 4, and he's on the spectrum. He has autism. That's him.
That's him.
Yelling at the TV. And
that's been football season too.
It's been a struggle to get him to go on the body. We've tried several times, but this time he seems to have taken to it. I mean, it's just like yes.
Well, such are the simple joys of life. How are you doing, Michael?
I'm happy for Raven. That's actually a very good sign for other things to come.
Yes.
Developmentally, that's huge.
It's huge.
Stop and enjoy that. That's a win. Everything else we're going to talk about today is like complete shit. That it might have been shit, but it's beautiful.
In the last 4 days, he's had one accident.
Okay.
And that might be partly my fault for sleeping on the couch and just lying there and not being as attentive as maybe I should have. But like Michael said, for developmentally, for things down the road, this is it's massive, it's huge.
Yeah, that's great. Well, so what should we tear into first?
I did have Raven on the mind, but just one of those connect the dots tangentially things. I still keep seeing news stories about, this guy said, I'm not going to take a vaccine on his Twitter or on his Facebook, and then ends up dead. And, famous dude who was anti-vaxxer ends up dead. Last one I saw was a member of a school board who was against masks for kids in the school, dead. But I feel like the articles are written so that I will have schadenfreude about it, and I don't. And the connection I'm making is actually, I remember back in the day when people who had HIV were like shunned, and because they had a different lifestyle and different set of beliefs, people actually took pleasure in their dying because of their beliefs. Like I'm drawing a direct parallel in the Schadenfreuds. Only on my side, I don't want any of it.
Right.
But news outlets are writing for that Schadenfreude. They're trying to bring it out of me, and I don't like it.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't have Schadenfreude, but see, for me, it's indifference. And then because here's why: it's the same people. The people that had Schadenfreude over AIDS patients dying, it's the same fucking people. So that's why I get when I've heard people try to criticize those of us who do have Schadenfreude. It's like, how could you? That's so horrible. I'm like, dude, you guys, you fuckers have been doing the same thing for 30 fucking years, 40 fucking years. You love it when people you don't like die. And for that matter, when we go into brown countries and bomb people into oblivion, and these guys are like really cheering that on and happy and cheer civilian casualties because to them they lump both the radicals and the non-radicals all together because they don't care, it's brown people, right? So why should I give a fuck about any of them when it happens to them, especially in this case where it's not happening to them? It's not like this is happening because of them. They've invited this through their own obstinance, their own ignorance, and their own arrogance. So it's like, okay, you want to die? Like I posted up the other day. I said, you can't go out there and say, well, I'll take my chances with the virus, and then cry to me when you lose the bet. I mean, you rolled those fucking dice. You said you were happy to roll those dice rather than the tyranny of wearing a mask or getting a vaccine. Hey, you took the chance. You lost. Oh well, that freedom with a DUMB at the end. You got your freedom. You got the results. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
So I mean, also we have to remember that the lives of people with HIV were legislated. Right. You were now, there were certain things that you had to do if you wanted to have sex with somebody who wasn't like, your regular partner or your other half. And those laws still exist. So I mean, nobody's trying to legislate what these people who don't want to vax, nobody's trying to legislate what they do or how they live their lives. I mean, anything they're asking for private business to ensure that there's mask mandates.
There's no questionnaire for school children that says, has your child ever had COVID?
Right. Plus the fact that the people, once we knew what caused, this AIDS and this, how HIV spread, generally speaking, the people most at risk took precautions and cared, and including caring about the people they could potentially spread it to. These fuckers don't give a fuck. They do not care if they spread it to somebody else. So if it spreads to them, why should I give them compassion that they're not willing to show to anybody else? The only people I have compassion for are people who can't get vaccinated for whatever. There are some people medically who can't. I feel, and for people who have, and anyone who took precautions, whatever precautions they were capable of taking, and got sick. So if you wore a mask and then you got vaccinated once the vaccines were available, and you still got sick, I have compassion for them. Nobody else.
So
that's what happened to me. I had double vaccination, and we never stopped wearing masks. And we've been socially distant now for so long. I can't remember what life used to be like before we social distanced.
Right.
I think I used to like it better when we didn't social distance. I have vague recollections of it, but it's been so long. It's like maybe I'm romanticizing it. I don't know, but I think I quite liked it before.
Well, think about this. Okay, Paul. Thankfully, you got a mild case. And you're okay.
Side note, having a mild case, now that it's behind me and everything like that, I will confess that despite the mild symptoms, when my cousin, who's in the generation above me, my mom's generation, my cousin got it on a Sunday and was dead on a Thursday, right?
Oh, wow.
So like even though I had mild symptoms and everything like that, I did go through what I would call an existential crisis. You know, I'm like, wow, I hope I don't bite it this week. You know,
Yeah.
I hope this isn't it for me. You know,
Just
Yeah.
calculated the odds on Facebook. I just posted it, and I've had two
Thank you.
anti-vaxxers jump up in my DMs telling me I have no evidence, and then sending me all sorts of crap sources. But basically, in the next 3 months before December 1st, our best models say about 100,000 people are about to die. And if you're vaccinated, your chances of dying are 1 in 350,000.
Right.
If you're unvaccinated, it's 1 in 7,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's
that's
still like both ways. It's at least under 1%.
right.
But mostly because all those ICU beds that are full of unvaccinated people, we've learned how to take care of those people to save them at the end. But even so, it's a huge 50 to 100 times better chances if you are vaccinated to
Yeah.
not die.
Yeah. And that's the thing. So all those people. So I'm so thankful, Paul, that you're okay now. But all these fucking people we're talking about, they didn't give a fuck about you. They didn't give a fuck about you. And so to me, I'm like, again, you're one of my favorite people in the world. If anything happened to you, I would hold all these fuckers personally responsible for what happened to you. So that's why I'm like, I really, and I hate to say, and again, I'm not like, I don't feel joy in it, but I kind of feel like if they want to excise themselves from the population, that's a good thing. Goodbye.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, and I'm not being critical of your point of view because I really, really deeply understand it. From my point of view, it's more like, you know, I can't be like, oh well, you know, you deserve it to anybody, regardless of their behavior or their attitude or whatever, because I just don't want anyone to suffer, you know, and that includes crappy people. You know what I mean? I don't want to distinguish on whether I like someone's personality or not as to whether I care about their suffering any more than I want to care about someone suffering more or less because of their color or their religion or whatever. You know what I mean?
No, I hear what you're saying. I guess my point is I don't want them to suffer, but I'm indifferent to if it happens.
So there is a certain kind of person who wants them to suffer and wants them to die. And I found who they are. They're some of the editors at my favorite news sources because they're sending their reporters vaccinated to go interview people in the ICU who are unvaccinated largely. And they're doing so because they know within a 2-week span, some of the people they interview will have died.
Right.
And there's this formula that I have come across for videos where they have someone say, I'm not going to get the vaccination. I'm not sold on it. You know, I have my doubts about whatever. And then they fade to black and they say, that person died 5 days later.
Right.
They're sending their reporters to get the pre-footage, knowing that a certain percentage of them are going to die that way. And the formula is showing up. It's so formulaic to tug at your heartstrings, but in a weird way, it's feeding the Schadenfreude of it.
Yeah. What's
So
funny?
are you basically saying it's propaganda? Because it kind of sounds like it.
You know, if it is propaganda, it's of the best intent.
Right.
But if it's death porn for our Schadenfreude, it's of the worst, and it's just clickbait.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dismiss that as likely because I mean it is going to happen certainly, and it does make for good TV. But I lost my train of thought.
I find it a little bit exploitative of those people, and of course, when they were alive, they signed the releases. But do the family want them to be used for that point?
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
Hell no.
See, here's the thing. Right now, even Trump is coming out and saying, "Oh, it's a great vaccine. It's very effective. Please take it."
His own crowd.
His own crowd. And you know what happened when he did? They booed him. So here's the funny part. So I did, yesterday or today, there was somebody basically trying to tell me, "Oh, vaccines don't work," and blah blah blah. So I actually linked. I didn't get it from CNN or any of the so supposed liberal sites. I went to Fox News and I got the article where he says, yay, good vaccine, take it, and I linked it to them. And of course they didn't reply because what the fuck are they going to say? But the one thing I noticed about the article that I found, is very telling about Fox News, they left out the part about him being booed. Just didn't happen to mention the fact that the audience booed him.
And seriously, that's the best bit of the whole.
Well, and in a way, it's good though, because this way I could give them that, and then all it has is him saying "do it" without any negative feedback. So hopefully, some of these dimwits will look at that and say, "Well, the Grand Poobah said we should do it. Maybe we should do it."
Well, he's in a tough position because on the one hand, he knows that a lot of his hardcore are completely like the booing displayed that, right? And that was in Alabama. But what it really showed me was he goes off about how weak Joe Biden is and how strong he is and how strong he was as a president. But the minute, not even the minute, the millisecond they started booing him, he backpedaled like a bloody clown on a tightrope. You know what I mean? And
it's as if he doesn't have control of the monster he created.
The snake is eating its own tail.
Yes.
And
as fun as it is to lampoon the conservatives. Oh, hi, Sister Danger. How you doing? As fun as it is to lampoon the GOP, and the low-hanging fruit is fair sport as far as I'm concerned. But the problem is that any functioning democracy needs two viable political parties, and these people aren't even pretending to be a real political party anymore. It is straight up authoritarian fascism on display. And as I was saying to Raven before we went live, I'm particularly annoyed that the members of Congress on the Democratic side are treating the Republicans as if they have any good faith whatsoever, because they clearly don't.
Right.
No.
Now? Yes.
We hear you.
Yay. Okay.
Amy.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm all right.
Paul, did you name this episode?
I did, yeah.
You named it Jamburito?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I love it.
I'm offended that you're, appropriating Joe's culture.
As far as I know, it's a made-up word. So, yeah.
I love it because in my head, this is what I hear. I hear Jamburito, and I like to say that, in my head.
Well, the problem is he misnamed it. Should have had 2 R's because it's burrito. Burrito. Although it's not my.
You need to spell check your imaginary words there, Goff.
There you go. Well, see, the thing is, but it's not my culture. Although I know Richard Coughlin thinks it is, and of course, Raven has been making great store on perpetuating that.
Dude, Raven, you look amazing. Like, you seriously look amazing. I haven't seen anybody in a month, and you look fabulous.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's it. That's right. That's your line. Thank you.
It is very troubling though. But like you said, Paul, that like I said, I had a lot of my further to the left friends tell me, oh yeah, we don't need another party. Like, no, we need at least 2 viable parties, because any group of people unchecked will eventually get bad.
Yes.
And, it doesn't matter, even if it's the people you agree with currently. Because look, we've seen it. How many times have we talked about, the what constitutes the left in the U.S. from like center left to typical liberal to progressive. We fight already. So just imagine that, and then that's gonna, if that didn't splinter, and then it's gonna end up with some extreme or some marginalization of somebody. So yeah, no, I think it's bad that it's really been 3 decades that we really have not had a truly functioning, conservative party.
Yeah, I said exactly the same thing to Raven before we went live. I mean, we really haven't had a conservative party that was governing in good faith since before Newt Gingrich. So that's what, 94?
Yeah, 94,
yeah.
And basically it seems like now they realize, like, hey, we don't actually have to govern to gain power. We just have to use the scare words and use the buzzwords and do all the performative bullshit. Because it's all about symbology and it's in symbols to them. It's not. And that's why when we we always wonder on the left, like, how come we can't beat them? We put forward good ideas. In fact, I was in the comments in a stream earlier today, and someone said, well, like, we got the ideas and we have the truth and we have this. I'm like, yeah, but people don't vote on that, or at least a lot of people don't. They it's not policy. It's inspiration and the symbols, so the right wing, they wave the flag and like, oh yeah, America, yeah. So of course, if you disagree with them, well, oh, you're against the flag, you're against the troops.
Any one of us here, any one of us five all of us could randomly write a speech from Donald Trump that sounded authentically Donald Trump.
Yep.
Because we know the recycled buzzwords, we know his phraseology. You could have done the same thing, frankly, with Bill Clinton in the 90s. I mean, I remember watching one of Bill Clinton's State of the Union addresses. I can't remember which one it was, but I was absolutely disgusted because it was like an hour long and he literally didn't say anything. It was, Americans are now free to chase their dreams and realize their aspirations and, blah, 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 America. I mean, it's literally just a whole word salad, mouth vomit of, platitudes. And
well, yes and no, but I mean, for part of it, for sure. But remember, I mean, one of the things that the media used to attack Clinton on is that he did have the laundry list of policy priorities. The thing is, Clinton was different. Clinton was like another class of guy, and he just had this ability with words. So he could read a laundry list of priorities and inspire people. Like I remember, what stood out for me was when he did the speech on the healthcare plan that he wanted to put forward, and it was like a 2-hour speech, and it was a long litany of stuff, and he was able to just off the cuff just go, because they actually screwed up and they didn't load the speech into the teleprompter for the first 12 minutes. He was actually going off of memory instead of, because they still had a State of the Union address, and so he was just going off and he was basically describing why we needed a better healthcare plan and all that and the details, and it was marvelous. And that's how I always knew when Clinton was telling the truth and when he was full of shit, because when he was full of shit, you're speaking. Yeah, no. Well, he didn't have the same eloquence. You could tell he was just, he was platitudes. It was very platitudinous. When he was speaking from the heart, he got into the detail, into the weeds, and it was night and day. It was night and day.
I mean, I have a lot of things I could criticize Bill Clinton about.
Oh, sure. But
something I read once in the 90s, which I was like, wow, I can't help but respect that. Bill Clinton read a full book every single week that he was president. He would read like a big old thick 300-400 page books, usually, current events books, and, nonfiction books and history books and stuff like that. But I mean, he's, when you're president of the United States, you got a pretty busy schedule. A lot of people who are less busy than the president can't fit a book a week into their fucking schedule. Do you know what I mean? So, I have to say, anybody who's willing to sort of expand their thinking by reading a lot, even if they don't necessarily comprehend it, at least I understand where they're trying to do. And I think I really like people who read a lot. I respect it. I don't, and I should.
I do read a book a week, but I can't claim that the thickness is always Bill Clinton thickness.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, W read My Pet Goat. Of course, it was in the middle of a terrorist attack, but yeah.
And it was upside down.
Yeah.
Quantity of words does not indicate quality.
That is
Thank
true.
you, Confucius. That was great.
I mean, if I were to tell you the story about where I got that kind of a phrase, though, you guys would probably be beside yourselves.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll bite. Where did you find that phrase?
My mom's gynecologist.
Gynecologist.
Okay. The story goes like this. Like I was like out visiting
anybody in your life.
I'm out visiting my mom, right? And my mom lives in Maine. I'm out visiting my mom, and my mom is like, "Have you gone to the gynecologist lately?" And I'm like, "No." And she's like, "I'm gonna take you to mine." She literally books me an appointment with her gynecologist or whatever. And so I was like, "Okay." So like I get to go in. And this is like actually the first time I've ever been to a gynecologist in my life, right? So I've never gone through the hoo-ha experience of this.
The
But let
hoo-ha
me
experience.
Oh man, because it's a hoo-ha. Like so whatever. So like I get in there, they get you up on the table, and there's like they always he's a male gynecologist, her doctor is a male, which means legally they always have to have a female in the room with them, so a nurse of some sort. So this nurse comes in and I'm all naked from the waist down, and they ask me like, here's this sheet for you, and I'm like, well, what's this for? And she's like, well, to put it over your legs, because you're like in the stirrups, right? And I'm like, okay, but why? And she's like, well, for privacy.
Like they're gonna see everything anyway.
I'm like this is one of the least private things that I could be doing right now. And you're like, but here's this sheet to make you feel like it's private. But I was like, whatever. If it makes you guys feel better, great. Here's a sheet. I don't even care. So, so dude comes in and he's got his like spelunking light on or whatever, and he's just like doing a gynecological exam. And me, I'm just in there like, I don't even care. Like, whoa, what's that thing? Oh man, that's gonna go inside me. Woo! My bladder or something. Like, why does it make me feel like I have to pee? That speculum thing. I don't even know. Whatever. So he's doing this, and while he's doing this, I'm just thinking about whatever the fuck else. And finally, I'm like, hey guy, I have a question for you. And he's like, well, okay. And I was like, you're a gynecologist. Like, you literally spend your days every day of the week looking at like all the vag in the world, right? Does that affect your sex drive, essentially? And
I don't know. I've pierced hundreds of them when I was a body piercer, and it didn't affect me pro or minus, so.
Well, but I don't know. I had no idea. Well, this guy's answer was the thing, like the best answer ever. Because he goes, well, the interesting thing about men and women is that women prefer quality over quantity, and men often prefer quantity over quality. And I was like, oh, I get it. The answer is no, it does not affect anything. The nurse was so hilarious because at the time she was like, I'm really interested in this answer too. But I don't think she understood. But I'm like, man, I know what that guy's trying to say. It was the best answer ever. I was like, that was so politic. Like, did he rehearse that? Has he been asked this question before?
He probably has, yeah.
Probably has.
Well, here's one thing though, because I remember years ago I was in I forget where I saw this, but it was like one guy says to another, like, "Oh man, it'd be so cool to be a gynecologist. I've been looking at vag all day," and the other guy's like, "Aunt B goes to the gynecologist."
Yeah.
I quickly want to jump in and just say, I love America.
Okay, and to that point, the comment's gone up past where I can grab it now. But I mean, Vegas made the observation that is it so difficult to say I love America without qualifying it, and then Green made the point: whose fault is it that so many people have to qualify it? Okay, I can say I love America, but I feel that without qualifying it, it is so vastly banal for one thing, and also open to misinterpretation by any number of people who either love America more than me or less than me. So, in a sense, it doesn't mean anything unless you qualify it, because, I mean, to say I love anything. I love cinnamon toast. You know what I mean? How much does that really give you? Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is, and I've said this, it really applies to anything that I say that I love, is that the reason why I comment on it is because I love it. If I didn't care, I wouldn't comment. I remember I was and this is on a very more trivial subject, but it was on a game forum of her with some game that I played, and I had some criticisms of the new version of the game that came out. And somebody was taking me to task as if I was attacking the developers. Because meanwhile, I'm friends with the developers, and I played the games with them and all this kind of stuff. And had some of their phone numbers in my phone, which this guy I'm pretty sure did not. And he's like, "Well, if you don't like the game, why are you here?" I'm like, "No, I'm here commenting because I love the game. I want it to be the best thing it can be." And in the same regard, I want America to live up to I want the expression of America to live up to the values of America, to live up to the ideals of America. You know, back in 2004 during the Democratic primary, I supported Wesley Clark. I got to meet him a couple times. Really great guy. And one of his campaign things that he had was that people around the world love America when we live up to our ideals, because our ideals are fucking awesome. But we as a people, we often fall short of the ideals of the nation that we live in. So so America is great. Sometimes the population, not so much.
Well, I mean, I obviously lived abroad for more than 30 years, and I felt very strongly if I said I love America whilst I was abroad, that it absolutely demanded some kind of qualification. Otherwise, it just sounds jingoistic and full of hubris. And, you know, as I said a moment ago, it doesn't really mean any particular thing unless the person already knows the context in which I'm speaking it in. And I also, like I said a moment ago, you kind of have to qualify I love America, because when people say I love America without qualifying it, I mean, my first question is, well, what do you love about it? Do you love the landscapes? That's easy to love. America's the most beautiful country in the world if you want to talk about, you know, landscapes, for sure.
That's Italy.
Italy's great, obviously. But I mean, like, what I find interesting is, like, when you say to someone, they say, oh, I love America, I'm patriotic. I said, well, do you love Americans? Because if you don't love all of us, then you don't love America, because America is all of us. You know what I mean? You can't love part of America. And so to me, it really demands further explanation to have any relevance or meaning.
I feel like they're my opinion. Sorry.
Al Franken had in one of his books, I forget which one it was that I read of his, but basically his point was that right-wingers love America the way a child does, which loves their parents. So, you know, you say anything, you know, if I say, if I said to Raven, one of Raven's children, oh, I think, okay, well, I'm not sure what's the right word now.
Daddy.
Okay. If you know, daddy, I don't like the way, you know, daddy dresses or something stupid like that, and they would say, oh, you're picking on my daddy, I don't like you. Whereas the left loves America like a parent loves the child. A parent loves the child even when they do bad things. They don't stop loving their child because they do something wrong. They want their child to be the best person that they can be, and they may be disappointed in their child at times, but they still love their child, and they want their child to be better than they are.
Yeah, that Al Franken book is Lies and the Lying Liars Who Tell Them, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I have never read that book, but I probably should add it to my
It's hilarious.
list.
Like
I've heard
makes
that
a
it's
lot of
very
really good points, and at the same time is, you know, Al Franken. You know, I mean, I don't know if you've ever read Michael Moore's books, but his books are actually quite readable as well.
Vegas, I think that's a pile of shit. Just putting that out there. I think that's a complete and total pile of shit. Like, I want to know what counts as elitism to me, because you're the right winger in this conversation, and you are what I would consider elite, far more elitist and elite than I am. You have a much more privileged life and lifestyle than I do. So, I mean, to talk about the left coming across as smug and, you know, elitist, dude, get a mirror. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's easy to point to a demographic that you don't belong to, and you know, ascribe certain traits to whatever. But if it doesn't have anything in reality, it's really just propaganda, dude.
Well, here's the other thing too. I find funny about that. It's Schrodinger's liberal. On the one hand, liberals are elites. On the other hand, we're poor welfare queens. Well, which is it? You know, are we all broke ass people, or are we the elite?
I understand the elitism to be a reference to more of a social elitism. Like, I think I'm better than you because I eat kale for breakfast, you know, or so. That's how I understand that reference.
Right, and then I get what you're saying, but that holds true on either side of the, you know, political divide. Because on the right, they're like, I am better than you because I'm a member of the NRA, and
yeah, exactly. Yes,
I do that, and therefore I am better than you. I mean, the whole elitist label is absolute
because I'm not a woke pussy.
Yeah. I've got more flags on my truck than you. You know, I can
Yeah,
shoot
whatever,
guns
whatever.
better than you.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so social or academic. You're far more educated than I am, so I don't think I personally could be, by your own definition.
Well. Also, I mean, here's the kind of ridiculous thing about that. So academic elitism. So yeah. Well, if people if actually have studied things more and know more things, then they know more things. It's like, well, you're saying you know more than me. Well, if I've studied a lot more shit than you, I probably do know more than you.
So I used to sell sporting goods years ago, and there's golf balls and tennis balls that are made by a company called Elite. And there's some of the best selling tennis and golf equipment as far as like the ball that you can buy. So I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that being elite means that, you know, you're.
Well, and basically for the right wing, they're okay with elitism. You just have the right kind of elitism.
Yeah.
You know, you got none of this book learning and fucking that. You got to like, you know, hey, look, and they're like, here's one thing I always say. I'm an engineer, but I'm not a tradesperson. And I don't say that to say that I'm better. Like I have a set of skills. They have a set of skills. They have skills that I don't have. I have to interact with them all the time. And I make it very clear that I don't think that I'm better at them at what they do, or that there's some.
Here's the thing. There are so many very poor, destitute, some of the poorest people in the country in southern states that are Republicans. So when you hear right-wingers talk about elitism, it's never those people. It's always people who are wealthy and educated in positions of power. What they're doing is they are lumping themselves in with the poorest of their constituents and party members. And defending them, and in order to see that their own agenda is fulfilled.
Well, that's the thing. It's not like Mitch McConnell is one of them. Donald Trump is not one of them.
Right.
Mitch McConnell is like the fucking Cheney of the Trump administration. I swear to God. Like, I know that he's not a part of that administration. It's just that, like, during that time period, he literally was the evil incarnate, kind of like Cheney was the evil incarnate during Bush. So,
Pence really was the evil incarnate because he was in a position where he could do.
I just want to jump in about this elite thing, right? I mean, like, anybody on the major cable news channels is probably pulling north of 7 figures a year. Probably not all of them, but a lot of them. Tucker Carlson, I just looked it up, is making $6 million a year. That puts him in the top 1/100th of 1% of earners. If that's not an elitist, I don't know who is.
And on top of that, remember, he's an heir of he belongs to a patrician family. So even if he never worked a day in his life, Swanson. He's a Swanson heir. So basically, he's already a multi-billionaire if he did nothing in his entire life. So that's the thing. He's exactly the people that he tells them to look out for, to watch out for. He went to Harvard. He went, he's got the education. He's got the money. He's exactly what he warns them of.
So you mentioned Tucker Carlson making $6 million. Rachel Maddow just signed a deal where her show ends next spring, and she's going to be doing one show a week, a weekly show, and 30 episodes a year, and she'll be making $30 million a year.
Good.
But that's because she's awesome and Tucker Carlson.
She is awesome. She is awesome, but
blessed white dude, but whatever.
I mean, that's one thing I do think that my friends on the left need to be less unokay with than they are. It's like, hey, sometimes people are going to make, doing some things that are valuable and make a lot of money, and that's okay.
So I have mixed feelings about this, and I was just talking to my gal about this the other day when we read that story about Rachel Maddow's contract, because 30 shows a year, that's a little bit more than one every 2 weeks. And, and don't get me wrong. I mean, she works hard. She does a lot of research. It's not as if she's coasting for 2 weeks and has to come up with a show in the last half hour before she goes live or any of that kind of crap. There's an awful lot of preparation that goes into what she does already, as well as what she's going to be doing. And I want to fully acknowledge that. It's the same way I feel, though, about, overpriced, in quotation marks, sports figures. Every year they want contracts that are more than the year's contracts that were there before. And so it just naturally bumps and bumps and bumps up. And what's happening as far as the media is concerned, in particular, is you got people, even comedians like Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel and stuff, making tens of millions of dollars a year, and they are no longer really in the same category that they purport themselves to be in. They're just like one of the regular people, I mean, and it's the same thing when you talk about news personalities. I mean, I know that a lot of people come up from, basically having nothing and have made a good success for themselves in the media for sure. So they do understand what it's like for normal people to scrape by and have bills and to have, a parent who holds down 3 jobs and stuff like that. But they're no longer in that category. And so sometimes I wonder how much empathy you can have when you, for like the great unwashed, the masses of the people, when you're in that sort of elite earnings category, and you are going to be affected by the the new taxes because you're making 7 figures a year, and Biden says everybody over 400,000 is going to be getting a tax raise, and that's every single person on the news, So how much does that type of thing affect their what they say and how they present it?
I don't know. I think, can it have some effect? Sure, but I don't know. I think people make too much of it. The thing is also is that looking. I used to think the same way, but I changed my mind, and here's I'll tell you why. At one point, if again, I felt that way, but what stopped me was that I started thinking about what's happening. So she's going to make $30 million. The reason why is because the people she worked for are going to be making billions. Right. So it's kind of like saying, well, those people, the people, if we give a raise to the people at Walmart, that's going to raise the price of the glasses and everything. And it's like, well, you know what? The people, the reason why, if they do get a raise like they should, the people that on top are still going to be making bank.
So, they're taken out of our hides, not their own.
Right. And in the case of sports stars or media personalities, they're the ones that are the source of the revenue. They're the workers, whether they're highly paid workers, but they're still the workers. So I kind of feel like, if somebody who again came from Larry Little and now they're making bank, that's cool. I'm cool.
So
with that.
I really quickly want to address what Vegas said. Do you not understand that a bunch of poor whites with no money or power feel that the left makes them the target of their ire? You really don't see or understand this sort of thing. No, because it isn't true. It isn't true. If there are poor white people with no power that feel that way, it's because they're being lied to by rich, powerful white people who want to take advantage of their ignorance or their lack of power.
Yeah.
Because the left does not target any white, powerless, poor people who are right wing. That's just not the way that it works.
Well, and also, and here's the thing: those same people that you're talking about, they target, black people, brown people, LGBTQ people, people from other immigrants. They target all sorts of people. So that's the thing that pisses me off. I'm sick and tired of the fucking bullshit of, they do all this stuff and then get upset when it comes back at them.
It's interesting, like what you guys are saying, because so I'm not entirely sure I really agree with what Raven said, that the left doesn't, because I think there's people on the left that do that. But
poor people.
I'm not saying as a philosophy of the left that's a thing, but
I'm curious how. That's all.
There's people on all sides, is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't want to put forth the notion that one side is the golden child, right? When but it's interesting what you said, Sirius, because I guess that like this is kind of also. It's also what I was thinking, but along the lines of there's a difference between making people feel idiotic and like they're being targeted because of the choices that they make about their life. Like, my rights, no vax, like at the expense of other people, versus targeting people because they are homosexual or they are queer of any sort. They have a certain skin color. Those people didn't make a choice to be that fucking thing, right? So when you say like they feel targeted, well, I'm super sorry that you feel targeted because your favorite football team happens to be the Cleveland Browns, because that's essentially what they're crying about, right? They're like, I made a choice and everybody's mocking me about it.
So,
Not
I
the
mean,
same.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, and the reason why I didn't go down that road with it, because I would have said exactly what Joe said. I didn't want to go down that road because what it does is it lumps all white poor Republicans with no power. It lumps them all into the same category. And I don't believe that that's true. Is there a significant percentage of white poor right wingers with no power that are homophobic and racist and oh, absolutely. But I mean, I wouldn't say that as a group. You know that would describe all of them.
Not all, but I mean, actually, I mean, the thing is, well, no, but the thing is, if you look at every time they do polls on on attitudes, what percentage of people think what X, Y, and Z, well, we know there's a certain percentage of the population that's Republican, and we know there's a certain percent of people that think a certain way, and when they correlate very well. And then when you look at polls that are broken out by political affiliation, it's strongly correlated in these ways. Not absolute, yeah, there are exceptions, but there's a lot of this shit. So it's like, so yeah, is it a generalization? Sure, it's a generalization that's backed up by facts. And here's another example where the bullshit's hypocrisy. So they attack the left and they say, oh, we're snowflakes and politically correct. But they're out there. Oh, it's a war on Christmas because somebody said happy holidays. No one ever fucking said. Not one fucking person has ever said that they were offended by Merry Christmas. Not fucking one. They do not exist. It's a lie. However, the right wing
AOD's down there like, well, maybe I did once.
Yeah, the right wing paints this. Someone's saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to say happy holidays because I want to include more people, and they take that as an assault on them.
I think we should continue this because I agree. But I really quick wanted to say to Green Machine that I was raised to be Christian, and I'm an atheist. So I did have a choice. So how you're raised and raised to believe certain things, it doesn't mean that you no longer have a choice.
I'm wondering if that next question is, why do they choose to believe false things? I'm wondering if that's actually a serious question. I feel like if that's a real question, it deserves a real answer, but also that the real answer is actually probably rather complicated and involves facets.
Having a choice and making one is not the same thing. Maybe not, but they're directly connected because you cannot make a choice if you don't have one.
I would add, when it comes to belief, I mean, people tend to believe what they want to believe. That's just been my observation. I have no empirical evidence to back this up. It's anecdotal, but I mean, and that's true about everything. I mean, if your wife or husband is having an affair, but you can't handle it, you won't believe it regardless of the evidence.
And confirmation bias.
Yeah. If you really care about like empirical truth, and then you start learning about what's wrong in the Bible, you're gonna stop believing in the Bible. You might not abandon God, but you'll abandon the Bible because you can see empirically there's stuff in it that can't be true.
And actually, right? Paul, there actually is evidence to support your position.
But some people will look at evidence that defies their position and not believe it because they don't want to.
Right.
They don't want to.
There's actually there's arguments, and I don't know if AOD probably can confirm or deny the existence of this, but there have actually been studies on people, the actual psychological and physiological effect of people changing their minds, and the very act of changing one's mind. It's I guess that they've studied this, and that the results are that the very act of changing your mind creates the same effects in your brain as certain types of pain. And so even when people acknowledge something that they know, like even if I'm like, I know that what you've shown me is the correct information, they will still have trouble changing their mind because their brain registers it as actually painful, even though it's not being physically painful to their bodies. And so we actually have a level of mental stress and pain that occurs when it comes to doing this sort of thing, regardless of, even if we like logically acknowledge that what we're going forth with is not the right thing, we still experience that. And this is one of the things that makes it really
I
hard.
externalize that. I express that sometimes. Sometimes someone will say something and I'm like, ouch, my ego,
Well,
because that hurt my ego, straight up.
I'm going to take it one step further, because the other thing in this kind of to support this point you made, Paul, is that we also know from more recent studies that showing evidence to people often has the opposite effect, that they they actively resist it, and they will actually go further into their non-belief or whatever their contrary position than they had before. So
a lot of the debates and discussions we had in the great debate community were a waste of time.
Right. So when someone's actually doing that, that's literally choosing what to believe. They're saying that thing you're showing me, that evidence you're showing me, that makes me convinced to think I'm going to even harder in the opposite direction. That's a choice.
And Vegas said, people tend to believe what they're raised to believe. And yes, of course, obviously there's a certain amount of truth to that. I mean, it's funny that you would say that, because that's actually something that atheists say all the time when discussing religion with believers. If you were born in the Middle East, most likely you would be a Muslim. If you're born in southern United States.
There's a reason most people who were raised in Asia are not Christian, So.
Well, I think that a lot of that also, like when you ask the question of why do these people choose to believe false things, I think that is a complicated question, because to some degree, when you ask somebody to change their mind about, and I don't mean like literally ask them, will you please change your fucking mind? But I mean, when a circumstance calls upon a person to change their mind, that person isn't just changing their mind. They are changing their mind versus their entire world that they live in, not necessarily their own worldview, but the actual, like their family that is around them, their friends that are around them. And for some people and probably actually for most people, to change your mind, like if you are brought up in a certain environment, right? Well, let's use Mormons, for example, because they are really good at this and very, very strong in it. That if you're brought up in a Mormon family, that even if you have like come to the realization that you are an atheist, you don't believe in God, etc., some things still do hold true. The fact that you guys still had like family Christmas dinners or Thanksgiving dinners and events, that there was a community that still did do things for each other regardless of God or whatever, that you're not walking away from just not believe in God. You're walking away from all of that.
But you're not. If you do, that's a separate choice. I celebrate Christmas.
No, you are in some places, because those people will excommunicate you themselves. They will be the ones that are like, oh, you turned away, so F you, goodbye forever.
But that's a choice. That's a choice that someone else is making, and that lies outside of your outside of your control.
I know, but what I'm saying though is that if you're asking me the question of if all I have to do in my life to maintain everything that I've ever known, as from growing up as a kid, is just go ahead and go along with the whole thing, and it's not that big of an imposition on me, weighed against that, I'm just going to continue.
There's plenty of people who don't believe at all and continue to go to church and continue to that reason.
For that exact reason.
They're still non-believers, though. I mean, they still change their mind.
There's another aspect to this as well, though, is that sometimes people can see what is in front of them. They can see the facts, and yet because they have the fear of the wrath of God, their emotional part of them won't believe something, even if their logical part of them does.
So I feel like Amy described cognitive dissonance fairly well, and everything that you'll find about that pain that people get when they're trying to rewrite all of the ideas they have in their brain, it's under cognitive dissonance. But the question of why do people believe false things is itself a trick question. Nobody believes anything if they believe it's false,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, Aaron Ra.
True, or there's this big trump card that Christianity has, that you don't believe that you yourself can ascertain what is true, that you're being deceived,
Right.
Right.
that your senses deceive you.
Now, one thing I want to say to Vegas real quick. So, but as far as empathizing with the people you're talking about, yeah, I actually do. And here's the thing, I get it. So you think about somebody who's poor. They, depending on where they live, they may not have that much of an education. All they have in their life, they've got their family, they got their Bible, and they got their guns, and they got their image of America. Red, white, and blue, awesome. And so anything that challenges that is to challenge their entire, not only their entire worldview, it challenges their own identity. That's what I've said. How many times have I said in these hangouts that the 2020 and 2016 election especially, was all about identity, not in the way that they tried to paint it on the left, but actually right wingers, their identity, because Trump spoke to their identity. Hey, you're not a racist for saying racist things, and America is awesome no matter what it does, and we should never apologize for anything we do, because America never does anything wrong. It's always everybody else, and we're gonna make it better for you because I believe in you and you're good. You're a good person, despite what anybody says about you. So I get that. Believe me, I get that.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and add to that. Like all of us on the screen and everybody on the side and everybody who watches this after the fact, I mean, all of us believe false things sometimes. It's called denial. Everybody is in a state of denial at some points in their life about certain issues, which it's a survival mechanism. And it goes exactly what you were both just speaking about, Michael and Joe. You need to have a certain idea about yourself in order to get through a day. And if facts number A, B, or C is inconvenient, you will deny that it's either there at all, or you'll come up with some reason why it's not important. That's denial. We all do it. It's a survival mechanism. And nobody is in denial constantly all the time, I'm sure. But I always used to joke that when someone says, "Oh, I'm not in denial about anything," they're actually suffering from the most extreme version.
Yeah.
So one of the things like I wanted to say was like Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra is a fascinating specimen. He actively works to believe as many things that is true as possible, and actively works to dispel as many false beliefs as he can. He's the only person I've ever met that actually makes an effort to actually do it. I think, when people say everybody believes false things, I was like, maybe there's one person that probably believes fewer false things than anyone. That would probably be Aaron Ra. There was something else I wanted to say, but you guys made me forget it.
Well, see, one thing I was going to compare to what I was just saying to, like, the people who believe conspiracies. And while there are conspiracy believers left and right, there's a bigger propensity on the right for the same reason. And if you guys remember, back in the 90s, there was a lot of issues with militia groups, particularly like the Freemen in Montana, and to a lesser extent, the Waco, the Branch Davidians. And so I remember when the Freemen were doing their thing and they were out in their compounds with their rifles in Idaho or Montana, wherever the fuck they were. And these people, they believed that the government was monitoring them. There were these black helicopters, following them around, and that they were, that the government was not legitimate, and so they were like the true freedom fighters. And I thought,
Isn't that schizophrenic, kind of?
Well, in a way, I mean, because basically, and I thought about what creates it, though, because I thought about it. So here you are, you're some poor guy, you're living out in the sticks. You definitely don't have much of an education. You have been to a shit school system. You have very little money. and no one really pays attention to you, and you have no prospects for the future because there's not a lot of jobs where you are. There's not a lot of good education to kind of change your life. So that's where you're. So you could believe that, hey, I'm this poor ineffectual guy and I'm just stuck here, or you could believe that the reason why you have nothing isn't because the policies for people you vote for created this circumstance. It's a cabal, that there's sinister forces at work, whether it's racial or religious or ethnic or whatever, that there's these forces that have infiltrated government, and they're specifically against you, and you have the secret knowledge that that the Zog and the Mud people have taken over, and you got to be ready to fight them because they're watching me, and of course
I feel so seen.
yeah, and of course none of that stuff was going on, but that was what they had to build up. This was a defense mechanism, because who would want to believe the first thing, right? I wouldn't want to believe that if I could help it. So, but if I build up this thing that I'm a freedom fighter fighting against the occupied government, oh wow, I'm a hero. I'm a hero.
A couple of years ago, Texas got all freaked out, saying that the United States was going to invade.
Yeah. Yeah, and in our exercise that literally happened every year.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I always thought funny about that is, in a very sad way, is that the military, those of you who have been in, Raven, you've been in, and Mike's been in, the military, demographically speaking, yeah, that's right. Demographically, the military is made up of poor black people and poor white people for the most part. Okay. So, so the thing is, a lot of the people in the military are these people from Texas and Tennessee and Oklahoma, the middle of the country and in the South. So these people actually had to believe that their own sons and daughters and cousins and best friends were going to take up arms against them. That's what they literally had to believe.
I find conspiracy theory stuff actually sort of fascinating. I love to watch all of that stuff. Like, I love to watch that guy, whatever his fucking Greek name is with the hair, Aliens. That guy, love that guy. I watch all of that stuff on the History Channel. I eat it up. Like, it's great. I don't believe it. And I actually spend a lot of time going, that's not true. But I watch it anyway. And I'm fascinated by the fact that I like to watch it, because that means other people really like to watch it too. What is it about conspiracies other than, like, I get the whole aspect of people like to feel important, but I don't think that is all that there is to it. There is something about the idea of secret knowledge that I think is really very alluring to just people in general. And why is that a thing for us as human beings?
I can offer some insight to that because I'm a victim of it, and prone to it. Once upon a time, follow me here for a second. Once upon a time, yours truly had something of a gambling problem. And I very much see the mentality of people who get into conspiracy theories is very much similar to how people get into gambling addiction. Because what's behind a gambling addiction, I can only speak for myself and virtually every other gambling addict I've ever met. So I can only speak for a few dozen people. But all of us that I'm acquainted with, you think you can beat the system. You think you're clever enough to figure out some way, a rhythm, a method, a numerical system, whatever. You might look at the astrology for the horse races and figure out which horses got the best birth sign to win the race today, or whatever the fuck. You think you figured out a system. You think you've beat the system. You think you're smarter than other people because you can do something they can't do. And it's the same with conspiracy theories. The whole idea about secret knowledge, you are in a way, you're putting yourself above other people. Whether to their face or not, because you possess something that's clearly special and blah, blah, blah. It basically emanates from narcissism.
It's basically, I know something you don't. I know something everybody else don't. So.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. I remember dealing with a lot of the 9/11 so-called truthers, and these people are arguing, and they're saying stuff that, as an engineer, I just know from my education are like just completely not feasible. Um, but yeah, they're like, and yeah, their attitude was like, well, you're just a dupe, you're just a sheep, and I know. And it was just like, and it was every single one of them was the exact same thing. I even one guy, he claimed to be a chemistry teacher in some school down in Georgia, and he actually argued with me because he said, well, that because the stuff pulverized, that it didn't weigh as much anymore. I'm like, are you trying to argue? Are you making the argument that a ton of feathers doesn't weigh as much as a ton of concrete? Are you just
Right. That's the
you
argument.
just fucking make that argument to me? Really? I'm like, then you should lose your license to teach, because if you're that fucking dumb, you're that fucking crazy, you don't belong teaching science to anybody.
Well, yeah, I'm a 9/11 truther, but not in the way that most people mean it. I think we have not been told the truth. It's simple as that. There's so many different rabbit holes when it comes to 9/11 truth or conspiracies that I refuse to go down. I think if we've been told the truth about 9/11, it would be the first time we've ever been told the truth about anything.
What part do you think is the untrue part, or parts?
Well, there's lots of parts that I think have merit legitimate suspicion, but I don't really want to go there, because if there's one thing I've learned in the past 15 years, it's not to admit that you entertain 9/11 conspiracies on the internet. Because I don't have, my life is worth more to me than the kind of abuse that you take. I mean, I had this conversation once, like 11 or 12 years ago on my YouTube channel, and I very much regretted it. And I basically dialed back my position because it was the only way to stop the storm. And my whole attitude, I mean, there's loads of things that I'm suspicious about, Sister Danger, loads of things. And the problem is, even contemporaneously at the time, some facts were very hard to ascertain. And when it's 20 years later, I mean, really, you're chasing ghosts at this point. Any relevant facts that might expose the whole thing are so long since, covered up, that you'll never find them, even if they're there to find. And that's an if. That's an if. And I recognize that it's an if. You know what I mean? So I think, like, I'm just so cynical. Like I say, if they've told us the truth about that, that's the first time they've ever told us the truth about anything so major. Other conspiracy theories, we've talked about this before in the Breakfast Club, but I'm not sure if you were here at the time, Sister Danger, but I mean, I'm also really completely convinced that there was more than one person involved shooting John F. Kennedy. And I don't really feel like I need to justify that one anymore.
The most basic part of that conspiracy theory, though, points to yes. Like, aren't there like 7 different bullet entry wounds? I mean, Jesus Christ, you don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist for that one. Like, the magic bullet.
Yeah.
Like,
and also, I mean, the House Select Committee in 1976 determined that there were more that based on the audio evidence and some of the ballistics evidence, that there had to be only 4 bullets could have been fired from Oswald's gun. Now then there were more shots. Now the other thing I did too, because I remember years ago was in a hangout with DPR Jones, and I was a little pissed at him because he asked us. He said, "Okay, look, I'm not saying that you have to say you actually believe this, but which one you think deserves the most looking at?" And I said the same thing. I said Kennedy, and the reason why is because I was looking at stuff talking about the ballistics evidence, and one of the bullets, I did the geometry, and in order for given the fact that bullets tumble, and it was even mentioned in the Warren report, that the angle striking him would have to be a certain angle, which means he would have had to been leaning forward at a certain angle. Now, from the pictures in the video, it didn't look like he was leaning at that angle, but it wasn't it was a bad oblique shot, so it was kind of hard to tell. So I literally said, well, if he's leaning forward at this angle or more, then that could have happened with one shot from Oswald. If he's not leaning that much, then the bullet would have had to come from lower to the ground. And that's all I said. And then DPR, to Paul's point about people jumping on you, and he just ran with it and just started ridiculing me. And I'm like, dude, I'm not making a claim one way or the other. You asked the fucking question, and I gave you an answer. And I'm, so he tried to turn it into I was this big, JFK conspiracy nut. I'm like, no, that's not what I did. And I was mad at him for a long time after that. Plus it was 3:00 in the morning. I'm like, dude, it's 3:00. I don't have all these facts aligned perfectly in my brain at 3 a.m.
I just think that one of all the conspiracy theories has the most actual-ish evidence. Like it's the most blatant of them, right? Maybe that one and Marilyn Monroe. I don't know. I kind of wonder what happened. I'm just like, you know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The mafia killed everybody because that's what they did back then. Like that was that era. It was like the Jimmy Hoffa era, right? Like they were killing everybody left and right.
One thing that kind of I'll use the word cured, although I don't really mean cured, but kind of put me off on most conspiracies though, was Hurricane Sandy.
Which one was that?
That was the one that hit New Jersey area, New York, New Jersey, very very hard, and like 2/3 of the state was without power for.
I don't believe it was real.
Raven and I were on the receiving end of that one. But the thing about it was, I realized, and I did a video about this. All these people that have the Trilateral Commission and all this crazy shit. I'm like, hey, look, if they really wanted to bring us to our knees and make us do whatever they wanted, all they would have to do is literally shut off the fucking power. Because I'll tell you what,
kidding.
People around here were so used to our gadgets and our convenience. People were in a daze. People were being cooperative mostly because they didn't know what the fuck to do. They're like, I can't live without lights and everything. So I'm thinking like, yeah, you don't need all these complicated, histrionic things. They literally could just shut off the power, which would also potentially shut off the water, and say, you're going to do what we want or else. And we would, and most of us would.
I'm pretty sure
I just want to add to that real quick. Real quick, I just want to add to that because George Carlin did a sketch about that very thing, and he said civilization would fall within 2 weeks. I give it 72 hours because it's not just the electricity that would go off; it's also the water generation and all sorts of other stuff would go off. And here's the thing: if it all went off and then there was no explanation for it, people are going to jump to some pretty strong conclusions pretty fast. Based on paranoia, because a lack of information fuels paranoia.
Yeah.
Well, so people that do actual emergency planning for, cities and other areas, like on a large scale, that 72 hours is their basically kind of their rule of thumb for how long you have in a natural catastrophe before people start going anarchist, AWOL, just berserker crazy, raiding grocery stores and looting houses and doing whatever's. I think though that I know that when I used to work in telecommunications, there were a lot of ways to back up the telecommunications because the threat of an outside entity attacking America, one of the first things they would look to hit is the communications of the country. Not necessarily the power, but first the communications. Because if you knock out the communications between any of the major hubs in America, you essentially prevent our ability to coordinate, regardless of whether or not we have power. So communications first, and then things like power and second. But that's at least what I remember. This is a long ass time ago,
right,
so
what
take it with a grain of salt.
Right, no, but that's you talk about someone an outside actor trying to mess us up. I'm talking about if the people in power, if the elite wanted to control us the way the people who believe in
yeah,
they just deny access to power and water, and they got us. I mean, that's why I referenced for Paul recognized it. For anybody who doesn't know, there was an episode of The Twilight Zone called "The Monsters Are Due" on Maple Street, and it was basically about that the aliens were basically messed with the power and a few other things, and the people basically started threatening one another and being suspicious of one another, and then they kind of go to two aliens saying, and this is how it works. He's like, yeah, these people are predictable. This will do the same thing everywhere. We don't have to take them over. They'll destroy themselves for us.
You know what's crazy about that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say about the Monsters on Maple Street that there's actually 2 Twilight Zone episodes of that. There's the one from the black and white Rod Serling era, which is about aliens from outer space. And there's the one in the 21st century version of the Twilight Zone, which is about terrorists. and some people who are suspected to be terrorists move into the neighborhood, and it actually takes a little bit of a different twist to the black and white one, and a much more sort of relevant at the time. You know, we're talking early noughties, so not long after September 11th and all that kind of thing. You know,
Right.
What were you going to say, Sister Danger? I'm sorry, I'm talking TV, and you probably have an important point to make.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just thinking about what Joe was saying because today, yesterday, whatever. Like time is irrelevant right now. But I was just thinking quite recently about anti-vaxxers, and this relates to what you're talking about because the aliens were like, yes, these people are predictable. And I was thinking the strange irony in anti-vaxxers is that what those people are proving on a nice grand national social scale is that we must in fact live in a paternalistic governmental state, because unless there is a law and a daddy to tell these people what to do with the threat of something terrible if they do not, they will choose proactively to be absolute assholes to everyone around them. They are literally creating the state that they think that they are avoiding by doing this. I'm not going to mask because my rights and whatever. Like the fact that you cannot be asked to do a thing and then go ahead and do it for a minute, you're basically saying to everybody that unless you force me to do this under penalty of what the fuck ever, I will not. And I don't care if that's at any kind of a risk or a cost to you. And I guess that's just, it's so sad. It's so horribly depressing about this whole thing. Like, I just don't even know. There's like this part of me is I hope that COVID is a Darwin thing. And you know what? I kind of hope that it kills all of you guys, because I'm losing faith. I am losing faith that we will be able to advance as a society. A society. Like this is Darwin taking out you boomer motherfuckers who can't like just go and get a goddamn vaccination.
Oh, they're not all boomers.
Like, nah, I don't want to wear a mask, but I wore a seatbelt when I drove here. God damn it.
I remember what I wanted to say like 10 minutes ago. And that was that something that I say all the time. All politics are identity politics.
Yeah.
And I get really annoyed when people start hollering about identity politics, because all politics are identity politics. That's the entire purpose of politics. And yes, in 2016 and 2020, I was proven to be absolutely correct, because for the same reasons that Joe was talking about.
Well, and to Sister Danger's point, about these people, this is the reason why I have actual contempt for anarchists. Because you cannot have an anarchist state and protect anybody's rights. Basically,
in an anarchist state, it's up to everybody to protect their own rights. I think that's the philosophy.
Right, but
everybody has to be in on that philosophy, right? They all have to agree and want to be in that sort of system. It's the same way I feel about communism. It can only work if everybody actively wants it.
But also not only do they have to be in on it, but in the case of anarchy, they have to be able to uphold it. So what do the weak and infirm do? What do they do? Someone who can't pick up a rifle and defend themselves, they're fucked, because there's no one looking out for them.
I want to slightly shift the conversation a little bit, because a moment ago, the comment is gone now, but CRB Vegas asked if we had seen the movie They Live, which is a 1980s cult classic. It was directed by John Carpenter, one of my favorite movies of the era, and I'll talk about it a little bit. But has anybody else seen They Live here on the panel?
Give me the premise of the movie.
The premise of the movie is you can put these special sunglasses on and see messages that are written all over everything that you can only see if you're wearing these special sunglasses. And the world's being controlled by aliens from another world. And the elite of the earth are in league with the aliens. It's the biggest allegory you've ever seen Hollywood make about the Illuminati.
Rowdy Piper.
Also, that
what?
Roddy
Yeah.
Rowdy Piper is in it.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Chewing gum can keep you calm, and when you are out of chewing gum, you will start the ass kicking.
The thing about one of the most famous things about the movie They Live is the protagonist and his best friend. The protagonist is trying to get his best friend to put on the glasses, and he won't do it. And they have a knuckle fight in an alley by a dumpster that lasts for over 2.5 minutes. No exaggeration. I mean, they just keep on decking each other back and forth, and you're thinking after a minute, this is way too gratuitous, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And I know the point John Carpenter is trying to make by making it so ridiculously long. It's just like some people are that resistant to wanting to see the truth, and they will fight to their very last breath. I get it, but you could have made that point in 60 seconds. You didn't have to go on for 2.5 fucking minutes. You know what I mean?
Well, I started rewatching the series Falling Skies. I started when it was first run. I watched part of first season, then I missed a bunch, and then when I tried picking it up in second season, I was so far behind I couldn't understand what was going on, and I said fuck it. So I started from the beginning. And what's really funny is watching it now with new eyes and all the things we've experienced in the past and more recently. I remember at the time thinking, because there's in addition to fighting the aliens. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know Falling Skies, the aliens have come and they wiped out most of humanity, and you're basically talking about the survivors trying to deal with that world and trying to fight back and survive. So there's treachery among humans against other humans. And I remember at the time thinking, this is fucking ridiculous, man. If we actually had that external thing that was wiping us all out and humans are hanging by a thread, we finally all get together and we'd fight them off. And it's just like, and then after watching what's happened the last 18 months, I'm like, nope, this show is right on fucking target. Right on fucking target.
Sorry, I have to. That perfectly segues into something I was hoping I could get us to talk about tonight, right? Because I was just watching this series, which is kind of newish on Netflix, about extraterrestrials coming to the Earth and everything. And like, I'm agnostic about such things. Frankly, I don't think it's possible. But whatever. Anyway, and so the first episode starts off with Roswell, and it goes through various different things, and it's really enjoyable to watch. But I'm sort of musing to myself, thinking, so we've had the whole terrorism thing at 9/11, and they use that to sort of try to control us with fear for a long, long time. But after a while, they stopped even reporting on the wars that have been going on, blah, 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 blah. And so then we have a pandemic going on. And I'm wondering, at what point are they going to tell us that aliens are definitely out there and we need to be afraid because they're coming to get us? Because I think that's the next big thing. What do y'all reckon?
So you're saying, so now here's a question now. So you're saying, when will they tell us aliens exist? Now you're saying that.
No, I'm asking you, just if they need some new thing to corral us all basically with fear, which is like, seems to be the tactic, whether it's legitimate or not. I'm reckoning, because if they tell us aliens exist, how, they can't do anything about it. They can't protect us, right? If these things are coming, they can't, and they know they can't, and we know they can't. So, and I don't know. I have observed since September 11th how they've used fear, whether or not legitimately, to control the population. And I don't think there could be anything more terrifying than the aliens are coming to get us. And I also agree with what you were just saying a moment ago, Joe, that we would not band together like they did in Star Trek. You know what I mean? I think it's self-evident now that we would fall apart.
I don't think that they would use that as the scare tactic, because I think the result's going to be, well, I was going to say too unpredictable. No, it's going to be way too predictable, and it's not going to be good for the people necessarily who would tell us that. That said, and unfortunately, I'm going to end up feeding your possible paranoia there. But the fact that they are now saying that you're basically admitting that the military is basically saying that, well, we're taking UFOs seriously now, that there's some phenomena going on, we don't know what it is. And we have proof that something's going on, whether it's foreign or alien or whatever. They're not saying it's aliens, but they're certainly opening the door to that.
Okay, so a couple years ago, there was an alien movie. I don't, was it Visitors or I don't know, something like that, where there's this big giant egg-shaped spacecraft were hovering around different regions of the planet, and everybody was trying to communicate with the aliens. And towards the end, as countries were deciphering what these aliens were saying to them, they would cut off communication with the rest of the world. I don't remember the name of it, but I mean, it's just kind of like you guys were saying, the world would not band together. The arrival. That's it.
Right.
But when countries were able to decipher what the aliens were saying, they stopped talking to everybody else. They cut their communications. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what we would do. That's exactly what would happen. Even there would be distrust. There would be, just looking out for themselves. There'd be nationalism.
Well, even look at the movie. It was based on Carl Sagan's book, Contact. So when they received the signal, and then what do the scientists do? Hey, we need to confirm what we're getting here. Let's contact another observatory and see if they can confirm our findings. The military comes in and are like, why the fuck did you tell anybody about this stuff? And it's like, well, we have to, because otherwise we don't know what's going on. But that was the impetus was to say, hey, we should keep this quiet and don't tell anybody because it's our secret knowledge and we're not going to share it with anybody else.
When I was in high school, we used to have the conversations, what would you do if, and, what would you do if a flying saucer landed right in front of you and some alien came out and they looked relatively benevolent and they said, take me to your leader. And I'd be like, dude, you're lucky. I'm right here. It's your lucky day. What do you want?
I had a dream once about something like that. It was funny. It's something how things in the real world can intrude into you while you're dreaming. So it was the apartment complex that I grew up in. This was at the time I lived there. And I heard this terrible noise and I go outside and I see this huge alien spaceship at the end of my building and it's landing. And I go up to see what's going on and aliens come out and they start shooting at everybody. And I start to run. And I fall down, and I keep falling down, and this terrible sound is like pervading through my head, and it woke me up. And the funny part was the sound was actually the sound of our heating register because they had purged the system and they hadn't refilled it, so there was basically it was airbound, so it was making this horrible sound, and apparently I stood up in bed and tried running and I fell down. So all the sheets and the blankets, everything were at the foot of the bed because I literally in my sleep was running away from the aliens.
Man, yeah, I don't know. I find that I've in the 90s I went right down the alien rabbit hole. I wasn't a fan of the X-Files, but that was on TV at the time, I have to admit, and so there was an awful lot of alien mythology in the culture in the late 90s, right? And I gobbled that stuff up and I watched all these different alien documentaries, and I use the term advisedly, but some of the theories that they come up with, not in terms of whether they exist or not, but it's true, but just in terms of speculating about what would let's assume it's true. How would the government behave? And so it's it's different for different governments in the world. I'm sure South America has more like legitimate footage of UFOs than any other place in the world, and it's been like that since the 70s. I mean, that whatever they are, they're apparently very active down there. And I don't know, man. I personally don't believe in interstellar travel. I'd be more likely to believe in time travel, and even though that's equally impossible, because if E equals MC squared, you shouldn't be able to travel through time any faster than we do right now at this moment. But the same is true for interstellar travel. But I don't know, when I've been to the spirit world, right, there's something going on. That's all I got to say. I think you can open doors between dimensions, and I never used to really want to think like that. You know what I mean? But, I honestly think that there's more than one universe going on simultaneously all around us, you know?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I've tripped a lot more than you have, Joe, so you have to forgive me, right?
That is an extremely true statement. I cannot deny that. I cannot dispute that whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
But I guess again, I now when I was younger, I was very much into the whole UFO thing. I read tons of books. I even did like in seventh grade. I forget if it was seventh or eighth grade. We had to do a research paper. It was like one of your first research papers you ever do, and I did it on UFOs and all that, and the like what I considered to be the likelihood that aliens had been here and all this. But I for similar reasons, I'm not convinced that interstellar travel is impossible, but I think it's so difficult that I look at like the Fermi paradox, and I think Fermi was an idiot. He was really good in certain things, but he came up with a very egocentric and human centric idea that, like, well, of course, if people were exploring the galaxy, they would do it at the most optimal rate, and of course they'd come here. I mean, where we are is so fucking special. The thing is that, like, I think about humans and, like, we don't do things efficiently at all. So the idea that, well, an alien species that was colonizing, of course they would do things at some, efficient exponential rate. No, human history shows the exact opposite.
Well, I mean, we can't necessarily anthropomorphize an alien, that have different biology, different history, different culture, and at a level of advancement. I mean, who's to say that, if we were 2 million years advanced from where we are right now, if we would still have concepts of morals, for example, because maybe you would evolve past that. I can't say because I'm not here in 2 million years, but I mean, like, it's interesting to contemplate if evolution continues and what forces are driving evolution, because evolution doesn't just happen accidentally or in the absence of being driven by external factors. But where is intelligence going to go? Because this is where it is right now for primates on this planet. For some primates, even not even all of them, right? So if you dial us forward 2 million years, and then the rest of the primates on Earth as well, dial them forward 2 million years, how many intelligent species might we be sharing the planet with that are fully cognizant bipedals?
Yeah,
that is like a super cool concept. That's like, have you ever read the Wicked books, Gregory Maguire? So in the Wicked books, which is what the musical Wicked is based on, in the land of Oz, there are animals like your pet cat with a lowercase a, and then there are animals like the cowardly lion with a capital A, and they are fully cognizant, very self-aware, intelligent beings on the scale of people. And one of the like subplots and throughout the course of the books is like their fight for, dare I say it, animal rights. Did you just literally shoot Tabasco?
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, so but I hadn't ever really thought about that concept of animals being like having actually evolved to a point where they might be like fully sentient, self-aware. Like, I know that they're self-aware, but you know what I'm trying to say, like on our level, right? So, because like both of those things I just said actually also apply to animals. I get that. But yes, that is like a super cool idea. Like, what if like we just all keep evolving in like 2 million years, animals are where we're at and we're wherever we are.
Right.
Actually, if we keep going at the rate we're going, we might still be at the place that we are.
My money's on raccoons. They're intelligent and they have thumbs.
But also cats. Cats. There are literally cats that are. What the fuck's calling me? Okay. They have like thumb paws. I'm not even joking.
Octopus.
Dew
My
claws
money's
are
on
thumb.
octopus.
Dew claws are thumbs. Well, the problem is that the for octopus they're very intelligent, but living in the ocean makes it hard for them to construct technology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same with dolphins. Dolphins, super intelligent, but they don't have any limbs that can build anything.
I think octopus are probably the smartest animals in the world, just in terms of certainly in terms of spatial acuity, and it's, if you think about it, cephalopods in one form or another have been evolving for more than 500 million years, and that's a lot of evolution, right?
Yeah.
And what I find fascinating about octopus's intelligence is most octopi only live for sort of 6 to 8 years maximum. So if they must be born intelligent. You know what I mean?
Well, what's kind of wild about that? Yeah, I've seen that thing where they put an octopus in a jar and they put the lid on, and the octopus figures out, hey, if I unscrew this will come out, and then they'll actually put it back on if they want to hide from something. They actually learn, hey, I can hide in here and it can't get me. I'm like, holy shit, this thing is.
Yeah, I've seen all sorts of great experiments with octopus. Like they've got this one. It's like in a plastic container inside of an aquarium, and it's got 3 holes. And an octopus doesn't have any bones, but they do have like a flange in their head, and they know exactly how small that's the only part of their whole body that they can't compress into whatever shape it wants to be. So they know how wide that thing is to live in millimeter, right? And so this Perspex box inside the aquarium has like 3 holes in it. 2 of them are too small for the octopus to get his little head bone in, and the other one is big enough. And the octopus will be doing simultaneously with different tentacles, going, hey, what's over here? What's over here? And they'll find one hole and do a circle around the hole. Can't fit through that. They don't try to fit through it. They just run their little tentacle around it. Nope, too small. Next one, nope, too small. Next one, oh, I can fit through that. And they just go straight into it. No, no hesitation. No, I wonder if it's going to get smaller. No, this will work. Boom, right in. Octopi are really, really smart, disturbingly smart.
And Propter Hawk brought up crows, and crows not only are crows capable of tools, they're capable of making tools and modifying tools. So they've done this thing where they have this succession of tricks and traps to get through. And they eventually, so the first, they at a certain point they have to use something as a tool, and then the next part they have to use to modify that tool for another function, and then sometimes the third thing is they have to modify that tool again for yet another function. And they're like, oh, okay, I just do this and do that, and boom, boom, boom. They're freaky smart.
Well, there's the thing with the glass of water. They'll drop rocks into a glass of water to raise the water level so they can drink it, and that's just beyond just using a tool. I mean, you have to be able to think about what are you going to do to achieve, a result. They've got to be able to think about the future, consequences of what they do. That's amazing.
Right? Because buoyancy and displacement are very abstract concepts.
Right, and they've got heads that are that big.
Right.
But intelligence does not have anything to do with the size of your brain per se. It's the ratio of the size of your brain to the size of your body, which is why dinosaurs were idiots, and we're not. Yeah, fair.
I think they're more intelligent because they gather around Walmart to poop. They understand what that place is for.
Are you sure that? Oh man, I'm like, I don't know, intelligence versus just sheer cruelty, right? Like,
well, one thing that's kind of wild, I've seen, and you may have seen this as well, that turkeys, if they find a dead turkey and possibly other dead animals, they'll circle it, and they kind of do this kind of. It's not a dance, but they basically, it's almost like a ritual. They basically form a ring around, and they march in a circle around the dead thing. And then eventually they stop, but they do this for some period of time, and it's almost like they're doing it's almost like a funeral.
Right.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
I think it's fascinating how different animals have different levels of intelligence. Like, you can train a dog an awful lot of things. You can train a dog to recognize maybe 50 or 60 or more words, and sometimes, depending on the dog, you can get a dog that you could swear to God is following the conversation because you'll talk and then they'll talk and then the dog's doing this, and you think they know what's going on, whether they do or not. And like we were talking a moment ago, Kazuma, about dolphins and so on. And there's plenty of animals that show, plenty of primates that show, can do sign language and be taught things. And lots of monkeys use tools. And using tools is one of the things that made us decide that we were an intelligent species 2 million years ago. Yeah. Right. So that's why I said about what's going to happen 2 million years from now to all the rest of the primates in the world, because even if they just evolve naturally without any interference from us, there's a good chance that, evolution will drive them to become problem solving, rational thinking creatures. And the idea that, human beings might be open-minded about sharing the planet with other sentient beings of equal measure has already been thwarted because of dolphins and because of, we don't ask the whales if it's okay to, have, sonic weapons underwater, for example, even though they depend on the sound waves, to communicate with each other and everything like that. And we know they communicate, and in fact, some whale song has supposedly been deciphered, which how do you even begin to know what a whale is talking about? You know what I mean?
I think that one of the things that actually differentiates, well, if I recall correctly, humans from other primates is our ability to reflect on past things and thoughts and stuff that we've done, and then to even adjust going forward, that other animals don't seem to display at quite the capacity that we do. Is one of the big differentiators, like one of the big.
There's lots of interesting things. Like I found out, I was watching a documentary, this is years ago, back in the 90s, but I was watching a documentary about dolphins, and dolphins can recognize their reflection in a mirror. How in the fuck? There's no mirrors under the water normally, unless we put them there. So how can they recognize themselves in a mirror? And that's because they have intelligence. And apparently it's a sign of intelligence if an animal can recognize itself as itself in a mirror. Some dogs might feel
Well,
no,
I don't understand why that's confusing.
They might see another cat or another dog, but if they recognize it as themselves, that's a sign of intelligence in that particular animal. And not all animals do that. Most animals, in fact, don't do that.
Right.
But dolphins do, and I think it's fascinating that they do.
Yeah, and they
don't do it in a vacuum.
No, but the thing is though, is the fact that they can do it at all means something. Like
because there's no natural mirrors underwater. There's no way for them to learn how to do that.
Right. I mean, like
we put the mirrors there.
That's what I'm saying. But they automatically know it's them.
Straight away. Even human children under a certain age don't recognize that it's them in the mirror. So
well, it takes. I mean, you surely have to at least observe that the thing is moving the same way that I am moving. Like
but the whole point is, human babies below a certain point don't do that. They don't actually recognize that that's them.
No, that's true. I agree.
Sorry, so that's the whole point, is that so if an animal can do that, that's saying something about the animal's level of intelligence. One of the things they usually do to come in and make sure, particularly do this with other primates, is they'll put a mark on their fur of a different color that stands out that they're capable of seeing. And if they look in the mirror, if they actually they see that and then they start touching themselves where the mark is, then that says that they definitely recognize themselves that mark that they see in the mirror is actually on their head. So now, cool. Like so Paul said, some dogs can and some dogs can't. Like Blitzen could. Flash still thinks it's another dog.
Right.
He's not that bright.
Like Paul was saying about the future, right? 2 million years, what it would be. Well, one thing about 7 years ago, I guess 6 or 7 years ago, the BBC had a report talking about that chimps and monkeys in the wild actually have evolved since we first started studying them, and that their behaviors have changed enough that we can actually say that they have evolved to another stage of development, and that they entered what is basically would be the equivalent of the human Stone Age. So there you go. There's another, intelligent group of species that are evolving while we're here.
Well, so here's another thing that I am kind of curious about. So survival of the fittest doesn't actually mean like the most bestest ever genes. What it means is it's the best for the environment that it's in. Right. So, which is a common misunderstanding. But what I'm sort of curious about is whether or not we ourselves will what's the word I'm looking for? Not escalate, but speed up. Speed up the evolution of other species like dogs and cats, those things which we keep for animals, because the ones that we breed are the ones that we like to interact with best. And so, because of that, if the dogs tend to be, or the cats tend to be like a particularly intelligent species, for example, we will breed them actually, even though they might not be Darwin's survival of the fittest, we will actually breed those guys into existence over and over and over until they become like,
Well, we basically are doing that. I mean,
Yeah.
what's interesting is that for one example of it is that Raven talked before about dogs having conversations with people, or getting involved with conversations, and at least understanding conversations to a degree. That the thing is that uh, dogs bark, wolves do not bark. So this is something that has evolved because of their interaction with us, and we believe it's because we are verbal that the former wolves that dogs have come from were basically bred, and those who tried to emulate speech were the ones we bred, because they're like, they were more useful. Either they warned us, or we anthropomorphized them, and looked at them as communicating with us, and so that's why dogs bark and then wolves do not.
it's certainly true about cats. It's actually been shown that cats absolutely, when left to themselves, meow very little. But when they are in the presence of humans, they meow much more to communicate. And I can guarantee you, like, I've had cats my whole life. I currently have 5 cats. I promise you, they all have a voice. They all know when I'm talking to them when I use their voice. They all have different types of meows, just like a baby has different types of cries. And they learn from each other.
Yeah, they usually meow for you that they decided they want to. Cats have like this really very wide range of vocalization. There's like 36 different ways of vocalizing for cats. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
As far as like, in the animal world, the way they are able to vocalize is like unheard of with like any other animal. So yeah,
They can do some. It's funny, because my mom is a cat person too. So I guess, I don't know, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But her husband, when they first were married, was like, I don't understand. Like, all the meows sound the same, and she was like, "What? No, they don't. Just listen to the cat for 5 goddamn minutes, and you will see that those meows are not the same." Like,
Yeah. A cat has a different meow for pick me up, a different meow for put me down, a different meow for open the door, a different meow for feed me, a different meow for leave me alone.
What I wanted to say before, when Paul was talking about dogs being able to follow conversations, and you can tell that they're following because they're going back and forth with it. There are some dogs that you can teach to speak, like huskies have the ability to form human words.
Yeah.
Only a few, because the structure of the mouth is what it is, but you're able to teach them that, and that's pretty wild.
Huskies.
They can say rough, right? Like that was some rough sex. They can say rough.
Have you ever seen videos of huskies singing?
Yeah.
They say "I love you." They say "Mom."
Yeah.
They say,
I've seen those.
Pretty wild stuff.
My recreational exploits have not gone to the Huskies singing videos yet. I have to admit, I haven't got to that part of the internet yet.
And so
it's not the worst, though.
Well,
it's not the worst.
Well, and the thing is, if you think about it, now why can huskies do that? Why? Because from what Sister Danger said, we bred the dogs that interacted us in the way that we liked the most, and so now there's dogs that actually have nearly the ability to form words.
So, like, also, like what Sister Danger was talking about, breeding dogs over and over and over again, and that we've altered their, on purpose, of course, their evolution and where that might bring them in the future, right? Well, also animals that were not breeding on purpose, just our existence, has altered their evolutionary path. And I mean, I talked about, like before, the monkeys and the chimps that are in the wild that have shown signs of their own evolution. Their own intelligent evolution might have something to do with outside pressures from us.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's different parts of India where monkeys can run through whole towns, like these big packs of monkeys will run through, and anybody who's got an open window is done for, right? And any of you who've been to Gibraltar, I don't know, but when you go to Gibraltar, there's one side of the island which has got these monkeys on it, and they will come up and they're so used to people, they're not even afraid of you. In fact, they're the opposite of afraid of you. You know, you should be afraid of them because they're going to come and steal anything that they can grab off of you and run away with it and go down the mountain, you know, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I wanted to address what Vegas said about it being a stretch. Actually, no, and to give one example here is the Russians. It was the silver fox domestication experiment. Basically, silver foxes were very prized for their fur, but you know, hunting them is troublesome, and it was why they're so expensive.
I thought a silver fox was like an older dude, like.
Yeah, well, that's a nickname, but I'm talking about an actual animal called the silver fox.
Oh.
So what they tried to do was say, okay, let's domesticate these things so they're docile, so we can just grow them in farms and slaughter them instead of having to hunt them. And they kept doing this, and every single time they tried, when they got them to be more docile, like a dog, their fur changed and became more dog-like. And they tried it several separate times, and no matter what they did, they could not breed a silver fox that had a desirable coat and was had domesticated behavior.
They had the same problem with minks. It's one of the reasons why like a mink coat is so expensive, because you can't domesticate and raise, you know, minks in order to get their fur. Because if you try, it changes the nature of their fur.
Right.
Amy, if all this talk about breeding cats turns into something like Nazi eugenics, Vegas will help me hide your body.
Not Nazi cats.
Hold on. First of all, what on earth makes you think that I'm going to turn a talk about cats into eugenics for Nazis? And what makes you think that I'm the one that's going to do that, and that you and Vegas need to hide my body versus Vegas being the one that does that and me and you having to hide his body?
It's mutually assured destruction.
What? I just don't even know. Like, but I mean, I guess if you want to talk about the ethics of eugenics, we could.
No. We're going to need to go there.
Whatever.
Some of us have careers.
Whatever. I am practicing evolution by eating this chicken right now. Granted, I don't know what it says about evolution that I'm eating a chicken, because
so that
like, they're smart but stupid.
We were talking before about not being able to recognize, you know, in the mirror that it's you, that it's not a different animal. And you know, human babies came up. Aaron Ra did a really good video. I think it was Aaron Ra. Could have been Thunderfoot. No, I think it was Aaron Ra. Did a really good video about comparing the human babies to other animals, and one of the animals that he compared to was a chicken. And that for a certain period of a chicken's life as a baby, they're smarter than human babies. And that's pretty much true across the board for most animals. That for a period of time, they're smarter than people.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They mature a lot faster. They have to.
Human babies are unusually vulnerable compared to most animal babies, most mammal babies.
Well, that's what I think is kind of funny when you get the religious fundamentalists who thinks like humans are the pinnacle of creatures in the universe, and like that. And then again, these are the people who think that evolution is survival. If it is like I've got the club, so I bash you on head, I win. That's evolution. And it's like we're like one of the weakest creatures out there. We're super vulnerable when we're born. Like we can't defend ourselves. We can't speak. We can't walk. We can't communicate properly for a few years. We go a long time as fairly useless baggage until we
pretty much go our whole lives actually as fairly useless baggage, because if you'll think about what you just said, that we're one of the weakest things out there. Even as adults, we're still one of the weakest things out there in the grand kingdom of things. The reason we survive is because we have the ability to actually think at a higher level, communicate and coordinate with one another. And I guess where I'm going with this, I totally lost.
Civilization is good. That's where you're going.
No, where I was going with this was that this is actual proof. The fact that humans that we're like weak, that our strong point is our mental capacity, right? This is like all those people who are out there that are like, "Ruh, love the jungle and might makes right." Listen, fucker, you live in a society that has laws. And you know what? That means the people with the brains won. You lost.
Well, and it goes even further than that, because of course the people you're talking about, they're not cooperative, but actually
they're living under the rule of the people that have the law.
Well, no, but even beyond that, basically the reason why we're successful, it wasn't because of physical strength, and not even necessarily because of intelligence, it's because we are cooperative. Is as a group, we cooperate better than any. As much as we kill each other, we cooperate better than other than like hive mind creatures like ants and shit like that. We as far as mammals go, we're the most cooperative mammals on the planet. And yeah, not all of us, Vegas, I know, but enough of us. And that's what gets me pissed off, because basically 70% of us are making it possible for the other 30% to live.
Right.
But yeah, we that's our major adaptation. And we have the ability, unlike most other species, we actually can adjust the selection pressures that we face because we have technology. Hundreds of years ago, if you had.
Can I ask a question?
Well, let me think. If you had a certain disease, or you couldn't walk, you couldn't see, you probably weren't going to live long enough to procreate. Now, not being able to see, not being able to walk, not even having hands isn't necessarily an impediment to you being part of society.
What's a selection pressure?
Those are the things that make us that affect whether or not we live long enough to procreate. So just say they're all of a sudden it started flooding everywhere. Those people who could swim are more likely to survive than the people who can't swim. That's a selection pressure.
So I wanted to address something that Brian said a million minutes ago about like pigs, right? Pigs when they get out and they become feral, they change. They lose the pink skin and they grow tusks. They become wild boar. And that's true. We have a problem in the United States with wild pigs. One of the worst things that ever happened here, other than Europeans coming over, was Europeans bringing pigs, because they destroy a lot of crops still to this day. And there are people out there that'll pay people to go make sure that there's no wild pigs around their farms and stuff. So
that's just kind of funny when you think about it. Yeah, wild pigs are not indigenous to North and South America, but they're all over the place.
But they're all over the place, and they're a problem, and they're a real problem. But like horses also were not indigenous, and now there's wild horses all over. I so totally want to go see them.
I have seen a lot of wild animals, but I've never seen a wild pig.
You don't want to; they'll hurt you.
They'll attack you.
Wild pigs are aggressive. Hey, I'm gonna put a link up, and I would like you all to open up a pane, and we can take this test together. Going back to something that was said at least an hour ago now, maybe more, by Vegas, was take the I Love America test, and I found one, and I thought it might be a gas for us all to take it and check the results. Okay, so I'm gonna link it right now. Let's see, make sure I still got the link there. Yeah, that's it.
Let's do this.
Proctor and Badger in Vegas should also take this quiz.
Can you just put that in the chat also?
Gosh. It's in the chat.
What? I don't see it.
The private chat.
You mean the private chat? Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Yes.
Here it comes. There it comes. Bang, bang. There you go. Okay, so
what in the fuck with this first question? What?
I know, right? It's just going to be very entertaining. So I haven't actually looked through the questions. I saw the first two questions, and I'm going, okay, the gang have a good time with this. So question number one, is soccer a sport? Answer anonymously. We'll discuss at the end. Okay. We can discuss our answers later. If we feel the question is worthy of discussion, we'll go ahead and do that. But that one is a no-brainer. All right. Number two, being gay is ... part of nature, fun, unnatural,
fabulous,
a reason to call out the firing squad, or okay, but not my cup of tea. Right? Okay, answer that one and move on. It's okay to ban guns, ... when they are assault weapons. If a black person is using them in public buildings, never, ever, ever. Okay. There is only one true savior. Her name is none. I'm an atheist. Allah. I don't know. I'm an agnostic. I have no balls. Jesus. Bauman, whatever Bauman is, and David Koresh. Okay, gonna answer.
Oh God.
I'm gonna give my answer. There we go.
I mean, am I just an asshole if I'm like David Koresh because that's fucking hilarious? Like,
okay. I agree most with the following statement. Okay, so there's going to be 6 statements here. Which one do you think is the most relevant, agreeable statement? Number 1, I bleed red, white, and blue. Number 2, you can have my gun when you pry it from my cold, dead fingers.
Molanabe.
How original. Number 3, global warming is real. Number 4, gays are people too. Number 5, President Bush is my hero. And number 6, I love apple pie. Right, okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay. America is ... great, greater, greatest. A word I haven't made up yet, other than greater than the greatest. Number 5 is mean, and number 6 is the great Satan.
What in the fuck? I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, right. Okay, number 7, opinion on torture. Number 1, it's cool with a K. Number 2, never, that's horrible. Number 3, trust me, waterboarding sucks. Number 4, great way to show the terrorists we mean business. Number 5, as long as it's not a plant being tortured. Number 6, strap them up, it's time for some pain. Okay, right. And put my answer down and move along. Question number 8. The greatest artist or band in the world is Blue Man Group, the Beatles, Alabama, the Misfits, Celine Dion, or Screwdriver. Wow. Maintain yourselves, folks. Okay, 2 more questions. Question number 9. If given a choice, I would rather kill. Number 1, a commie, a Nazi, a terrorist, a homo, a darker person, if you know what I mean, or number 6, no one. And question number 10. The most American sport is baseball, football, the outdoor games, hunting terrorists, hockey, or planting a tree.
I just don't get that question. So when they say the most American sport, I mean, are they trying to say like?
Don't overthink it, Amy. Don't overthink
it. Yeah. Just go with whatever your gut tells
Fine,
you.
it's fucking baseball. Everybody knows that.
Okay, I'm gonna click the submit answers button here. I suggest we all do the same.
I already have.
If you think it's football, you're just late to the game.
Okay, so, I'm 92% liberal.
Well, here we go.
I'm 85%
69% terrorist communist and only 10% patriot.
So I got 54% patriot, but it still says I hate America. So
I got 87% liberal and 59% terrorist.
Mine says 83% liberal and 61% terrorist and 11% patriot, I guess.
I have 85% liberal, 49% terrorist, 38% patriot, 14% whatever jingoist Superman means, and 1% of the little 1%
Yeah, I
of
got
America.
I got the 1%, and then on that, and I got 32% jingoist Superman.
So I got
Right.
85%
What's a
liberal.
jingoist?
What did you get, Raven?
I got 85% liberal, 55% terrorist communist, 23% patriot, and 3% jingoist Superman.
So apparently, I'm the least patriotic, worst terrorist liberal in the group. Me.
Well, we knew that. So jingoism is an extreme form of nationalism.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard that term. What's it in reference to?
America.
Oh my God, the word-
Well, no, anything. I mean, basically, anyone who was like my country and only my country, right or wrong.
But the
That's
word
jingoism.
jingo, where does that come from?
I don't know.
Oh,
Jingo. I don't know. Sounds Portuguese to me.
what?
Does anybody else's results say that you should throw yourself off a very high cliff with sharp rocks at the bottom? You
Yes,
hate
mine
America-
does.
America.
I hate America. I'm an America hater.
What mine says. Okay, mine says, "What can I say? You should probably go throw yourself and your anti-American agenda off a very high cliff with sharp rocks at the bottom. You hate America. You America hater."
Basically, if you're a liberal, you're an America hater, is what this quiz amounts to, is what I'm getting.
Apparently, right? I mean, yeah.
I mean, somebody go take this quiz and answer a bunch of conservative answers, like the ones that you know that are America, and see what it says.
I mean, it's
all that's been going through my head just for a moment. It's stupid. And Jingo was his name. Oh, J-I-N-G. Okay.
So,
Okay, I just looked it up. So apparently, the derivation comes from the Russo-Turkish War, and Jingo, because it was considered wrong to like use say by God or by Jesus, because that's a swearing, taking the Lord's name in vain. So Jingo was a substitution for Jesus.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, it's all funny and all, but I mean, it's actually the message that is pushed by a lot of people on the right.
Yeah.
It is something that I have noticed here in my, blue state hometown, where the far right is doing everything they can to invade things like the school board, and,
Well, that's the thing, because basically it's not just a matter of saying whether or not you love America. You also have to hate the same things they do, and if you don't, then you don't love America sufficiently.
I talked about it. I talked about it last week very briefly, but I mean there's a sign in my county on the side of the road, big sign that says deport liberals. There's also a blog on Facebook from right wingers in my county that talk about the annihilation of liberals, the extermination of liberals.
Right.
This is the rhetoric that is used by the right wing today.
Yeah.
Wayne, the town of Wayne, which is by no means rural, country, or right wing, their school board has been taken over by right wing extremists who are now in violation of state law when it comes to wearing masks and the teaching of diversity. So I mean, it's
Well, that's
it's funny. We can laugh about the sharp rocks, but there are many people in this country that absolutely wholeheartedly believe that people like Joe and Paul and me should be thrown off a cliff onto sharp rocks.
Can I interject? I don't know who said it a moment ago, but someone said, I think it was Sister Danger, said, take the test, as if you were a right winger. So I just retook the test and answered it as if I was my dad. And it came up, I'm 86% a patriot. Jingoistic Superman, 72%. You are American just like me, 61%. Liberal, 16%. Terrorist commie, 0%. And it says here in the blurb, you're not Tom Brady. You're 100 times better. You are a real patriot. You stand at the forefront of our war against injustice, and you declare the blessings of liberty to those oppressed by despotism and tyranny. Wow. So that's what happens. That's what happens if you answer as a right winger.
Well, and this is the reason why when Vegas is asked, I know he did it last week. He may have done it this week as well. He asked like, well, don't you think it would be good to try to like, you know, almost like appease that to some degree, like, well, talk up America and do the things. So like, but the thing is, we already do. That's the thing that I find troubling is that if you look at any Democratic thing, they are constantly talking up America to the point of being like obnoxious. But it doesn't matter because we don't hate the same things that the right wing does. You can't appease someone who doesn't think that you have the right to exist.
If you don't hate gay people enough, you don't love America. If you think that it's wrong to teach the actual history of the United States, why do you hate America?
Raven, Ben Shapiro actually said what you just said, almost word for word. Basically, if you're not homophobic, then you're not properly American.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, he's. I can't remember what the tweet was now. It was weeks ago, and I was seeing that, and it came across, and I'm just.
That pussy fucking Harvard guy was like, hate gay people. Really, Ben Shapiro? You're probably shorter than me, and I could probably kick your ass. Are you out of your mind?
Well,
yeah, I probably find the tweet was enough looking, but I don't know.
As you were saying, Paul.
Oh, he is. He's super fucking cute, but that doesn't mean he's not a goddamn jerk. Like, he needs to be quiet and just let people look at him. Well, that's what he's good for, scenery.
So I mean, there's also, there's also this whole thing about, threw me off.
I'm sorry. I'm gobsmacked by the implication. Okay. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked by the implication that Sister Danger fancies Ben Shapiro. That's just like wrong on so many levels. That's
I
like
said he was cute. There's a lot of people that are cute that I would not have anything to do with in reality, other than to look at them and think they're good looking.
There's plenty of people on the right, and I mean politicians. I've seen people in actual positions of power say things like, if you question anything about policies as far as the right is concerned, you're actually actively acting against God and Jesus, and you hate America. I mean, it's some of the most ridiculous shit. Or saying that the right people on the right, religious people on the right, tend to say this kind of thing all the time. Where if you want to remove racist teachings from school, you're attacking their religion. I mean, we see that stuff all the time. It's just like, I can't be wrong as a lefty saying that the right is full of religious extremists and racists if the right is saying all the time that they are religious extremists and racists.
Yeah.
Well, I had a conversation with some right wingers years ago before I blocked most of them out of my life. Was basically the idea was that he was going off of that he said that liberals want to destroy America, not that their policies would be destructive, that we actively want to destroy America. That's what his accusation was, and I'm like, well, couldn't we just be wrong or confused or mistaken? And he said no. And I said, well, why not? He said, because everybody knows what's right, and if you're not on board for what's right, then that means you have to, because you know that that's not the right thing, that means you want to do destruction. I'm like, well, we couldn't be confused or mistaken about what's right, because he literally said everybody knows. And I'm like, okay, because you sit in your little circle, your little bubble, little right-wing bubble, wherever you live, and everyone's the same religion as you, and everybody talks the same bullshit as you. So therefore, anyone who doesn't believe that same thing is actively wants to destroy it all.
Right. So last summer, when I was running for office, last summer, one of the people who holds, or at least at the time, held the office that I was seeking. It wasn't the person I was running against, but it's 5-seat council. One of the people on that council, in a public meeting, during the freeholder comments section of the meeting, it's now the commissioner comments, where each one of them takes turns giving their little speech, said, this was last summer, that Democrats are intentionally destroying the country by making sure that public places couldn't open because of the pandemic, in order to tank the economy on purpose.
So I mean, just
this is
roll with
somebody-
that. You should just roll with that and just be like, to what end? What's
To
their
what
what's
end?
their
Right,
end
exactly. To
goal?
what end? I mean, this is somebody in an elected fucking office.
Right.
You just gotta roll with that person's fucking whatever delusion that
Well,
they're
and
in.
this is the thing. This is what I said to Vegas last week. See, the thing is, yes, do we have fringe on the left? Can you find some wackaloon that thinks some wacky bullshit? Absolutely. The thing is they have no power. All we have to look to is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. These are elected fucking officials. They're in Congress, for God's sakes. This is not some fringe people. They're in positions of power. There's no equivalence. There's no one radically, similarly radical on the left that's in any position of power.
And then the right stands together, and the left is fragmented.
Right.
Yes. Well, that's one of their philosophies. I mean, that's like their OBN, right? Their old boys network. It's like it's all about the party or nothing.
Someone
Period.
earlier, I don't remember who it was, but someone earlier mentioned Dominionist. It was somebody in the chat, and I don't remember who it was. But I mean, for at least 40 years, it had been the stated goal of the Dominionist movement to get people in positions of power in our government, if not the presidency, at the very least, to be able to control Congress. And there are a number of Dominionists that are now in Congress, and their stated goal is to be able to control society, culture, and art and music. They call it the seven hills of culture, that they would like to control, and to bring them into alignment with Old Testament law.
I can't understand when people say
Stated
things.
goal of people inside the American government right now, today, as we speak, and they're all right wingers.
Yep. Well, and this is why I said too. I would say to Vegas is that okay. So now, thankfully, these people we're talking about are not the majority. They're about 29% of the population.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, but my whole point is that he's like, well, why don't what kind of outreach to them? I don't think outreach to them is of any value. I don't think that we're going to convince them. I would rather though. There's a lot of people in between. There's a lot of people in the middle that, and I think appealing to them is way more important than trying to reach some fucking wackaloon who believes really crazy shit. I'm not. It's a waste of time.
I think there's more than 25% wackaloons.
29.
Also, breed your babies, because that's how basically the most successful things do it. They just get their women to have a lot of babies, and then they raise them and indoctrinate them.
Quiverful families, they're called. Yeah. Basically, the idea is that each child is an
like
arrow
a quiver of arrows.
Is an arrow for Christ. That's their rhetoric.
It seems to be working.
Yep.
Well, once again, I mean, that's part of the dominionist mindset also. I mean, because these are people that have spirit wars. And their biggest, thing is about how they have to defend against principalities of Satan.
It's also been shown that people who have higher intelligence, better paying, more professional jobs out in society in the really real world, tend to be the ones that are less likely to breed en masse, if you will, to have more than maybe 2 or 3 kids, because they feel a greater responsibility for the rearing of their children than people who will just go out and be like, whatever, bow chicka bow wow, oh, there's a baby, well, whatever's.
The green machine, yes, it's a choice because the rest of the world is out there. There are Amish people that leave the faith every fucking day. They walk away from everything that they've ever known about their life in Amish country. Why? Because the rest of the world is out there, and eventually they're exposed to it.
Right.
So yes, it's a choice. It's a choice.
It's a scary choice, sure. And that's why some people don't do it, because they go, oh, gee, I don't want to give up everything I have. It's scary to give up everything that you have been.
It's not easy, but the opportunity is there. The choice is there.
I think that I think the whole Amish thing is kind of fascinating. Part because it's sort of maybe I have this idealized perspective of it, but they're Amish, but they're still living with the benefits of greater society. For example, they don't have to worry about they don't have to worry about weird attacks on their little colonies because we live in a, we don't have foreign invaders and things like that. But things that I
Didn't
always
they have a
feel like,
school shooting in an Amish community like a few years ago?
Yeah.
oh, what? Sorry.
A school
shooting.
shooting.
I don't know. I was going to
Yeah.
say, but one of the things that I find particularly scary, though, and I think that makes it really easy to idealize that, like the kind of life where country life or life without civilization or whatever, until someone gets a paper cut, and then their paper cut gets infected, and then like if people used to die of getting pimples because their pimples would get infected, and then we didn't have antibiotics in the 1850s, in the 1700s. Like things that we never even paused to consider as a death threat used to be death threats. And I always go ahead.
People used to die of measles until we had a vaccine, and then idiots stopped taking it because somehow the fear of something that doesn't happen was bigger than the fear of things that actually happen.
Like I can imagine living in a life where I didn't have any of the modern world around me relatively easily. It only becomes troublesome when that life encounters something that is medically usually relevant, right? Like I can imagine doing all the things the hard way, cooking the hard way, and gardening the hard way. But when it comes to medicine, this is when it suddenly changes, because it is really hard to think that all I have to do is go to a hospital and get antibiotics, and this thing can be cured, and this person will live and they will be just fine. Like we have long since solved this problem, but not gonna do it because Amish.
Right. So, Vegas, the fuck are
That's
you guys?
hard.
Right. Fuck you guys even talking about? Well, I mean, when you posted that, I was talking actually about Dominionists. So
what are Dominionists, by the way?
I posted a link.
There's a link. It's a it's a religio-political movement of people who believe that they are basically God's assistants on earth, and it's their job to make society more biblical.
Right. And the term comes from, there's a part in the Bible where it says God created the heaven and the earth and gave man dominion over the earth and all that's contained upon it. So basically, so they don't believe that climate change is possible because God gave us the earth. So we can piss on it all we want. We can't possibly harm it because God gave it to us. So he'll just fix it for us if we fuck it up.
Remember Michelle Bachmann?
Oh, I know that
Michelle
name.
Bachmann, she's a Dominionist.
And what's fucked up when you think about that is, you think how screwed up that is. If you actually believe that God gave you the earth to use for yourself and your children, wouldn't you respect it and take care of it? I would, if I really thought like the creator of the universe made this beautiful planet for us, and he made us the shepherds of this planet. Holy shit, I'd want to like really fucking, I'd be out there like checking every blade of grass.
No, I disagree. I think that that's what we like to imagine ourselves as, but the reality is that if God gave you a planet, that planet would have as much value to you as if your daddy Warren Buffett gave you a $50 million inheritance. Money would be meaningless to you.
Right, but that's my whole point. That is basically their attitude. They think that
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
So, well, that's kind of what they're thinking is Vegas. So yeah, I mean, I did a whole video series a while back on Dominionists, and I mean, it's a really complicated. What they believe today, at least, is very complicated. I don't know if they always believed it, but one of the things that they want to see happen is they want to see civilization come to an end. They want the world to end. They are actively working towards that goal because they believe that everything will be beautiful and everybody's going to heaven after that. Blah, blah, blah.
They believe that ending the world.
God damn it!
Well,
there is a way to get to your end faster if that's what you actually believe. Leave the rest of us out of it.
They believe that by hastening the fall of civilization, they'll be bringing back the second coming of Christ. That was my understanding.
That is some bullshit right there.
Yeah, one of the reasons why the American government supports Israel as much as it does is because that the Dominionists in our government want it to be so. It is one of the most important parts of their religion is that Israel is supported because what's supposed to happen is the Jews from the United States and Jews from all over the world are supposed to return to Israel. And when there are more Jews in Israel than everywhere else in the world, which there isn't right now, there are more Jews, I think, in New York City than there are in Israel. But when there are more Jews
Do
in
we
Israel,
mean like?
but hang on, hang on. When that happens, that'll bring about the second coming of Christ, and that would begin Armageddon. And
Right.
so it's something that they actively. That's why the American government. One of the reasons why the American government supports Israel the way it does, because there are so many people in our government that will not allow that support to lapse because it would get in the way of their own religious thinking.
Right, and it's a very arrogant thing because they literally believe that because basically in the book of Daniel and the book of Revelations it basically says that the end times will come when certain things happen. So here's what they actually believe because it's even nuttier than you think.
Both good books, by the way.
They literally think that if we create the conditions that the book says that will make it happen, which means they actually have to believe they can force the God they believe into bringing the end times rather than it happening when he wants it to, but they can actually make it happen.
So there are messianic groups, messianic Jewish groups all over the world, like Jews for Jesus, those kinds of groups. These people, the Dominionists, work very closely with those groups because they have a similar purpose, and that is for Jews to return to Israel.
When we say Jews, do we mean Jews that are Jews
religiously?
Only Jewish religiously, not Jewish by blood.
Right.
Well, I mean, these are religious extremists. These people,
because there's a difference.
They would want all Jewish people, whether it's by blood or not, to also be religious.
I guess I feel like though saying Jewish people actually means people that are of a particular descent, as opposed to people that are of a religious belief.
People from the various tribes of Israel, what they're talking about.
Which hypothetically isn't that like every?
Amy,
no, it's not everybody.
Amy, you're trying to measure the blood quantum of Jews.
Yeah, it's
getting a little bit close to that scenario that I talked about.
No, they do that. That's what I'm saying. I literally lived with a Jew on my fucking couch for like 9 months. What are you talking about? He was talking to us about this all the time.
So in this scenario, Amy,
I was really actually trying to infiltrate the Jews with my Nazi agenda. That's what I was doing.
So
I'll let him know.
You want their gold.
So in this scenario, they would probably want people like Peach and myself to convert to Judaism and then go to Israel.
Yes, that is what they want. That is what they want. It is a stated goal of Dominionists for all Jews to practice their faith and to return to Israel.
Which is why and mind you, Ben Shapiro is kind of like that because he's actually literally said that, like, that basically unless you're a certain type of Jew, you're not really a Jew, and but all Jews need to conform to that.
All Jews need to go to Mecca.
Right, it's not an anti-Semitic kind of like Jews should all need to go back to Israel. It's more of this will fulfill a prophecy that'll bring about the end times. So it's not like I hate Jews and I'm anti-Semitic. It's more of a
although it's really funny is a lot of them are anti-Semitic. That's the irony of it. And here's the thing. I did a video about this some time ago. That how it never made sense to me. When evangelicals hate Jews or those that do, because they think they're mad at Jews because Jews killed Jesus. But okay, your theology is that salvation was impossible unless Jesus came back and was sacrificed. So the Jews, actually it was really the Romans that did it, but they're putting the blame on Jews.
I was going to say that. It was actually the Romans, and didn't they invent Catholicism?
Right, but the thing is, if the Jews didn't do what they did, basically they selected Barabbas over Jesus. So if they didn't do that, they wouldn't be fulfilling prophecy, and then no salvation for anybody because heaven would still be closed because God needed the sacrifice. So they're actually
fulfilling a prophecy.
So they're actually fulfilling their own salvation. So why are you mad at the people that in your theology opens heaven's gates for you?
I don't mean
God,
to demean
God
anybody's
needed
faith.
a sacrifice. Period.
Right.
Reconsider your religion. Period.
Period.
I don't mean to demean anybody's faith. I mean, that's some cockamamie bullshit right there. You know, I mean, it really is.
What about
Oh, yeah.
cockamamie? What?
Yeah, I mean, this whole idea,
Saying it with horse hockey.
the whole story, it's just, I don't know, man. It leaves a lot to the imagination. Let's put it that way.
It's bull feathers.
It's it's really scary that movement in particular, the Dominionist movement, was able to grow and to spread throughout our country to the point where there are members of Congress today that are Dominionists.
They're members of the Supreme Court that are Dominionists.
And remember, yes, there are members of the Supreme Court.
What? Which was Supreme
And
Court?
that most Americans have
Oh,
no
not a
idea.
justice.
Amy Comey Barrett is a Dominionist.
She's a Dominionist.
Oh,
Most Americans
shit,
have no
really?
idea. Most
Well,
Americans.
I
have
didn't
no
realize
idea.
that her like crazy religious
Hi, I'm
bullshit was
talking.
Dominionism. Sorry. No, I'm agreeing.
Yeah, she's a Dominionist.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
There are a lot of Dominionists out there, but they probably don't even know their own beliefs as the word. They don't associate it with the word Dominionist.
Right.
Where did that word come from if they don't call themselves that?
Well, like I said, the people who invented the idea did.
Okay, so the religious classification given to most Dominionists is that they are charismatic evangelicals. And so if you're an evangelical, you're actually part of the Dominionist movement, whether you're aware of it or not. Also, churches that end in the word fellowship also tend to be dominated by Dominionists.
I
So-
don't like this idea very much.
Well, you're not alone.
I don't like the idea that somebody can be a part of a thing that they literally don't have actual knowledge of. Like, it's one thing to
We all are, to an extent.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there's a lot of behaviors that we have that we don't know there's a name for it, but we happen to have that behavior. There's a lot of things we think about that there might be a name for that we don't know the name of. So this is the same thing, really.
I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. That's not flying very well with me.
So have you ever heard of IHOP? And not the International House of Pancakes. There's the International House of Prayer.
I really only thought about pancakes. I was like, yeah, of course. It's like literally one down the road from me. What are you talking about? I'm in the Northwest, man. They're everywhere.
Right. There's this organization called the International House of Prayer. And that's actually, they are Dominionists.
Do they have boysenberry syrup? Because I might be in.
When I was a kid and I would go to IHOP, they used to have this rack on the table that was there was like 3 shelves high.
Oh,
and
not anymore.
Bottles of syrup across.
Yeah.
And there was like 18 different flavors of syrup. I mean, it was a big thing. And as a kid, we used to love that shit because, I remember 3 out of 5 kids. So we would have syrup all over the fucking place.
Well, and that's actually where the whole international part, because each syrup was supposed to represent the flavor from some country.
From some country. And now there's only like 4, I think now. There's like 4.
There are. It's well, at least here it's blueberry, strawberry, maple, and something else.
Yeah, so it's not very international. It's barely national.
I actually bring my own. I buy boysenberry at the store because it's the only place to get it these days. And then I just buy Smucker's boysenberry syrup and I literally bring it to IHOP with me to put on my pancakes. And I get the awesome pancakes that are like the ones that are the cupcake pancakes with sprinkles in them. They're the best. They give you frosting for like they put frosting as your syrup.
That sounds revolting.
Oh, they're so good. They're the best things ever. Piled with whipped cream, and then I put boysenberry syrup on top of it.
A couple of years ago, there was this woman. She was running for office. I think she held office for a little while. I don't remember her name. She was part of the movement from the International House of Prayer. She made national news because she was talking about witches all the time. How was her name?
The one that was running from Delaware or Maryland.
Delaware or Maryland. Yeah. But yeah, she talked about witches and demons. That was part of her
Looking her up.
I don't understand how
he was-
anybody could think that that talk
Chris-
is ridiculous, but not think that talk of God is ridiculous.
Christine O'Donnell.
That's
Like,
her.
how do you listen to somebody go, witches and demons, and be like, that person's full of bullshit?
Okay, so
But when they're
so
like
one of the-
God, you're like, but that's legit.
Right.
How do you do that?
one of the things in Dominionism, in charismatic evangelicals, is that some of these people usually are the ones in the churches. They appoint themselves apostles of Christ, and
Like
then
the Mormons.
like the Mormons, they're right. They're self-appointed apostles, and then they basically recruit teenagers typically to engage in spiritual warfare. And they teach these kids that eventually someday they will have to literally spill blood, that they will literally have to die for the cause because there is a coming war between them and the rest of society.
But we've done it to ourselves. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
The
I
shit
like
show
that.
that is America COVID, we have done it to ourselves. That's
A lot of our problems we've done to ourselves.
Yeah.
Like I like what Vegas says, Apostle of Christ does have a nice ring to it.
this is damn reckoning.
But-
That's
and,
what it is.
And this is the reason why it's kind of, good that they seem to be obliterating themselves because they're so obstinate. So it's like, oh, good, they're basically saving America by making them by like stupidly dying unnecessarily. So see, they are saving America, just not in the way they think.
What we've also shown the rest of the world is that if they ever wanted to release a biological agent to attack America, it would work.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, so
Look at
like a
Patriots.
couple weeks ago, and maybe I'm like out of tune with, I don't know, today's recent news. What are you doing?
He commanded us to jump up and down, so Vegas did, so I'm jumping up and down.
Oh wait, no, but I'm a true believer, so I'm gonna be like, how high, Lord, how high, and then I'll jump up and down, whatever. Like I'm gonna do it right. No. So we had this interesting conversation, speaking of biological warfare, about some business with China recently and possible warlike conflicts with China between the US and America. And I made the comment that, it's not far from my mind that this whole COVID business might have just been China testing the waters of what will fuck America up in a real actual war.
So apparently that there is evidence that COVID was at the very least present in the lab in Wuhan, and people are jumped all over the place and said, "There you go! It's proof that they had developed this as a weapon." And it's like, well, it's proof that they were at the very least studying it. For what purpose? I don't fucking know. They could have been trying to diffuse something that they saw as a future problem. Who the fuck knows? But just because something was found in the lab doesn't mean that the entire point of it was to be a weapon.
Well, no.
Oh yeah, I
but
mean
just
we've
because
got
sorry, go ahead, Kazim.
we've got similar labs here, so
Just because the point of studying something had nothing to do with weaponry doesn't mean that somebody looking on might go, oh, I have observed a reaction, and this is what I know that I can now do with that reaction
Right.
or that
Also,
thing. So it
also-
may not have been a weapon, but they may have realized that now
Also,
it can be.
It could have been completely mistakenly, accidentally released.
I mean, isn't that what Agent Orange, mustard gas? Isn't that what mustard gas was? Like, it was not intentionally supposed to have been that, and then
No,
it was developed and then became that.
no.
mustard gas was developed that way.
It was always
it?
intended
Okay.
to be that, yeah.
But I mean, it's very possible that yes, that the virus escaped a lab in Wuhan. It is possible. It doesn't mean that it was meant to be a weapon. It doesn't mean that anybody did anything wrong, other than safety precautions weren't taken to prevent it from happening.
I mean, but good job, America. People know they can fuck us up with it now. That's for sure.
Yeah. And that's bad. That is really bad. That's bad in like a lot of different ways.
So many ways.
I am waiting for the reports and for studies and everything else saying that positively that it came from a lab in Wuhan. But from what I understand is that there is evidence that it really did. And I don't like saying that publicly because my brother, way back in the beginning of this whole thing, was saying that, oh, this came from a lab in China because they're all evil, blah, 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 blah.
Well, it was actually in China before that time. I don't know if the Wuhan thing, but it was absolutely in China way before it was here. I literally had friends living in Beijing at the time before it ever was like a thing here.
But that doesn't mean anything because viruses evolve all the time, all over the world at different times and do different things and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's just part of living on a planet with other living things.
Right.
Sure, but at the
flu didn't start in Spain.
No, but I'm saying like
it started in Kansas.
Right. In Kansas.
It started in Kansas. So
wait, the Spanish flu, that's what you said.
Started in Kansas. Yes.
I didn't even realize that was actually a Spanish thing. I thought it was a totally American thing.
Well, it's a worldwide thing, but we got called. It was named the Spanish flu, but it actually started in Kansas.
Okay, so like an American thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, during the Spanish flu, the president of the United States was Woodrow Wilson, and he never even mentioned it.
I'm watching Kazoo's face. Sorry. Every now and then he just makes this face that's just priceless. I don't know. I don't know if it's about something he read in the chat or if he's reacting to something someone said.
Like me.
But it's priceless. So I like to assume what he's reacting to.
I'm not sure what it was now, but
You went like this. You went. So I just assumed you were, reacting to Amy.
I might have been, but then I continued to listen. It's like, oh, what? Huh? Oh, now I know what you mean.
It's okay. I'm not offended. I know that I say things sometimes that
Don't say things.
Yeah.
You say the things.
I
The
say
thing.
the things
All the things.
sometimes. So I don't even know.
I say the things
That make the whole world sing.
Amy knew what I was saying.
Yeah. That's because that's one of my useless superhero powers.
You know that song, I write the songs. What's funny about that song is Barry Manilow didn't write it.
Who did?
No, not that song. He's written a bunch of other songs, but that song in specific he didn't write.
Who did then?
I can't remember who did, but he's not the writer.
That is actually super hilarious. I didn't know that.
I don't know who wrote it, but
Well,
it sounds like a Burt Bacharach tune to me.
Well, and it is ironic. Yes, he's singing the song "I Write the Songs," and he did not write that song. I write the songs that make the whole world sing, except this one.
Oh man, sakes! Now I super want to go Google it.
Go ahead.
So I was talking with Vegas earlier today on Facebook chat about another one.
Trader.
Yeah, I know, Trader. It's another one of these intersectionalities that we have because we're always like circling the bullseye with where we find the stupidity. I have family. They're in Louisiana. They are unvaccinated. They do support Trump and Q and a bunch of other stuff. And they are not evacuating right now in the face of a Category 4 hurricane.
So I have a
The
brother.
reason why is very much like the vaccine thing. My freedom.
Right.
I have the freedom to choose to stay.
Okay, that's fine. And
So-
Against the governor saying get the fuck out.
so that's fine. And if bad things happen to them because they stayed, then we should not spend a penny to help them out because they made their choice. So
We
you know,
don't spend pennies.
well, these are the same fuckers that
They're,
like.
they're Louisiana, not New Jersey. Right.
Well, it's the same. Well, it's like the same fuckers living in Galveston, Texas, that are like, the island's basically going underwater because of climate change, and they're like, we just need to put up a seawall. I'm like, well, that'll help you with the storm surge. It's not going to help you from the water coming up from underneath.
So I have a brother who is a Trumper, who is to this day he's angry at my dead father, who died from COVID, angry at him for voting for Biden. He's a Q believer, a Wuhan virus believer. I already talked about that. Same kind of a thing, and will not get vaccinated for the same reason. Freedom. So, yeah.
I'm surprised that your dad voted for Biden. Based on what you told me about, I thought you thought he was Republican.
No, my dad's a Democrat.
Oh, okay.
So I have a contemporary conspiracy theory to bring it on around to something we talked about earlier, conspiracy theories. I think all of our booster shots are the shots that should have been going towards Trumpsters, and because we don't want shots to rot on the shelf, because that would look bad, the timetable for us to get boosters is going to get moved up. So we're going to have like extra special vaccination against COVID recommended to us.
It already has.
Just to make sure that like no shots ever go to waste.
Right, it already has. It was 8 months. Now they're saying 6 months.
Yep. Hey, I'm if they don't want it, I'll take it. In fact, I was thinking about like I kind of like to take. I've taken Moderna. I kind of like to take the J&J and the Pfizer shot, just like I am covered 6 ways from Sunday.
Well, as long as they recorded on your little vaccination card which one you got, so we can tell which one performs better, because science, we're all in a big study, right?
Yep.
As long as we're keeping track of who gets what and in what combination. I'll be a Moderna purist because that'd be the easiest thing for me.
So I read a Facebook post. This woman kind of went off on people who were getting vaccinated, saying that we're all going to die soon, all the people that got the vaccine, because obviously the government is poisoning all of us.
It's a call.
Yeah.
If you go,
she didn't say those words, but I'm pretty sure that's what she was referring to. And she's like that she's heartbroken that she had so many friends that went and got the vaccine because they're going to die in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's the thing that's being said all over. If you go to BitChute or even sometimes Odyssey, but mainly on BitChute, go to their trending section. 9 out of 10 videos is saying the very thing that you just suggested.
Well, I mean, I'm probably going to die in the next couple of years, but it's not going to be because of the shot.
It's sad.
What's that, Paul?
You dying is an awful thing to contemplate.
I don't even know. I can't wrap my head around how these people must think. Like, let's just go down a little rabbit hole for a second, for like 2 seconds. That they're right. The government is secretly poisoning everybody. America is not in a vacuum on this globe. And the last time a government decided that they were going to go AWOL from the rest of the world and kill a bunch of people, we started a war with them. Actually,
Right. So,
we didn't actually start a war, but we finished the war with them, I suppose. So that's what counts. And I'm just thinking to myself that, don't you guys think for like 2 seconds that if the American government actually went berserkers and was like, let's just for whatever random reason kill a whole bunch of our population, that the rest of the world might notice and do something?
Okay. So here's the thing. There are people with COVID and getting vaccines all around the globe. So it's not just America. So what the belief is, and it's the same thing that Q basically has always believed since even before COVID showed up, was that the world, it's the Illuminati basically, that the world is run by a small group of people. They run the entire world. And that eventually, because there's too many people in the world, they're going to have to cull the population by killing off a large number of people. This is something that comes up over and over and over again every time.
That's the stupidest fucking idea.
Oh,
Like,
it-
it's like
It's,
they
it's
don't
what
even
it's,
understand.
it's
Like,
what
you
they
don't even
believe. It's
understand
what
how the world works. I mean, I
Right,
agree.
right,
No, I actually agree with that Illuminati part. I totally agree. I think there is a small group of people. They're very powerful, rich, and influential. They own major industry across the world. I don't think any of that is crazy to say because we literally know who the billionaires and millionaires are, and we know what they do for a living. Like,
I mean,
they're very
they're talking-
right.
right,
But
they're talking-
they
but
need worker bees.
no, but they're talking about like these people, like the Rothschild, that there is this group of people that are basically funded by the Bank of England, of all fucking things. That there's a actual council in a shadow government building where these people meet.
Yeah, it's the Bilderbergers.
You're
The Rothschild actually only have one
Joe,
heir,
Joe,
and he's
I
gay.
can't hear anything you're saying, Joe. Can't hear you.
You're on mute, Joe.
Can't hear you.
Or
No,
yeah, we can't hear you.
no,
You're
you
like
unplugged maybe.
zero sound.
How about now?
Yes,
Yeah.
there you-
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
yeah. The Trilateral Commission.
the try. I mean, and their goal is to reduce the human population because if they don't, the world's going to be overpopulated and blah 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 blah. So I mean, some of these people actually obviously do believe in things like climate change, but they don't believe it's an issue that we really need to worry about because the Illuminati will take care of it. But yeah,
Well, see, it's kind of funny though. The irony of the fact that the people who believe that shit are the ones that are literally getting themselves killed off now with this virus. I'm like, wow, this is hysterical.
right. Because
I guess
mean,
that's a reason to be afraid of it.
What's really funny is watching these same people who don't want to take the vaccine. They're perfectly willing to take some unproven medication to. Oh, let's take something that's for horses with worms, right? Let's put that in our bodies, and yet they won't. They still. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, and here's the
I
thing
mean-
about that. I looked up the toxicity. The LD50 for ivermectin is 2 milligrams per kilogram. So you figure, so your average, say an average woman's going to be 50 to 60 kilograms. So we're talking 100 to 110 grams of this stuff, which isn't a lot, will fucking kill you.
Joe, this is a Schadenfreude test. The latest person to announce that he's going to try ivermectin because he came down with COVID, Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So,
See how hard that is?
yeah, that's a
They're
tough
writing
one.
this shit to get to me. They're trying to turn me evil. Okay?
I mean, like, in what way do you think they're trying to turn you evil?
They're trying to get me to experience Schadenfreude. You weren't here for the
Yeah.
film. I don't want to feel good about anyone dying.
No, but that's not exactly what Schadenfreude is. It's more specific than that. Schadenfreude means that you have the feeling of
It's less.
I'm glad that it was you and not me.
so
Well, not necessarily
taking
not me.
pleasure
It's
in
just,
somebody else's mistake.
just simply pleasure in somebody else's misfortune
I don't think pleasure is the right word.
or
I think-
joy.
Yeah,
That's why
a
the Germans
gl-
made up a word for it because it doesn't really translate that well.
Yeah.
Well,
The
and the
definition
Germans
is
are really good at doing that.
pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
So
I guess I always understood it contextually to be though a little more specific. That it's not that you're necessarily happy at someone's misfortune. It's that you're happy relative to your own
No.
self.
No, not
No.
necessarily. The direct translation
Could be.
is harm joy. That's the literal
Yeah,
translation. Is
right.
harm joy.
I mean,
So, if Milo ends up shitting himself for weeks because of a horse dewormer,
that's awesome.
I mean,
I just hope he live streams it.
Well-
I hope that nobody allows him to monetize his live stream. But
good point. Good point. Live stream, but no monetization for it. That's
because I'm a super dick that way, I'm like, yeah, go ahead, let him, whatever. There's people with that fetish, but he shouldn't make some fucking money off of it. Fuck
Now,
that guy.
here's a companion to Schadenfreude, Glücksschmerz, which is basically the pain that you receive because of the desirable result for somebody else. So basically, it's like that jealousy you feel that when somebody else gets something else. So if Milo Yiannopoulos won the lottery tomorrow and you were upset about that, that would be Glückschmerz.
Oh, I what was that you said? Hockensplacken? What?
Glückschmerz. So Glück is luck and Schmerz is pain. Luck pain.
Glückschmerz.
Glückschmerz.
It really just makes me think of like Hans of Franz and like the Glückschmerz. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, yes. Well, that's the best way actually to speak German is to think that I'm Hans and I'm Franz.
Yes. No, well, I mean, Milo could end up in the Krankenwagen. So.
Yeah, the Krankenwagen. Yep. Yeah, which is the ambulance, which is the sick car.
So I'm actually super curious about this because now I feel conflicted about AOD's conflict. Actually,
Okay.
I mean,
there is no conflict.
Yeah, huh? He's like, I feel conflicted. Like he's like, they're trying to turn me into a bad guy by making me feel like, haha, fuck you, Milo, you deserve it.
It was a line from Return of the Jedi.
Oh, I feel.
The parallel I brought up earlier, Amy, is that it used to be that the same people used to treat gay people during the AIDS crisis as being like the other who deserved what they got. You know? And so I don't want to look at them and say, well, because of their beliefs, they deserve to have this ironic death.
But don't they?
Well, and also it's not because of their beliefs.
Not in my opinion.
Well,
but that's what I'm curious about. That's what I want to know about. Like, what on earth makes somebody deserve to have the death that they've had, if not their life, their beliefs, and the things that they've done?
Well, the thing is, and to me, it's not just their beliefs, because beliefs are, that's your thoughts in your head. I've had bad thoughts or bad beliefs in my head too. It's their actions and their behaviors toward one another, and
action follows thought.
Well, right. You can't have the action without the thought, but the thought alone is not, for me, is not the problem. The thought is the act. The problem is the actions that succeed the thought. So you could think all sorts of bad shit, but if you don't actually act upon it, okay, you haven't really harmed the world. But if you actually act upon that bad thought and do harm to others, now you may be worthy of death.
Do you include acting upon the thought, opening your damn mouth and saying something like, hey, I have an idea?
Potentially.
Part of me feels uneasy about it because as a young child, when I was a part of their religion, and I am drawing another intersection here, I used to be very concerned with the wages of death and what would bring them about, what sins you could do to be worthy of death. And we were all taught that we were all kind of worthy of death, if not for them their Savior dying for our sins. So I've come to this place later in life without that religion where I just don't feel like their God is worthy of worship because he's immoral, because he believes that people can do things that are worthy of them being put to death, which are very slight. Sometimes just being misinformed would be worthy of being put to death. Growing up on the wrong continent and not being taught the same things as other people would be worthy of death.
I mean, into your question, Amy, what I look at is this. So now, if you just say somebody hates gay people, okay, that's not a great thing. Obviously, I would say it's a bad thing. If you only ever keep that in your own head, as long as you're treating everybody okay, it's probably not the end of the world. But if you go out there and you preach hatred toward gay people, and the people that you preach this hatred to then go on to commit acts of violence against gay people or vote against their rights or whatever, you have caused harm with your words.
Scott Lively. I don't know. They didn't actually do it, I guess, but I know they were at one point. There was talk about charging Scott Lively with crimes against humanity because he was the person that was behind the anti-gay laws in Uganda.
Right.
Now, are you humming, Sister Danger, about whether is it specifically about whether someone should be able to someone deserves death for something they say, or are you humming about something else?
I was humming about the notion that that Sirius brought up, that if I go out and I say a thing and then somebody listens to my, preaching of philosophy and then takes up actions of their own that result in the death of another person, that I have done evil in the world. And I feel like the reverse engineering of that idea leads to the notion that we absolutely need to censor things.
Well, no, I'm not talking. Well, no, because we're talking about whether or not.
It does.
But that's not what I was getting at, though. In the whole, because the whole point.
You have to draw.
But that wasn't. No. Because you're going down a rabbit hole that we shouldn't be going down. Because it wasn't the point I was making. But my whole point was we were talking about Schadenfreude, about whether or not people get sick, and we should be happy that they die. Not about. We're not. I don't want to go down this whole fucking other thing. Because that wasn't the point of the discussion.
I know, but you asked me what I was humming about.
Well, right, but again, because you're going down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with what
But still, I asked, and I'm sorry. So,
well, I'm sorry, Joe, but I mean, now that she has said what she said, though, now I'm wondering, like, how does she feel about, Charles?
Or Hitler? Hitler didn't shoot any Jews or personally execute them, but
Charles Manson killed nobody.
Right.
Literally
was not at the Capitol building. Breaking windows on January 6th. I mean, there are people who are I hate the phrase, but they're like first movers,
Right.
They say things, and that creates action.
That's right. Hitler created the Nazis. So whether or not he personally killed any Jews is irrelevant. He is responsible for what happened because of his rhetoric and the army that he built up specifically to do these things.
I think we can make a distinction, though, between, for example, me standing in a pulpit and giving my Sunday sermon about my philosophy, and then somebody going out and taking an action of their own volition, versus me being in an actual authoritative position of definitive power, meaning like I know my position and you know that your position is subordinate and needs to be upholden to mine. Okay, and then me telling you, that's like me standing next to you and going, Joe, shoot the guy.
But that's how religious people view people on the pulpit.
Oh, well,
yeah,
that may be how they view them, but that's a very gray area, and I don't feel like we can sit here like literally 2 hours ago in our conversation we were talking about people make their own decisions. No, that's a decision that people make, Vegas. That's a decision that people make, Vegas. But now you're standing here saying that people can't make their own decision, that if I do a thing and then somebody takes an action because of what I said, that wasn't somehow their decision. The line has to be drawn. You're still an individual.
You can both be culpable.
This is pretty much where I was going to say. I mean, we had the Nuremberg trials after the Second World War, and I was just following orders. Was not a defense.
It was for some people. It was not for all of them, but it was in fact a legitimate defense.
As far as I'm aware, most people couldn't use that as a defense, and so you are ultimately responsible for your own actions if you're following someone else's directive. Of course you are, but that does not divorce the instigator from the responsibility of the instigation. It doesn't. If I yell fire in a crowded theater, it's not my fault there's a stampede, right? That's their fault for running.
The reason that's a problem is because some of the things that are incredibly, like we have a really high legal standard for showing something like that, because it's super hard to prove that when a person did a thing that they didn't believe that what they were doing was in the right.
Right, but
believe that what they were doing was for good.
The relevant example to that is January 6th, right? Because if everybody on the stage, Mo Brooks and Giuliani and Trump all said the same things that they said, and there wasn't a riot, it couldn't have been called, an instigation. But there was a riot. They said the things they said, and people went and did what they did. There's a direct linkage. There's a direct linkage between the two things.
With which I agree.
Right. So
I'm also agreeing with you, Sister Danger. I mean, people at the end who are doing the actual actions are ultimately culpable for their own actions. Of course, I think that's beyond question.
Right. But yeah, it's not an either or, it's both.
Yeah.
So if I preach to you every single day or every weekend and I tell you to do horrible shit, and then you eventually, because and remember, I'm telling you this because I want you to do horrible shit. So then you go out and do the horrible shit, you're at fault and I'm at fault. Hermann Goering didn't drop a single bomb himself, but the Luftwaffe did at his direction. So, and we hung him.
Yes, and I agree. And the people that we brought up on trial at the Nuremberg trials largely were convicted, and they did not have the defense of I was just following orders. But the vast majority of the actual German army didn't get brought up in Nuremberg. They were let go back to their lives because they were in fact just following orders. Like you don't bring the whole fucking army because at some point there is definitively a group of leaders and or leader that definitely have that power, the actual authoritative power to make those influencing decisions. And yes, I agree with you guys completely, but I also still agree that the reason that our standard of proof for that is so high is because it's really easy in the hindsight 2020 or the let's recreate a scenario in retrospect to say this person did a thing or said a thing and they were intending this, that, or the other, right?
Yeah, no one's arguing with you about that.
I mean,
no
one's arguing about you.
Okay, I agree with Badger. Fox News is culpable for the current anti-vax hysteria. They didn't invent the idea of being anti-vax,
right?
But they absolutely fanned the flames of what's going on now and started a few fires themselves.
Yeah, and the other thing is beyond. Part of the reason why I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole is because I'm not talking specifically about the legal definition, because you're right. It is very hard to prove intent and that you're inciting things, but it is possible to do, and we do it on occasion. But I'm talking about morally culpable. So so whether or not you get held to account by society, by our laws, there's still a moral culpability that you went out and spread hate, and then because people hated because of your words, that you have some moral culpability. Maybe the law will never come after you because we can't meet the burden of proof. That doesn't mean that from a moral perspective that you have no culpability.
But morals are so
wishy-washy. No, they're not.
Yeah, because
really
you could literally argue just to be like the asshole fucking devil's advocate here. But it could literally be argued that the person spreading the hate believes in their heart of hearts that they're doing the good thing. That they're.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. But that doesn't matter.
People are wrong all the time.
Yeah, if I believe skinning puppies was the morally right thing to do, I would still be fucking wrong for skinning puppies.
Right.
I might believe it's the right thing to do, but it would still be wrong because we can set up.
Are we suggesting objective morality?
Objective morality. Thank you.
Friends, I've got a split, but I've enjoyed the chat, and since Joe has ops, I'm just gonna hand it over. But I've enjoyed this conversation immensely, and I'm particularly glad that we didn't beat Afghanistan over the head as a topic tonight, because I'm so out of it right now when it comes to that whole topic, and I just wish that it would be over. So that's all I want to say about that. And peace and joy, y'all. I'll talk to you next weekend, and I'll be back at home next weekend finally in Colorado. So,
well, if you leave, then what happens to the show?
I've got ops. So
okay.
All right. Ciao.
And actually, technically speaking, if I left without ending the broadcast, it would just keep running on forever and ever. I know, because I've accidentally done that a few times.
But I'll agree that morality, there can be an objective morality as far as something that causes harm. Yes. Yeah. I'll agree with that. Because we can prove what causes harm. We can use science to prove what causes harm. So, yes.
Right.
Do we mean physical harm or all of the harms? Because
any harm.
Because I think that there's
Well, that's a good point, because if someone talks about mental harm, a religious person, yeah, that's interesting. That does open a can of worms, doesn't it?
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
physical harm is not the only kind of harm. There's many types of harm.
All harm.
And so really what law is generally supposed to do is to balance those potential harms, because my rights and your rights and her rights and his rights come in conflict. So that means at some point somebody's rights are going to be curtailed in favor of somebody else's rights. So the whole point of, because it's impossible not to. So basically, hopefully if we do the law right, we find the balance so that we do the least amount of harm to all parties involved. So, for
Very
instance,
utilitarian.
well, absolutely. Well, here's a very obvious one. In order to manufacture things, you're going to produce some form of effluent, some form of pollution. It's impossible not to. So now, but if I'm creating pollution, at a certain point, my pollution is harming the environment, harming everybody else. But I can't do what I want to do without doing it. But so if nobody could, obviously it would be bad if nobody could produce anything. We need products, we need food, we need clothing and shelter and all that. So what we do is we say, okay, at what point does the harm that I'm potentially doing to everybody else in the environment, at what point does that become egregious so that my freedom to produce becomes curtailed? And that's where we come up with permitting. We say, okay, above this ppm of this and this ppb of that, that's too much harm to the rest of us, and you have to keep your effluent below that level. And as long as you stay within that level, we're not going to bug you. So you're free to do that up to this point, and beyond that, you're doing excessive harm to the rest of us. But if we make that limit too small, then the harm to me would be too great. So that's where we try to find the balance. We don't always do a good job of it, but that's the goal.
If you're in Texas, it's just suck it up, buttercup.
Well, pretty much. Right, because business.
Yeah.
I heard recently that Texas's economy is booming. Is that true?
Yes, and they have a lot of the wealthy from California moving there.
Is that because they decided they didn't want to have restrictions on shit, and therefore all the businesses are like, yay, free for all in the railroad baron kind of a way?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So which does a lot of good in the short term, but it has a long-term negative effects.
Is that even good in the short term?
Well, it depends on how you measure it. It's good for the people who are making money, not necessarily for everybody else.
The same people that have the money already, you mean?
Pretty
Because
much.
that's how that works.
Well, pretty much, yeah. Right. So that's the
Oh.
thing. So that's the thing. So there's something we can look at. We can say, okay, a certain number of people are making money hand over fist, and it's really bad for a whole bunch of people who are not.
I guess I just wondered, because that was my first thought that I had when I heard, oh, Texas's economy is booming. And I'm like, well, maybe so, but also when you remove all of the regulations and restrictions that like keep people safe, and they're basically having a booming economy in like a sweatshop. Is that really an argument? Is that a good thing?
In the very short term, imagine a state government who will never make companies enforce a mask mandate.
Right. Now, and then the additional downside for Texas is that since they don't have an income tax, that wealth that's being generated is not providing a social benefit as far as building their infrastructure or anything like that. So this is the reason why they have their fucked up electrical grid, because they didn't want to have to follow the rules that everybody else do to be part of the national grid. So this way, when shit went tits up and their plants shut down, they had no way to import power from anywhere else. So but this is the reason why anarcho-capitalism is fucking stupid. Even if you're a fan of capitalism, it's fucking the dumbest part of it, because it doesn't provide any social benefit to even the people, even to the capitalists.
Yeah. So I mean, Texas being thug is not cool. It's just not cool.
Behind the scenes, there are signs of COVID destroying Texas's economy. And right now, there are offers from Texas hospitals to travel nurses that they will pay them $10,000 a week to work an 80-hour work week, come back to work at their hospital. Just know that the surrounding community still will not have a mask mandate, still will not be having politicians that are promoting the vaccine. And basically all the ICU beds are full.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Who cares? Vax me the fuck up. Give me my own mask. I'll do whatever I can and put me in the goddamn hospital. $10,000 a week? Are you out of your mind? Actually, you know what? Maybe that's like a call for the fact that we shouldn't be saving Texans, right? That they are in that much despair means that maybe they're the ones that were the targets of this Darwinism.
And go ahead, Raven.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Raven.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's not just like COVID. Like COVID is the most immediate thing. That's what we see right now. That's what's happening right now. But I mean, like the kind of deregulation that like Texans have done or are doing is going to have like long-term effects on things like, you know, children being born with birth defects. I mean, there's reasons why a lot of this regulation exists. And it's because we've already seen the outcomes of when it doesn't. So.
Yeah. And actually, the reason why I'm highlighting Vegas's comment about motor oil,
I don't get it.
Is that, well, I was about to explain. The reason why I'm highlighting it is because right now, what the right wingers are trying to do is because gas prices are up. Of course, gas prices were really low last year because nobody was driving. Everybody was staying home, and people were driving minimally. There were far less driving than normal. So there was a glut of oil, and gas prices fell because, you know, basically they couldn't get rid of the shit. So, of course, once people start driving again in large numbers, you know, the price of oil goes back up to where it was. It went a little bit higher, but it's basically come back down to right where it was just before COVID started. The thing is that Texas, part of the reason why their economy is doing well is because oil prices have gone back up. Texas's economy is dependent on oil prices being high. And in fact, that's one of the things that the Republicans were very upset about a few years ago when oil prices tanked, because it was crushing Oklahoma, it was crushing Texas and a lot of Midwestern states that are dependent on the oil industry. So they are on the one hand, they're attacking, they're saying, oh, see, it's Biden's fault that oil is going up. And meanwhile, they're making bank because of it. That's what's actually carrying their economy, is the higher oil price.
Amy?
You mean the regular oil price?
I'm talking about crude oil.
Right, but what you just said was that it was really low during COVID and went back up to regular price.
Correct.
Now-ish, roughly regular.
Right.
So
right,
regular.
but yes, it's
so
not
fuck Biden because oil at regular price. What?
Right, but so they're saying, well, see, it's $3 a gallon. Ha ha. See, and they're basically trying to say Biden sucks because the gas price went up.
Right, and high compared to what it was a year ago.
Right. See, under Trump, it was low. Of course, that's because Trump was doing a shitty job of managing the the virus.
Yeah.
And unless you lived in Texas, you weren't going anywhere. So.
Right.
Amy, you were very brave by saying, strap me up. I'm ready to go earn $10,000 a week. The people who are getting these emails are the nurses who probably are suffering from PTSD from watching all their clients die. And they left Texas. They were travel nurses there. They're trying to get them back. And they're
behold my field of fucks. I don't even care. Like, these people wouldn't even know if I was a nurse. You know what? Just like run me through like a 2-day, 8 hours a day, like initiation or whatever you do, like onboarding. Give me a mask, put me in a hospital. I don't even give a fuck. For $10,000 a week in 6 weeks, I could make more money than the average American makes in a year. That's ridiculous.
So
that
hear me out.
Whatever.
Amy.
Don't even care.
You're still a human being. I believe in your compassion, and seeing that many people die in that horrible fashion is going to affect you for the rest of your life.
Oh, it almost surely will.
Because we know, Amy, I'm not sending you.
Like, what? That's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing to say. Like, well, because we know that you're like a human being and you like have mirror neurons and you're going to relate to your fellow human beings, then we're not going to send you into any kind of a situation.
Nope, she locked up. Well, the other thing too is
it's a total trade-off right there.
Well, they also wouldn't pay you that much without having at least an LPN.
You know what? If I decided that I want to work overtime and maybe actually even stay for like 4 months, I probably have enough money to pay for my therapy. Thus your job, AOD, for at least a year or two, so I can get over the fucking trauma of dealing with like anti-vaxxers.
Here's the thing: I have 2 agency jobs, and I'm booked.
Yeah, exactly my point. See, so
I'm ready
like that.
without all of this death, and I don't need to see more death. I don't
Well,
need.
you're not gonna see it. You're just gonna have to. You know what? Sometimes I have to think about what I'd like in a therapist, right? Like, do I just want somebody to sit there and just let me bullshit at them forever? Because that might make me happy. Just like you don't even have to say anything. Just let me talk. Whatever.
So that's what some people do.
That's got to be easy, man.
You know, that's not my job. There are people with my credentials who up front will say that that's their modality. That's how they do business, is they will let you talk and talk and talk. And basically, there are some therapists that I don't consider that great, but they will keep a relationship going for 4 or 5 years, you know, whereas I'm more goal oriented. Like I'll tell you up front, like, I think this will take this many weeks to address, and then we'll reassess, because I'm actually working to you getting healthy versus being a prostitute.
This is what Vegas is saying here.
Yeah, see, Vegas knows what I'm talking about.
Wait, what? No, I don't agree with that. I think that's terrible.
See, that is terrible, but it is true in some instances.
Well, sure.
The therapist.
Sure, there's always
you carve out. If you
there's always a barracuda.
That's what you want, that you can't make friends, and you need to talk to them as a confidential person that's separate from everybody else. You just need to bounce shit off of them, and you don't want to hear a word out of their mouth. You're going to pay them that much money, and they accept it. If both sides are okay with that, that's fine. But
I literally have a friend who does that, who vets their therapists by basically saying, I go in and I say these things, and the second the therapist opens their mouth and says anything to me that basically it is like handholdy and petty, and he's like, I'm a super smart guy, and the second they open their mouth and just say some bullshit at me, I'm like, you're fired. I just want to talk at somebody, and obviously if you can't open your mouth and say something smart, then I don't, like, just go away, like, just listen if that's all you can do. He literally vets his therapist like that, like, and then he just goes and talks, and that makes him feel better.
It makes sense. I mean, I haven't really been shopping around, but I've been kind of sort of looking. And but one of the things that's been holding me back is that the people that I was initially looking at, I asked them if they were secular, and they said yes. But I went to their website, and it basically used some code words that basically meant that they were a religious person. And I'm like, I'm not going to be here. Oh, well, you need Jesus or any of that other horseshit, you know.
Do therapists actually do that? Like, isn't there some kind of code that says you have to be, non-biased or some bullshit? I don't know. Like,
maybe somewhere, but they seem to the ones I've seen. Yeah. Anyway,
this is something that I don't have to keep confidential. It's one of these rare things. But going through school, I knew conservative people who wanted to become counselors in different areas, and some of them school counselors in rural areas, and they grew up in this rural area, and they were always there. Intersectionally, they are conservative, and I really hope that those school counselors who are conservative, if any one of their students that go to their office is gay, I hope that student realizes they need to move to the big city, because that's where you're going to get the better care. You're not going to get it in the little town.
It's almost like they're populating those positions in order to groom.
Sometimes, but sometimes they see a position is vacant, and the one that's in my mind right now, that was the case. The position was just vacant because no liberal counselor would want to live in that area, and so they saw the position, saw the salary, decided to get the education. But recently on Facebook, I put, America's #1 again, and I showed a chart showing the death toll rising and other countries not rising as much as us, and in the comments thread, she wrote, #1 at what? I didn't put the context. I figured that, everyone would just know. So, I replied, well, Olympic medals and COVID deaths, But seriously, like, I do know, just there are some people who were conservative beforehand in all of the behavioral sciences, like social workers, sociologists, especially criminal justice, right? They were conservative beforehand. They went into that, got the degree, and then they went into it thinking, I don't want this experience to change my mind about anything because I already know what I know. I want to know. And they passed tests. They got butt time in a chair. They were able to pass tests. They didn't get gate kept. There's this thing called gatekeeping, where if we find somebody who really cannot be this thing, we'll keep them from it. But they made it all the way through, and now they're in that position.
Yep.
One of the gatekeeping things that we have is very, very hard exams for licensure. And even then, sometimes you get some people that they might be intelligent in one aspect of intelligence, but they have completely different beliefs about the world than you would think it would take to be that thing.
And I am. Go ahead.
I'll say more. The hospitals where all of the beds, the ICU beds, are full of COVID patients, half of the nurses are not vaccinated in Texas. They're nurses. I want nurses to understand biology. I want nurses to not fall prey to Q ideology. And yet half the fucking nurses in these full hospitals, they're not vaccinated either. They can get it just as easily as everybody else. And they can turn into their own patient.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
how did they make it through nursing school not trusting in biology? Having no confidence in science. How did they make it through nursing school?
Do you want like my real hypothetical answer to that question? I have an answer.
Textbooks?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I think that they've gone through school largely, like most people probably have, without a real world application of the knowledge that they're learning. And so they're just learning the knowledge, and they don't see that in comparison to actual things around them.
I'll give you that, but I also think that maybe they did see moments where they could have applied real nursing science, and maybe this is just the one thing that we're finding out about, but maybe they always sucked at their job.
Maybe the people that they're treating have the same philosophy, and therefore when it's like, it's okay, whatever happens is the Lord's will, blah, 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 and he's looking out for you. And the person receiving it is like, I agree, whatever happens is God's will. There's not a challenge to the knowledge that they've learned.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that when you're in, almost all nursing programs have a practical part where you actually have to work with patients, and you're under supervision. So you're not going to be in that alone situation where you're going to get away with that shit. It's just you may compartmentalize it and keep it to yourself until you can get away with it. But I forget which one it is, but there's a famous creationist that he actually has a degree in evolutionary biology, because his goal was to discredit it. So he went and studied everything, passed the test. He doesn't believe it, but he did what he had to do to pass the test. And so now he goes out there and tries to discredit it. So this way there'll be that one. So when you say, well, evolutionary biologists don't agree with creationism, and they can all point to that one fucking guy, they can say, well, I've got a degree in evolutionary biology, and it's all horseshit.
1% of climatologists disagree with 99%
That's
of them.
it. Who is this
That
asshole?
1% of climatologists only went to school because they had an agenda to go to school and get that credential, to get the PhD in it, so that they could be contrary.
So they took the tests and everything else, knowing that they were giving answers that they didn't believe were true, but they knew that those were the answers that were being expected, and that's how they passed, and that's how they made it through.
Right. Well, hey, you think about it, that's how undercover people infiltrate stuff, right? They go in and pretend that they're a criminal, and they say all the right things, and that's how you.
I'll say that also. We shy away from asking people questions when we're gatekeeping about their religious beliefs because we don't want to discriminate against them for their religious beliefs. So we never ask them the question, do you believe you can pray the gay away? Do you believe that you can pray away cancer? We never ask them these things.
Well, the thing that's unfortunate about that, and I get it's kind of a rough situation because no, we do not want there to be just all across the board discrimination. The difference is the whole point of the reason why discrimination is bad is because you're making assumptions about the person's qualifications based on some group they belong to, whether it's race, religion, gender, whatever. But if whatever they think is if there actually is a scientifically proven method, like, okay, this person literally doesn't believe in the thing that they have in the medicine they have to administer, that's not the same kind of discrimination. So if somebody actually believes they can pray away the gay, that means that they're not in line with the practice that they're going to be doing.
Right. So okay, so Vegas, we've pretty much already established. We've already talked about that. Like, if these people believe this on a religious level, there's no amount of assurance that you can give them that's going to make them think it's okay. If they really do believe like they're taking the mark of the beast by getting a vaccine, there's nothing you're going to say that's going to make it any different. There's nothing I can say that's going to make it any different because at that point going against God.
Right.
At that point, just stand in their presence and, tell them how much like you're just worried about them and you really hope that they're going to be okay. Because, either they're going to be like, yeah, whatever, yay, heaven is good. Or they're going to be like, oh, why are you coughing so much? Move away from you. And maybe they'll think twice. I don't know. My dad literally has COVID right now and refuses to get vaccinated and continues to go out into public with COVID. No mask, no nothing. Yeah. He's a complete asshole.
Yeah. I mean, the thing in Vegas is that there may be people who can do that, but it can't be me because they're not going to believe anything I say. I'm a liberal and I'm an atheist and all that. I could say all the right words and it's not going to have the same effect because they've already believed that I'm in league with the devil. So my
just
words
cough a lot. Make them own their own claims. That's all there is to say.
Maybe someone who's closer to them could make those arguments and get somewhere, but I can't. So there's no, so I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, I hate to see this because it seriously, like, it hurts me. It hurts me to think this. I don't want to think this thing. Like that's what I mean. Like, it hurts me to think that. Like, I don't want to think this thing. But this rational part of my brain can't get away from the thing that you said, Joe. Like, it's not worth the time to try to argue with these people because you already know from the onset the basis of their initial beliefs means that there's nothing that you can ever say that's going to change that. And I sadly, I really, truly, sadly feel like that's actual, that it is in fact a waste of time. This is hearkening back to what I was saying earlier. Like I'm sad to say, but I really think like maybe you all just should die off and whoever's left standing is left standing. And if you guys die off because you won't get a vaccination, then I guess you fucking died off. Like, it's not that I want that to happen. Literally, one of those people's my dad right now. I don't want that to happen. I've been texting my dad every fucking day. Like, are you okay? Are you in the hospital? Kind of a thing. I don't want that to happen. But at the same time, how much can you do?
Right.
You know, like how much can you do against somebody that just.
So the belief that and I mean, I don't know Proctor Hawk. I don't know. I don't know you, Proctor Hawk. I have no idea if you're just being a trolly shit or if you're just a shit. I mean, I don't know. So I mean, it is what it is. But I can address the basic thing that you've said because I've seen it a million times before from people who are absolutely fucking serious. So in these kinds of discussions, what happens is they'll say exactly that. Because I don't believe the same thing you do, and I'm not an atheist like you, I'm immediately going to be wrong. And that's absolute fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Just because you are or you take issue with the possibility that you might be wrong doesn't mean that you're wrong just because you are who you are.
Well, and the thing is, it's also bullshit too because again, it's like, well, we're in the club. Like, no, actually, how many? Raven, you've seen me. You know how much I argue with people on our side of the fence.
Yeah.
You know, I've said before, I don't believe that the left is always right. I've got a lot of evidence to prove that the right is usually wrong. Not always.
My brother, I was talking about my brother before. I mean, one of the things we had a conversation early on during the whole pandemic, and I mean, you know, and he was a Trumper and a Q supporter and all of the crazy, and he was just, you know, saying something about, you know, why do you always have to be the smartest person in the room? And I was like, I don't always have to be the smartest person in the room, but sometimes I am. And when that happens, that has nothing to do with me. That's your fault.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Yeah, I say the same thing. I'm like, I don't have to be the smartest person in the room. I just usually am.
Well, I'm not usually, but sometimes I am. I told him, I said, if I'm in a room with you, then yes, I'm going to be the smartest person in the room. I said, and that says more about you than it does me.
It reminds me of when I lived with my family in Louisiana that's not evacuating right now. I used to go from house to house where I had family, and I'd usually have to fix their computer, and it would be usually a virus that I could run the same combo fix program on and just fix it. And I was a miracle worker. You know, I was not the smartest person in the world, but I was definitely in that house at that time the smartest person.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the thing is, we're hearing from propters again. This is what we hear all the time. This is projection. It's like, well, you think we're dumb? Like, well, no, I think you're capable of being smart. It just doesn't happen a lot because you know, basically bullshit beliefs get in the way. And here's the thing: if I believed the same ridiculous shit that right wingers believed, I'd probably behave the exact same way. Because if I was convinced of those things, but I learned not to be convinced of them because they're not true or largely not true. It's just like, you know, one big thing here, good example. If I really believed that most money for welfare was going to cheats who are just taking drugs and having 15 kids and just, so, you know, living up the good life and on the rest of our dime, well, of course I would be against that because that's not a good thing to have happen. But the thing is, that's not what's generally happening. In fact, what's kind of funny is one example where it was happening was Michelle Bachmann. Basically, her rich ass and her family was getting public assistance because they basically lied and cheated on a bunch of stuff. So this is what So this is what gets me. This is the reason. And again, my feeling is that a lot of right wingers, they don't trust other people because they're doing dirty shit themselves.
Yeah.
Most of the examples I've seen, of actual voter fraud are right wingers. You know,
never trust a liar.
Hell, in North Carolina, they actually had to do a do-over on an election because the fucking candidate was engaged in election fraud. How that didn't, you know, basically invalidate them and make them ineligible for office, I don't know. But they basically did the election all over because the candidate himself and his people actually, you know, engaged in voter fraud.
When it comes right down to it, at the end of the day, reality has a liberal bias. Facts are facts. What's real is what's real. It doesn't matter what your political ideology is. It doesn't matter whether you're conservative or not. Facts are what they are.
Right.
The truth is the truth.
I think it would be better to say reality has an atheist bias than to say that it has a left wing bias, because there are a number of right wingers out there who look at statistics, they look at facts, but often they have the religion part that gets in the way, and that's the part that's false.
Well, that happens too.
That does happen too. But I mean, even things that have nothing to do with religion, like how do you build an economy? You build an economy from the bottom up, not from the top.
Right.
But right wingers won't believe that. They trickle down. Has been the thing they've been pushing for over 40 fucking years.
Isn't
Right.
trickle down the same as Reaganomics?
Yes, basically yes. And even though it continues to fail every single time it's tried, and fails spectacularly, like in Kansas, where they actually got to really do it full bore, and it failed spectacularly.
Yeah, and it's a great example of how it's not a religious thing or a religiously motivated thing. It's just that reality has a liberal bias.
Right. That's the
Isn't
thing.
Reaganomics basically a very modern version of the noblesse oblige?
I don't know what that is.
It's an old. So noblesse oblige is a French term, and it's French for noble obligation. And its idea was that the nobles in society are obligated by virtue of being the fortunate, if you will, the ones with the money, that they have, because of their station, an obligation to do things for those that are
that's kind of the underpinning of mercantilism. This is different. See, in Reagan's, they don't believe that there's any obligation. They just think that magically.
They just believe that it will happen by virtue of.
You give rich people enough money. By virtue of them having the money, they will spread.
They'll invest and create jobs, and then that'll just lift everybody. But of course, if they're if they don't have a sense of obligation, then they're keeping the bulk of the wealth. Of course, it's not going to trickle down to the rest of us.
Literally creating jobs is the opposite of saving more money on your bottom line. Like, if you want to have more money on your bottom line, you eliminate jobs and you automate as much as possible. What in the motherfucker?
Right, exactly. And that's what right-wingers do.
The GOP is moving away from Reaganomics, right? 40 years. It took 40 years. It took nearly half of a century for them to begin to move away from a failed economic ideology.
Right.
Seriously, these are not the people that I want running shit. If it takes them 40 years to figure something out that everybody knew in 1980,
right?
I don't see hardly any of them moving away from it. Most of them are still clinging to it. So.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they're kind of a weird spot because, Vegas is right. But because Trump is a populist, they've embraced some populist rhetoric. So they're kind of this weird combination of trickle down and populism, which is even more ridiculous than possible. But just to the point where Raven said about, facts having liberal bias, I am not, the things that I believe are true are not, I don't believe them because I'm liberal. I have become liberal because of things that I believe are true.
So Kazoom, you're right. Trump was a trickle down person. The tax cuts were mostly to the wealthy. He's absolutely trickle down. He is dyed in the wool, trickle down, worshiping nutcase.
Yeah, that's why I had to respond. As evidenced by the populism within the GOP. Right. And it's like, yeah, Trump was supposedly a populist, but he still pushed the same shit, same message, same trickle down bullshit.
But his rhetoric wasn't. He said one thing and did something else.
Right. So basically, So basically, he tricked those blue collar people that were not supposed to look down upon that he was a populist involved for them, but then his policies were trickle down, the same old bullshit as before. But yet they continued to believe he was a populist. So why do we get this idea that they're kind of not too bright? That's why. Because if one of the biggest liars who's ever occupied the office, and that's saying something, goes out there and tells you he's a populist, and then goes out with trickle down policies, and you continue to believe he's a populist, you're having a break with reality in some way.
Like I said, and Pete said, reality has a liberal bias. It just does.
You know, and that's the thing, and yeah, because I spend a lot of years investigating things and found out things that I used to believe turned out not to be true, and I had to change my mind, and that made me shift because I used to be way more toward the center than I am now, and I moved from the center toward the left. I'm not a leftist populist, and I find these neo communists and neo socialists. A lot of them really aren't either, but the ones that really are really drive me nuts. But I don't go with them either. But the thing is that looking, after decades of investigation and study, I've determined that hey, the shit I used to believe, a lot of it was wrong. So now I'm in a new spot.
The other thing you got to remember about Reagan's vice president calling it voodoo economics is Reagan's vice president was running against him.
Wasn't that like Mike Dukakis or something?
No,
like
George
that?
W.
No.
Bush. George
Oh,
H.W. Bush.
sorry. Okay, never
H.W.
mind.
Bush.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, anything that Reagan wanted to do, Bush was going to bash it. He was, he was right, but I mean, it's
No, Vegas, you're misunderstanding what we're saying. We're saying that there's people within the GOP who think Trump is a populist, but he really is not. He used populist rhetoric, but his policies were not populist. But they
What are
continue to think he's populist.
what are some examples of the GOP heading more towards populism? I don't even see it. I don't see it at all.
Trump's election.
I'd like to know where this supposed populism really is. All I saw was support of Trump, and Trump's a populist, and he's not.
But he represents populist ideas because that was the rhetoric he used.
It was rhetoric.
He railed against the establishment. He railed against the system. He told people, "I will take care of you." These
Right.
people have left you behind. The country has left you behind. They don't care about you, but I do. But he didn't. He didn't do what he said he was going to do.
The irony is the people that left him behind are the Republicans that they voted for in the first place.
I mean, and there is something to be said for people who bash the left, and say that they had forgotten like the working man and they've forgotten blue collar America. I think to a large degree that's true. I think a lot of the problems that the Democrats are having today when it comes to trying to win support in blue collar America, there's a kind of a self-inflicted wound. There was a lot of time spent on focusing on special interest and identity politics. And I don't think that the Democrats are necessarily wrong for it. But I think they took their eye off of the ball of what gets people elected.
Yeah.
And that's blue collar issues.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Here's the irony of it. Basically, over the last 30 years, the Democrats have acted more like Republicans than they used to, and that's caused people to vote. Those people who used to vote Democrat vote Republican, who basically manage their issues even worse than the Democrats do. And I guess maybe because the fact that they have nowhere else to go, but it's just like, dude, I actually had people tell me that, it was like I was at one of the game conventions I was at, and I made friends with the son of one of the guys that I play. His son also plays.
What game convention was it?
It doesn't matter.
I'm curious though.
But let me finish the thought, and then I'll be happy to talk about it. Okay. So he literally said to me, my boss pays me enough money, and that we'll be motivated by him driving around in the big fancy car while he's basically paying us $8 an hour to do the job. And I'm thinking, are you a fucking idiot? Really? That you're never at $8 an hour, you're never going to buy that car. You're never going to have a business. None of those things you think is like Joe the plumber. But this kid was like, he was convinced of this shit. He was indoctrinated to believe that if the boss got to basically pay him shit, that was motivation for him to work hard. He's like, dude, you're already a hard worker. That's not gonna. You're working hard is never gonna make you a millionaire. Not in and of itself.
Work smarter, not harder, my friend.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the thing is, you have to you have to have, the whole thing takes money to make money.
Also true.
So most people can't start a business. They don't have they don't have the capital it takes to really get a good start. I mean, some people can do it or beg, borrow, or steal. But think about what Mitt Romney said. When he was running for president, he was like, basically, "Oh, you go and borrow $20,000 from your relatives to start a business."
What?
Yeah. He literally said this shit, and it's like, well, how many people have relatives with $20,000 that they can just loan you on the off chance you'll actually succeed in business?
And out of curiosity, what world are you living in that you think $20,000 is enough to start a goddamn business? Like, seriously. I mean, unless you're talking about like I'm gonna do business out of an ice cream truck with 0 employees, like
So Vegas, the kind of people Democrats should be seeking are the same kind of people that don't give a flying fuck about your ideas of Columbus being a monster. Yeah, no shit. And I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck if they give a flying fuck about what I care about. Like these things aren't like mutually exclusive. I don't care. I don't care. Why I don't understand why and you say shit like this all the time, Vegas. All the time you say shit like this. Like you imply that people on the left think everybody should think the exact same way. And because you think differently than I do or than Joe or Kazoom or whatever, therefore you can never be accepted on the left. And that's absolute fucking bullshit. And it's ass backwards, considering since the 1980s, the Republicans have made it part of their party fucking mantra to never publicly speak bad about another Republican, to always support them. But the Democrats are constantly disagreeing.
Well, the funny thing about this for me is that I've made 2 videos over the years on YouTube where I basically went after liberals. Basically, I felt that there are some people that they only seem to ever care about the indigenous people on Columbus Day and Thanksgiving, and they don't say a fucking word the other 363 days a year. And I basically said, you guys are fucking hypocrites, because unless you want to actually do something to help the Native Americans, changing what we call the day, not calling it Columbus Day, calling it Indigenous Peoples Day. You know what Indigenous peoples think about that? They don't give a fuck about that because it doesn't jack dick. It does jack dick for them. So I've actually gone after leftists who make a big deal about that. Not that I disagree with them about Columbus being a monster, but that it's not relevant to most people, that most people don't give a fuck, including the people that they're stumping for. Most Native Americans, I mean, they're not happy about it, but if you only care about Native Americans on Columbus Day and Thanksgiving, you don't actually give a fuck about Native
Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo.
Here's what this is. I mean, that comment from Vegas is exactly, it's Jigglypuff. It's Jigglypuff all over again. I mean, we had this conversation last week. If you're going to take the most extreme positions and apply it to everybody who's not a right winger, you're wrong. You're just wrong, because most people don't give a flying fuck about whether or not Columbus was a monster. Most people don't. The vast majority don't. But you saying that's the problem with Democrats is they need to seek the people who feel that way. They already have them. Most of the Democratic Party don't give a fuck.
Right. Plus the fact that, again, as Raven said, it's not mutually exclusive. I can both get rid of Columbus statues and rename the holiday and do all that shit, and do things of substance to help those same people that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because really, most of them actually have no truck with whether or not we honor Columbus or not.
I mean, and that's the thing, is we can argue against Jigglypuff arguments and Big Red arguments. We could do that all day. We can do that every time the Breakfast Club airs. We could do that. It's nonsense.
Man, those are some callbacks. Holy smokes.
I think I'm trying to figure out if Proctor Huck's a troll or just stupid.
It can be both.
Is Proctor Huck Brock?
No,
I actually had wondered that before. And there was another one. I thought for a while, I was thinking that Marcus might have been Brock at one time too. But
I mean, maybe the Marcus dude is
No,
Brock.
Proctor's his own guy.
Proctor is his own person, or their own person. I guess we don't really know.
Yeah, Vegas, we literally just said yes, and we literally just said that it should be irrelevant to everybody. but that
Yeah.
you guys focus on it when that's
So, yeah, I mean, if you're not going to acknowledge when we say things, especially things that basically agree with your position, and then also, when we point out that the example you're using is an extreme example that doesn't apply to like 90 something percent of the party that you're saying it should apply to, there's no point in even talking.
yeah. I literally just said I did not one, two videos going after liberals over exactly what you're talking about, attacking liberals over exactly what you're talking about. So to say
Somebody
that, well,
says to me,
do I understand? Are you fucking listening? I literally just told you this.
if somebody says to me like, Columbus was a monster, I'll say, yeah, he was, and the rest of my day continues. I mean, I don't like. This isn't an issue. This isn't an issue. The only reason why it's an issue for some people is because that they've been told that this is what the left is fighting for.
Right. And
And
so
usually a Fox News or something else.
right. And that's the whole thing. Like, and this is what we talk about wedge issues. The right wing, smear machine, they look for every little thing that could be slightly fringe, and then they just beat that drum. It's just like the whole thing with critical race theory.
Yeah, critical race theory.
What
God
is
forbid
critical
you teach-
race theory? What the fuck is that?
God
They don't
forbid
know.
you teach the truth about American history.
Right. Basically, right. It's documenting the truth and stop teaching the lies or the half truths or mistruths or the withheld truths that have been going on all this time. Like you think about it.
So,
Well, I mean,
let's tell history.
Technically, critical race theory is something that's only for high. It's taught only in higher education. But when people talk about it anymore, CRT, a lot of times they're just referring to what a Serious Mind just said, where it's talking about the real history of our country, the way that Black people have been treated through American history and things like that. And so some of the right seems to be against any discussion about that stuff whatsoever in a realistic way.
Because what it does is it teaches the actual history, and they interpret that as teaching children to feel bad about being white. That is their issue in a nutshell. Is that I'm going to send my kid to school so he can be taught that being white is bad,
Which is not what it teaches at all.
which is not at all.
That's fascinating. I find that perspective on it, like that people believe that just hearing the truth means that you should suddenly feel bad about being white.
Right. Well, I mean, it's this whole thing about like white guilt, and it's just like, well, I acknowledge.
Sure.
I've learned about what happened, and what I didn't learn in school, I learned outside of school, and I don't have any guilt over it.
Right, nor should you.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean,
I don't either.
Like, if you're going to feel guilt about something that you had nothing to do with, you need to really ask yourself some questions.
I mean, things that I still feel bad about are that there's still people that are in shitty fucking conditions in the United States. But, and largely those people are the people that we goddamn wronged, or our ancestors did or whatever. Like, I don't feel like guilt for their actions, but I do feel that there's some kind of social responsibility to help take care of your fellow person.
Well put.
I mean, but the condition that we're in is a byproduct of the things in the past that have happened, like the lack of generational wealth and redlining and everything else, and all of these things actually happened in our actual history not long ago at all. I mean, really not long ago at all.
Redlining was still going on in my lifetime.
Yeah.
But the thing is, well, here's the funny part about it though. So the right wing is all up in arms over this, but yet right wing politicians are passing laws prohibiting schools from teaching it, which is a clear violation of the First Amendment. So right wingers are in a panic over something that's not anything, versus they have no problem with a totalitarian law that violates the Constitution. That shows you where their heads are at.
Well, I mean, so many of them seem just offended at the very notion of just teaching American history without religious nationalism mixed in with it.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it was it in Texas? They had voted to remove Thomas Jefferson from the history books and replace him with Thomas. What?
Thomas fucking Jefferson.
Yeah. Well,
and they replace him with Aquinas.
Yeah. Well, here's
wait, Marcus Aquinas?
Thomas Aquinas.
Thomas Aquinas.
No, Thomas Aquinas. Sorry, I'm thinking
Yes.
Marcus
Yes.
Aurelius.
Yes.
Thomas
Saint
Thomas Aquinas is like a super fucking religious philosopher.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So here's the thing that's doubly fucked about that. So a friend of mine, I went to the game convention
So
recently.
mad right now.
and so he was going off about that, about how Thomas Jefferson, because now the left also has problems with Thomas Jefferson because of raping Sally Hemings. But he basically tried to couch it in like that's the left, that's the one. I'm like, the right wing's been going after Jefferson for decades.
So teaching creationism in school would be a violation. Actually, would be a violation of the First Amendment.
Yeah.
So teaching creationism would violate religious liberties.
Right. Right. Here's the thing, though. You can teach the Bible in school as literature.
And they do.
Totally agree with that. Like, it's like the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Right.
Like, I totally agree with that. Like, I do not understand why religion got to be mixed in with, I don't know, scholarly pursuits. Put it over there in the religious category where it belongs. Let people take religious studies if they want to take them, and let that be one of them. But why does it have to be mixed in with everything else? Why do you have to compare creationism and science? Because they're not.
Right. So, teaching creationism versus teaching CRT. So you're going to completely ignore the fact that teaching creationism would violate the Constitution. Right. I mean, you're going to completely ignore that, right, Vegas?
Well,
wait,
Wait, can someone explain? Wait.
Yeah,
I've been hearing this, and I don't fully understand how would teaching creationism violate the First Amendment?
Because you're teaching a religious point of view from the state. That's the state teaching a religious point of view to people who may or may not follow that religion, which means it's coercive.
Right.
It violates the First Amendment.
Right. You at most you could in sociology learn about creationism, but they couldn't teach it as a philosophy. Like they couldn't promote it or teach it as true.
I don't think that's probably a 1A violation.
Shall pass no law restricting the. I don't remember word for word. What is it?
Well, Congress should make sure.
I had a brain fart, and I get it now. So sorry. I had a brain fart really bad.
And the
Vegas, if you're teaching creationism in school, you are giving it the weight of fact. If you're doing that, that is teaching to be religious. It's coercive.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the context in which you're teaching it.
Right. I mean, you can teach about creationism, and like I said, in sociology. But if you actually teach it to like, here's how we believe things happened. No, you can't teach that. And there are multiple Supreme Court cases regarding it. I just
put it in comparative religion, not sociology. Sociology is a psychological
comparative religion, and it's also literature, and it's
or
also
world religion, or
but to be taught as like creationism being taught as you can't do that.
Yeah, being taught as fact is verboten.
Nah, the only thing out of that's like, poetically literature like is Song of Solomon.
Well,
maybe the book of Genesis is,
I mean, when it comes to the state and religion, I agree with Supreme Court Justice Black, where it's an absolute. I mean, you cannot even really talk about any particular religion, because you would at that point then be favoring one over another. You can't even be like all inclusive of religion, because then that also is creating a state sanctioned favorability of religious thought itself. And so that would also violate the First Amendment, because that would basically be pressure on atheists and agnostics, as far as, pressuring them to have a belief.
That's why I keep on running into people arguing with me saying, well, you have to believe something.
Yeah. No, it's like, man, you don't. So I mean, like, so even like Justice Black, he nailed it. He was like right on the money. I think he might have been the only fucking one. But I mean, he was. I agree with that. I'm an
Yeah.
absolutist.
Yeah, I mean, right. So, Rand, you can teach things from the Bible from a scholarly perspective, but you cannot teach it from a fact perspective. You cannot endorse and that reason why
Agreed.
in some
The only
places,
thing,
well, in some places where they had law, where they basically in schools were having a moment of prayer, they couldn't even have that because again, prayer implies you
right?
know
Right, and that goes along
endorsement
with
of
the
religion.
absolute. Right, that's more of the absolutist view. Is like you couldn't even do that. But I'm personally okay if they have like a moment of silence at the beginning of the day, and if religious students want to pray, they pray. If they
Right.
want to rip
Sure.
out their Bibles or their holy book, whatever it is, and go for it. More power to you. I don't care. I don't care what other people believe. I just don't want the schools to be leading prayer or to be pushing prayer on my kids.
Right.
That's where I draw the line. Fuck
Oh,
that.
100%.
Do you think? Do you think people should be able to start Bible study groups and such
Yes.
if they want? If it's not done by the teachers, if it's
Right, if
just
it's not
done by the
Yes.
right,
students.
student
Yes.
led. I mean, they have gay straight alliances, right? I mean, why
Yeah,
not?
yeah.
Yeah, if it's student led, I don't have a problem with it because then the students, if they want to voluntarily get together and do whatever, that's fine because it's basically at that point it's a social club within school.
And
Oh,
apparently, there are some schools and some community colleges, from what I've read over the past several years, there are some places that have tried to stop students from doing that.
News to me. I don't know. I know there are a lot of claims that there are mostly usually atheist groups that are trying to stop those kinds of things or to stop prayer in school or telling students that they're not allowed to bring their Bibles to school. About 99.99999% of those claims end up being false.
yeah.
So
I do know that there are efforts, though, anytime students want to form organizations for prayer that are not Christian prayer, that are, say, perhaps Islamic prayer, there is always a lot of pushback on them if they want to go ahead and, get out their prayer mats and face east and do their thing or whatever. And I also know that wherever the TST tends to make its presence visible, with regards to school, Florida being one of the big places that they do a lot of stuff there, they get a lot of pushback actually as well
Yeah.
for doing things, because
Well,
as soon as you're like, hey, we'd like to hand out our TST pamphlet, like literally schools would rather obliterate anything having to do with religion from their school grounds than to actually have the TST handout coloring books. Kind of hilarious.
what's happening in Louisiana a few years ago because they they basically passed a thing saying that okay, schools, public schools couldn't stop students from having these things, even though no one was stopping them in the first place. So then a Muslim group decided to do the same thing because there was a fair number of Muslims in the area, and then the same people that voted for that law were like, "Oh, we can't have that." And it's like, "Hey, assholes." When you say religions can do this, you either have to allow all the religions to do it, and all
so
including non-religious, or none of them.
Yeah.
so I want to address Peach. Okay, so yeah, if the religious group lets in the school, right, is using school facilities, should that be allowed? And I would say yes, as long as the groups are student led, not led by any teachers or anything, that the groups are organized and led by the students, number one. And number two, there is no favor shown to one religious group or another. Like if they allow a Christian group but they don't allow a Muslim group, then I would say that they would run afoul of the law. But
Correct.
if they're not doing that, if it's completely organized and led and everything else by the students.
So I actually kind of want to support that statement a little bit from a direction that I don't want to support it from, but I think is so fair, is that with regards to what Peach just said, I have trouble differentiating, like, should they be allowed to use school resources? And I guess I feel like my answer is yes, because I have trouble differentiating between what's the difference between your religious Bible group using school resources and my philosophy club using resources? What's the
a lot-
no, as long as they're all like student led and everything we were talking about, not
Okay,
like as long as that's all student driven stuff. I
Right.
don't see a difference. Like as far as I'm concerned,
yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to like. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But then okay, so then this runs afoul of the question of where do you draw the line at hate groups? Where do you draw the line at my school club? My school club is the youth KKK, right? And we want to have our little school meeting. Where do you draw where and how do you draw the line of that is not acceptable, but all of the other school groups are? Like complete hypothetical.
Well, like also, well, like what happened if there was a prayer group that a Bible study group that was found to be saying a bunch of really anti-gay or anti-black or anti-something in that group? What should the school do?
Just balls out, kill gay people, for example.
I mean, it's a Bible study group that reads the Bible.
Yes.
It's a dangerous hypothetical. What if the entire world explodes and it's on a Tuesday? What if? I mean, I don't know.
Then Wednesday's gonna be. I'm gonna be late to work on Wednesday then.
Yeah.
I guess though that I like bring that up because I feel like on a maybe slippery slope, that's the direction that it goes.
Yeah, I guess. But Vegas, right? Allowing a religious group to use space doesn't tie religion and the state together as one thing, for Pete's sake. And I basically agree. But I mean, there are ways though that, if not careful, schools could run afoul of that.
Yeah, there are some bright lines.
Like I mentioned, showing favor to one group over another.
So I grew up in a school that did that. We had a student-led prayer group that would always be around the flagpole that everyone had to walk past coming into school. If you came in on a bus, you'd go right past that group. They were impossible to miss. You had to walk around them in order to get to school, right? In the same high school, teacher-led, not student-led, we had the Fellowship of Christian Athletes Club, FCA, and many high schools have that, right? But we also had a building that was off school grounds, but the Mormon church had somehow been able to strike a deal so that they could get grounds like so close that the guard shack could cover both the school and the Mormon seminary building. But they built a building right outside the school gate so that those students who wanted to go to Mormon seminary could go there. If they did, if their seminary hour was in the middle of their school day, they did not get credit for that hour. Like school credit was not had. So those students sometimes went to 0-hour band just to be able to collect the hours that they needed to graduate high school. But they were forced off of the premises,
right,
in order to practice that Mormonism belief. But the FCA were allowed to meet during our home group hours where clubs happened. Teacher run. No problem.
Yeah. Now the thing is, I think part of it was like the FCA. If there's a difference, and I'm not saying that there is, that would be kind of like having like I never went to CCD when I was a Catholic, but there's like basically like additional religious study. But that would be kind of like trying to use a school building for that, and that's actually that's like. That would definitely not fly. Like well, I know like when I was a kid, like you had CCD. CCD was not on school grounds; it was off school grounds.
Can I ask a question?
No,
you have.
Yeah. What's your question?
Well, if we adhere to the idea that people believe what they do, or they engage in the lifestyle that they do because of how they were raised, right, and how they were taught to think, And then we look at the things that are huge influencers on the way that people are taught to think, like religion, and how that religion and its indoctrination has the ability to impair people, literally to impair their ability to critically assess things, to question things, to do a lot of things, and or that if it hasn't impaired that, it still has created the mentality in a person that results in the actual actions that are detrimental to themselves, their family, and or society. Isn't the real core of the problem a social, like a mental issue, an intellectual idea? The real core of the problem is in the mind, and that we should be looking to correct that. We should be looking to correct how people are taught to think, not how they behave. And if we correct how they are taught to think, then correct behavior will follow.
So the reason why I didn't recoil when you mentioned that, if they're allowed to have their religion group, why wouldn't I be able to have my philosophy group? You were equating religion to philosophy. And while I disagree that they are equitable, some certain Christian dominionists who will get on school boards do believe that if students are taught critical thinking skills that would make them critically think about their own religion, they might leave the religion.
Yes.
And so they're not going to allow those critical thinking skills, which come from philosophy classes.
Right. Yes.
There might even be one philosophy class that's really, really hard to get into because it fills up really quick, but it will be run by an instructor who will not give a really good take on philosophy. They will water it down because they do not want parents calling up the school board saying, hey, why did you turn my kid into an atheist? They are definitely afraid of that.
Yeah. And I guess that, to me, that seems like a far more egregious crime that, like, if you were to look at what constitutes abuse, child abuse, or whatever, that seems like a far more egregious crime sometimes. Like the perversion of somebody's mind is almost worse than the things that you could do to them physically. It lasts forever. Your body heals. Your fucking mind deals with shit for the rest of your life.
I'm one of those folks that believes that religious indoctrination is child abuse.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Amy, we have de facto laws. There's mala and say laws, mala prohibited laws, the ones that we, the ones that are supposed to be laws because we all know it, that should be against the law. There's the prohibited ones where it's just against the law because we say, but there's also those laws that they are not on the book, such as it's actually legal to commit adultery nowadays. You're not going to get it's on the books that adultery is against the law. You're not going to be prosecuted ever.
Right, like no judge will ever look at that and be like,
in the Bill of Rights, it says itself that it's not an all-encompassing list of your rights. In between the lines, not written down, is parents' rights to have their kids raised to believe what they believe. That is how America operates. We operate as though it is your right, if you are Jewish, to have your son grow up Jewish. If you are Christian, have your daughter grow up Christian. We operate as if it is your right, if you let them go to a public school, that they will come back without having been taught anything about anything else that they could possibly think.
And what's fucked up about that is that it's the public school. I mean, you can send your child to a private, religious school if that's what you want, and they'll only get taught the things that are appropriate to, to your belief. But it's fucked up when they want to basically make the public school basically into their private religious school.
Should parents be able to expect that their children would come home from a private school believing the exact same thing as them?
Well,
Do
so
they have that much domain over their own children that they can decide for them what their religion will be all the way up till age 18, and then only be able to choose something else after that? Or maybe never?
Well, isn't though the idea that the parents have dominion over that directly related to the notion that the reason that they do is because they also have the responsibility for things that their children do up until a certain point in their age, meaning that as a parent, like if your child goes out and I don't know destroys kills the neighbor's cow, you're the one responsible for making recompense on behalf of your child's faux pas, right? So therefore you also have what
does that have to do with religious belief, though?
Are you assuming that religious belief will keep somebody moral?
No, what I am saying is that other people are saying that, yes, and if you raise your child in the right religious way, then your child will be moral because nobody ever disobeyed their parents, right? Like, because we have this stupid notion about that. Like, I'm saying that, yes, it is an antiquated notion that if you raise your child right, i.e. religiously, your child won't be bad, and therefore it's okay for you to have that responsibility for the thing, because if you're raising it right,
is asking the question like, so you're okay with private religious schools?
Yeah.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
I don't understand, like, why. I don't. Why would you think that we're not? Well, like, if somebody wants to pay money to send their kid to a school, like, I am not okay with indoctrinating somebody from birth, but I mean, if your family practices a religion and this child is going to be taught the religion anyway, then send them.
In fact, if anything, like I said, I'd actually, if someone really wants to indoctrinate their kid that way, which I really wish they wouldn't, but if that's what they want, I'd much rather them go to a private religious school than try to force the public school to become their private religious school.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I mean, it's like, it's certainly within the Constitution. It doesn't violate the Constitution to have a private religious school. That's the whole point, is if people want their children to learn religion, they really should be doing that in the private religious settings.
You see people fighting private schooling?
Well, yeah, you see Christians fighting against Muslim schools, and they call them madrasas, and they're all upset about that. But that's I think the irony and the hypocrisy. They have no problem with Christian private schools, but they just don't like the Muslim ones. I don't like any of them, but I think that they have the right to exist.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hilarious though, because like, and it's not funny at all. But yeah, they talk about like Sharia, but then again, they're pushing for biblical.
They want Leviticus laws.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like so.
Well, it's funny. They want the laws from Leviticus, except the things about eating shrimp and mixed fibers and planting different crops in the same field. Just the ones about beating up gay people and that kind of stuff.
Right.
So to answer Sister Danger's original question, I think it's much more about children being chattel. Just like women would be chattel if you were to follow these religious tenets from these books that they want to study. So it's much more about them being property, and they will be as you deem them if you are the head of the household.
Like, here's the thing. I guess that I do have a little bit of trouble. with the notion that if I had a child, that I'm responsible for the things that child may do, right? That part is forced upon me, but the part that I cannot be in control of is how I choose to raise my child with belief-wise.
That's not true.
I didn't say no. I'm not. Oh my God! I'm not saying that's a real situation. I'm saying that's what
why are we talking about it? Then why are we talking about it? I don't understand. Well, why? What the world could explode on a Tuesday. I mean, what difference does it make? If it's not real, what difference does it make?
How do you suppose that you come to actual answers and conclusions that make sense if you don't engage in thought problems about it? That's why I do and say the things I'm doing. It's a thought problem.
I engage in thought problems about practical matters. I don't care about the theoretical stuff. I really don't.
It's thinking about something that's very unlikely or almost impossible isn't as helpful as thinking about things that are very probable.
Right.
But I don't think that's that unlikely. We're literally sitting here talking about like religious school.
Right.
And we're talking about whether or not religion should be able to even be in schools.
But in reality, in the reality that we all exist in, and then that we share, and that we're it tends to
religion is in schools.
Kind of lean towards the liberal side of things. Is you do have a right in this country anyway to decide religiously how your child is raised. Like so the conversation of let's say you don't have that is kind of nonsensical because you do.
Right.
So if we want to see a society where you don't have that, we have examples to choose from on the other side of the planet.
Right.
But
in fact, I mean, the way I would look at it, and the reason why for me it's something, again, if we want to talk about those places where you don't have that right, that's a different story, because then again, that's practical. But see, here we have the opposite problem. It's not that people don't have the right to raise their children the religious way they want to. It's that they want to impose their religious stuff on other people's children.
That's
by making the school an agent of, they're making the state something that's basically an agent of the state, conform to one particular religious ideology. You're now forcing everybody else's children to also, if you want to go to a school, if you want to send your kid to a school where the people are going to teach the religious ideology that you want, you can do that. You can totally do that. But right now, but if you make the public schools conform to the same thing, you're no longer now concerning only your child. You're now concerning everybody else's children.
What Pete said has been lingering with us.
But the point that I was trying to make is that the reason that I have a right to teach my child or raise it in my own religious belief is because I have a responsibility for that child and the things that it does.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. So what's the point?
Okay. The point is that if you take away the ability for that child to have any exposure to that religion, or you actively speak against it in such a way that the child leaves what my parental teachings are that I've been given a right to, should I still have a legal responsibility for what that child grows up to be?
So did somebody suggest taking away your right as a parent to do that?
That's not the question. The question was exactly what I just said it was.
I'm asking a question. You asked a question. Now I'm asking a question.
Right, but I don't understand how your question is relevant to the question that I'm posing.
Because if it isn't something that somebody suggested we do, then thinking about what we would do.
It is, because when you talk about taking religion completely out of schools in any way, shape, or form, or you talk about like
public school only,
public schools. The Constitution already demands that. So I mean, nobody's talking about something that's radical or different. You have the right, if you had a child, Amy, you have a right to raise that child under any religious tradition that you deem fit. And if this public school isn't going to teach your child what you want the school to teach them, you have the right to send them to any private school that you can't afford or get vouchers to go to.
Or you believe that religious indoctrination is mental abuse?
Or you can even homeschool them if you want to.
Or what?
Yeah.
Do you believe that religious indoctrination is mental abuse?
Yes.
Okay, if you believe that religious indoctrination is mental abuse, then that means that you might be in support of the idea that religion not be allowed to be that people not be allowed to be indoctrinated. Because it is mental abuse.
But
in the same way that you're not allowed to beat your child, you're not allowed to indoctrinate them.
I do agree that it's wrong to indoctrinate your children.
If I can't teach my child my religious belief, am I responsible for who they grow up to be?
just let me finish. I do believe that it's wrong to indoctrinate your children into religion. I do believe that it's abuse. But in the society we live in, parents are given a constitutional right to do that to their children.
Does that mean it's right?
There's lots of things we have rights. It doesn't mean it's right.
Yes, and we
You
change
have a
them.
right to do it. But that doesn't mean, oh my God, are you kidding me? Okay, let's just say the world explodes and it's a Thursday.
Yeah.
Or let's just say women go back to getting beat.
No one's saying you're going on a ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
No, I'm not.
No. Okay. So here. I'm gonna try.
Positive laws get made.
If I can get and we're the next right here, I'll try to summarize what Raven said. So Raven said that she believes that it's indoctrination and it's bad. However, people have the constitutionally protected right to do it anyway. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So then everything else is a non sequitur.
So you mean what you're saying is that because it's a constitutional right, end of story, forever and evermore, never ever should be questioned, and maybe we should never ever change or modify anything because we've learned that, I don't know, mental health is a fucking thing.
Or change the Constitution if you think it's not, that it shouldn't be protected.
Yes, that is my goddamn point.
Well, then go do that. We're not talking about that here. I'm not interested in that fucking conversation, and I don't think anybody else is except you.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, we can run around. Like I said, we could talk about like all kinds of stuff that have just no basis in reality. We could do that. We could do that. I have no interest in that conversation.
I'll just say this. I'm not interested in I don't think we should try to change the Constitution. I think we have what we have, and we should be trying to do other things to try to stop abuse, but we shouldn't change the Constitution to disallow people from raising their kids how they wish.
Right. And the thing is, beating your child is not protected under the Constitution, even if your religion believes in it. Because there's limits, again, as I said earlier, our right, no right is absolute, and our rights come in conflict.
Except for the right of religion. So as long as it's justified enough by religion.
No.
Yes, when religion itself is the abuse, you have to change that.
Yes, religion itself is the abuse. Indoctrinating your child is abuse. But our society, right? Our society as a whole
approves of it on the Constitution, and therefore it should just remain forever.
We can't do anything about it. That's the main thing. We can't do anything about it. Yes, there's abuse. There's this kind of abuse happens, but there's nothing we can do about it.
So we live in a religiously dominated society, right? And which means that the people who are voting and the people who make the laws and the people who write the laws and the people who vote for people who write and make the laws mostly believe in religious teachings. They are not going to decide one day that everything that they believed in their entire lives and that they were taught and they taught their children and that their parents were taught by their grandparents is abuse. They're not going to.
Right.
So it's not going to change because of that.
Also, I want to point out that the same law that allows people to religiously indoctrinate their children affords me the right not to. So that's why we can't change the Constitution.
Except for that, it doesn't exactly. I mean, yeah, you can not do the thing, but the absence of a thing is a hole that can be filled with the presence of something else.
What?
I'm not even going to go down there. Whatever. That's fine. Whatever.
It's like just because you don't teach your child something doesn't mean that they're going to grow up believing nothing right. that you didn't teach them.
That's right. You can be an atheist and your child could choose to be a Muslim or a Christian or a Baha'i or whatever. That's true. Agreed. Next point.
That's not what I said. But okay.
Sure sounded like it.
I didn't say anything about atheism. Literally had nothing to do.
Okay, I could be a Christian and my child could grow up a Muslim. Is that closer to what you were saying?
No, what I'm saying is the lack of teaching somebody something doesn't mean that they're going to pick up on. like it's an absence. You don't know what you don't know. Where there is a gap, somebody can come along and just fill in a gap by
So,
providing any
I
kind of
Which,
information.
and what I said grows directly out from what you said. That's what you're not
I
I
saying.
mean, if you want to take it in a religious direction, but it could be taken in
Yes, it
any.
could be anything.
So,
Yes.
well, considering the context of our conversation has been religious, I think it's just makes
Relevant.
sense that that's exactly where we would
Like,
remain.
I,
So, but let me just say, I have 2 adult children. I was married to their mother, who is a Catholic. I at one time was a Catholic, kind of. My children were raised mostly by her, but we shared, they spent a lot of time with me every weekend and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, neither one of them are believers, despite her best efforts. Uh, so I didn't teach them religion. I taught them that my belief was that there was no God. I didn't force them to do anything. And having, I assume, that different perspective than the one that they were getting every single day at home gave them enough to ponder about reality and the nature of it in the world. So you don't have to do things like outlaw religious indoctrination in order to stop children from being indoctrinated into religion. You just need to teach them how to think.
you don't even have to outlaw it. All you have to do is stop protecting it.
That's what I just said. You don't have to outlaw.
No, those are
Then
different things.
if you do-
Those are different things.
Hey, can you unhighlight that post?
Oh,
Yeah, what Peach said.
I
keeps
didn't.
lingering.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember doing that, but
It's
there
been with
before.
us for a while.
Okay, see if I can find it. Oh, there we go.
Specifically protected rights are things that are different than outlawed things.
Wow, what a fucking revelation that was.
We finally heard what Peach said.
I think Peach's favorite pastime on this show when I'm here is basically just ripping on me. So whatever.
Well, I guess
So-
it's better than having a stream of
Okay.
consciousness. Just
So okay. Yes.
Is it though? I mean, matter of opinion.
So, Kazoom, I'm still kind of upset that you stood me up. And it's been a while since I reminded you about this, but like after like a year and a half of a pandemic, I've come to realize that was really important. That time that it happened, because I've gone like a year and a half of like pandemic, and I'm like, wow, all those missed opportunities that I could have taken advantage of when they happened back then, because they're not happening right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I wish I would have done, but
If there's nothing else that we're going to be doing on this show, I just wanted to call you out personally and say, when you stood me up, that hurt.
sorry about that. Is the situation of the move, and I wanted to get to the location, the other location, as quickly as I could. So
You didn't stand up Josh.
Oh,
because he was literally on the way. It was literally part of the stop. It was
You moved?
Oh no, this is in 2017.
Okay, yes. Yeah.
And then when I moved back in 2018. So
yeah. So it's been 3 years since you moved back west, right? Wow,
yeah.
it's hard to
Well,
believe.
it
Aw,
hurt more
thanks for the topic change, AOD. I appreciate that.
I mean, hold on, I'm still getting on his ass. Time has not healed this. It's made it worse now because we had a pandemic. So like you didn't know what was happening, but like that was the moment that you were supposed to seize the day. And now we've got a whole fucking pandemic.
And the day still has not been seized.
Yes.
Carpe Canem, seize the dog.
Is it Canum or Canis?
Canum, because yeah, Canum would be for singular, I think. In this context, and has to do with because it has to do with motion toward. So if you remember from Monty Python and the Life of Brian.
I think I've only ever seen it once.
Oh, there's a great part of it where Brian, the character Brian, he's part of a Jewish group that's trying to fight against the Romans, and he goes and he writes Romans go home, but his Latin is incorrect. He gets caught by a Roman soldier. And instead of like arresting or something, the guy he basically corrects his Latin and then makes him write 100 times all over on the walls the correct Latin. Because he writes like Romanus eunt domum, which is like basically very poorly conjugated Latin, and then he corrects. It's a funny scene. Let me see here.
It reminds me of Mitchell and Webb, the grammar Nazi.
That's a great sketch. For any of you Mitchell and Webb fans out there, you'll know what we're talking about. I'm gonna link in here. So for anyone who has a chance to look at it later, here is the here's a link to the bit in the movie. And it's fun because it's like a kind of non sequitur in the middle of a movie, but it's pretty funny. It's Monty Python. The grammar Nazi thing that Amy was talking about is on Mitchell and Webb is someone's doing a presentation and he some Brits will pronounce the letter H in words, instead of saying H they'll say H. So the guy says H, H, and the guy's like, it's H, not H, H. And then he shoots him. And then they're like, what the hell? And then, and then as people are commenting on him shooting the employees, he keeps shooting more employees because they get things wrong. And eventually has to kill himself because he gets something wrong. In fact, I'll see if I find that. Mitchell.
Hey, I'm gonna head out. There's some things I want to get done before it gets too late. So, but it's been cool. I've had a good time. Huh?
Like visiting your friends. You want to get it done before it's too late. If I'm going to pay them back for like hanging out into something too long, I gotta get you, man.
So yeah, I linked in both the Monty Python and the Mitchell and Webb sketches. They're both pretty cool.
I wanted a visit from the not as popular Kazoom, not the voice of the internet Kazoom, the one that's like got a big head from all the things that he's done. I was like friends with Kazoom, the old Kazoom. Never got to meet him.
So I have a question, Michael. I have a question. Your chair, is that like a recliner? Is that a lazy boy or is that a desk chair?
It is a actual lazy boy recliner that has been modified with moving trucks on the bottom, so that I can roll it around. I realized when this pandemic started that nobody was taking it seriously and that I was going to be sitting down a lot doing telehealth. So I wanted to be comfortable. So I went ahead and modified a lazy boy.
Well, Peach likes your chair. She wants one.
See, what sucks is they keep changing their chair line. So I had a chair that, eventually needed to be replaced because it had broken down and that model wasn't made anymore. And then I got another one and then the same thing. Eventually, they wear out and you got to replace them. And it's tough for me because I need to get a very wide chair. So we got one now, but it's too wide and I don't like it. But
I do understand because there are weight limits to certain office chairs.
Yep.
And strangely, at Sam's Club of all places, the highest weight limit to their office chairs was like 250 pounds, which I have been north of. And so I bought their highest weight limit chair and then after like a year, there was this steel part in the center that just like cracked and
Yeah.
broke.
They all break in the same spot.
Like 250 pounds is like nothing
Mm.
for a dude. That's nothing.
I know.
Yep. Well,
Like, thank you for. I feel you there.
Well, what pisses me off is I was buying like chairs that were supposedly for big giant guys like me, supposedly up going up to 1,000 pounds. I don't weigh anywhere near 1,000 pounds, but the chair's still broken the year in the exact same spot. I know exactly what you're talking about because basically you have all the weight held by one little folded piece of metal that goes to the pintle instead of it being braced on all four sides. It's only braced on one side, and then eventually it just gets work hardens and snaps.
It does not feel good when you break a chair. Like
Oh,
for your ego. Like in my life, I think I've broken 5. And that when you buy one that it has like a higher quality to it and you spend money on it, you expect it to not break. It's not like those other chairs that were like, lawn chairs that I broke. This one was like a professional office chair, and I was like, never again.
I broke a chair. I broke a chair at a baseball stadium once. That was fucking humiliating.
You mean the kind that like hundreds of thousands of people sit on through the lifetime of the chair?
Yeah.
I think what he's trying to say is a lot of people wear that chair out.
Yeah, but it was still the thing is it's still embarrassing happening in front of I was in this section. I'm in literally the middle of my section, and I was purposely sitting on it like trying to keep the weight on my legs and knees so I wasn't leaning on the chair. And then at one point I stood up, and then when I went to sit down, I sat down a little hard and I couldn't brace myself the way I had been, and the fucking thing just went plump, and it made this big loud sound so everybody knew. So that was kind of humiliating. Then I just kind of got up and walked out of the section and just stood in the back the rest of the game.
What are you gonna do? That's a rough situation.
Yeah, it was not fun.
250 pounds is above average, says the Green Machine, but I literally weigh 200 pounds. I mean, what?
It is above average, but not as much as it used to be.
I feel like above average for what? Like, because if you look at anybody who can actually afford to buy themselves a chair like that, they're probably older than 25 years old. And so if you count out like the 18 to 25-year-old adult person range and then start looking at real people that can afford chairs like that, maybe it's not above average anymore. Just saying.
No, it could be, but I mean, like it's just I'm just pitched because, like I said, I spent a lot of money on these chairs that are supposedly for like extreme weights, and they're not constructed. They're only constructed. It's funny because you have the base of the chair, this big, tough, heavy metal thing, and again, all the weight of it is being held by a strip of metal that's 1.5 inches long. It's like, that broke. Who would have figured?
I have a similar problem happening right now in that Misty is kayaking, and she bought a kayak, and I don't go out with her because I'm pretty much with any sort of gear at all, I'm over the weight limit of most kayaks, and they're made at like a 300-pound test. But let's say I've got my vest on, maybe I've got my camera gear, in a waterproof container. I'm way over 300. And why are you kayaking out to the island? So that you can bring your camera with you, And I'm like, goddamn camera puts me over.
Yeah. I went down. I was at Vernon Valley, Great Gorge. Raven knows the place.
Oh yeah, that's
Action Park.
right.
Yeah, Action Park. And so basically, they had several water slides, and there's one slide. It was their tallest slide, and they had a weight limit on it. So and I exceeded the weight limit. So I said, so my friend, I wasn't going to go. My friend Johnny, he asked the person, it's like, he's over the weight, but is it really that big a deal? And the guy's like, well, just don't go on the expert side. Just go down the middle or something. All right. So I go up to the top of the thing and I start going down, and I'm booking, man. I'm just like, woo, and I'm going airborne over each of the jumps. And so
Wait, not what this was not a water slide, right? It was.
this is the big blue slide in Action Park. You know, it wasn't really a water slide. It was just like a big wet slide.
Okay.
It was the big blue vinyl slide. So so as I'm going over, I'm going airborne. So the little vinyl mat they give you, I started to slide off of it. So I'm like half on the mat and half off. So I'm trying to correct myself. And as I'm doing that, it's guiding me toward the expert. So I get to the very last jump, and they actually had a berm in between the lane 10, which was the expert, and the one before it. Well, I went off the last jump on the berm, and there's a pool of water at the bottom. Like, it's probably about 15-foot drop, and there's a pool of water at the bottom to slow you down. I jumped over the pool of water and then spun around. And I'm going feet first, and they had like, it was probably about 20, 25 feet of space. And then there's a tarp that's by the cement. And I hit that tarp going about 20 miles an hour. And one foot went underneath it. I twisted my ankle, and I got like the wind knocked out of me. And so a guy comes running over. He's panicked. He's like, "Sir, do you want me to call the ambulance?" And I'm like more embarrassed than anything else. And then I go to get up, and my ankle hurts. So I fall back down again. And the guy's like, "Sir, really? I think we should call an ambulance." And I'm like, "I'm not going out of this fucking place in an ambulance." So I'm just stumbling away with a twisted ankle. And, as Raven well knows, the place was a death trap.
What is a berm? How do you spell that word?
Good question. I don't remember if it's B-E-R-M or B-U-R-M.
I would go with a U, but
I'd go with an
I'm
E.
not sure.
It is an E, and it's a strip of land. Basically, it's a strip of land. You know, typically it's a strip of land like earthwork, to kind of like block things, to kind of mark off territory or to kind of separate two pieces of land. But basically, this is built like a berm. It's serving the same purpose. So it's basically to keep you from sliding from the lower level, the lower tier to the upper tier. But I ended up sliding up on top of that and then jumped over.
Like, the place is infamous for people getting hurt. I mean, there's documentaries about it. Getting killed. Yeah, the place. I mean, you know, and I mean, most of the time that it was open, it was basically being run by teenagers that were high.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to work there, so I mean, it's
to Raven's point about people dying there. There's one, I forget what it's called, Raven, but you know the one, it's way off toward the back of the place. It's near the Alpine slide, and you kind of go down, you through a river, and then you go through a tube that kind of goes through some ground and then pops out. So you're like underground for a little bit.
Yeah.
And
somebody got electrocuted on that.
My friends wanted me to go through there, and I'm like, I'm going to get stuck in the fucking tube and drown or get killed or whatever. And so I didn't do it. And they were like making fun of me. And then like 4 weeks later, that's exactly what happened. Someone got stuck in the fucking tube. And then then they got basically people piled on top of them. So they're basically trapped in. The water starts building up because they're blocking the water flow. And they basically got pummeled between the pummeling and the water. They basically, you know, they
had a water slide that had a loop in it. And somebody went through the loop, and when you go around like the top of the loop, because of your weight, you fall down, and you know people were hitting their chest or their face on the bottom part of the loop. Well, somebody went and they did that, and their teeth broke off in between the two, like the groove of two pieces of the pipe. And their teeth are sticking out, and the next person that went through, their legs had all chewed up on the teeth that were sticking out.
Oh god.
Yeah,
that place was bad. And then they had the outside the water park area, they had like the go-karts that you could drive, and they were basically like, it looked like little Formula One racers. They're gas powered.
Yeah, the Formula One Grand Prix racers. Yeah,
and they could go fast. They could go like 40-50 miles an hour, and so people would wipe out on that routinely.
Yeah. It was dangerous. The place was dangerous. It's still open. It's under a different name, and it's not nearly as dangerous. But yeah,
well, it had closed for a while, hadn't it?
Yeah. They've had lots of issues.
Yeah.
They tried to bring it back as Action Park a couple years ago. I think last year or the year after, it changed back again to Mountain Creek. But that's what it is now. It's Mountain Creek.
Yeah.
Might have had to do with the documentary.
What happened?
It might have had to do with the documentary.
No, it was before.
Yeah, it did. It closed before the documentary, but there are several. There's a documentary on HBO now about it.
Yeah, I forgot about some of
There
these.
were a bunch of people in it.
Some of the nicknames for the place:
Traction
Traction
Park.
Park,
That's what we always called it. We called it Traction Park.
Accident Park, and Class Action Park.
Yep.
Yeah, it was bad. I hurt myself 4 times. I almost drowned in the wave pool that same day.
Yeah, the people have died in that wave pool.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because basically the wave pool is this big gigantic pool, and it was deep. It was a good 12 feet deep, and they just create these huge waves. And so you're floating around these little foam mats. And so now I'm extremely buoyant because I'm obese. So I was like fucking around, and I'm like, oh, I don't need a mat. And at first I'm doing fine, and I'm bobbing, and I'm timing my movements with the waves. So I'm like riding the waves. Well, then I screwed up, and then now I'm out of sequence, and I got underneath the wave. And now as I'm going up, the wave's going up, and I'm going up, but I'm below it, so I'm not getting any. I'm only barely getting air. Occasionally, I get in my mouth above and sucking in some air.
To Vegas, there was a movie by what's his name, Johnny Knoxville, about an amusement park, I think in Africa. The amusement park in that movie is based on Action Park.
Mm.
I mean, it's like literally no joke, famous for being the most dangerous amusement park in the U.S.
Yeah, the movie's called Action Point.
Action Point, yeah, it's based on Action Park.
Yeah, and so here I am, and so I'm sitting there like almost drowning, and like I actually look toward the lifeguard stand, and the lifeguard can see me, and I see him stand up, and he's got the the life preserver to come get me, and then I started to right myself, and then he like settled down, and then I went under again, and then finally I just grabbed onto, like literally just grabbed somebody around the waist and got up onto their pad. I'm like, sorry, dude, but I'm fucking drowning.
Yeah, there are other wave pools that like make big waves just as big as that one. And I don't remember what the issue was with the pool, but in the documentary, I remember they talk about it. What makes it different than other wave pools? I just don't remember what the reason was. But
Well,
for whatever reason, there's something about the pool that makes it different than other wave pools.
Well, part of it too. There was something about the construction. Most other wave pools, they can basically damp the wave out fairly quickly. So if someone's having trouble, they can pretty much like bring that shit to a stop within seconds. That
Right.
place, it was just going to it was just going to keep
Might have been what it
oscillating.
was. Yeah,
You
it
know?
might have been what it was because they were saying in the documentary about how dangerous it was and that it was different than other wave pools.
Yeah.
But I mean, like there are other wave pools that make because there are big waves in there. I mean, there are other wave pools that like Dorney Park has a wave pool that has waves just as big.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, so basically since they couldn't damp the wave, it's actually dangerous for a rescuer to try to come in because they're not dealing with just a flat thing. They're dealing with this.
the rescuer is 16 years old and high.
Right.
So
That too. So yeah, Action Point is Johnny Knoxville's fictional take on the real life Action Park, the notorious amusement park in Vernon, New Jersey.
my hometown, yeah. Yeah. I worked there. I worked there a couple of times, but yeah, I worked there. My sister worked there. My brother worked there. All the kids in the in town worked there at some point.
Yeah.
They used to have these old ticket booths that they stopped using because they built new ones, and instead of getting rid of the old ones, they just kind of moved them off to the side. And the kids used to go in there, hang out, and smoke pot. One dude I knew used to huff. He used to huff brake cleaner on a rag.
Damn.
And then they minimum wage, 16 years old and high. Yeah, Vernon back in the 80s especially was a pretty affluent town. So it's middle class to upper middle class. That's where I grew up.
Yeah, that place was...
they worked because they were told to work, not that they had to work.
Yeah.
They drove BMWs to work. That's what they did.
Yeah, I mean, at least
What's the point of that comment?
Well, the fact that you had like minimal supervision and you had young people who were not making a lot of money, so they don't give a shit about their job and they're high.
Yeah, well, I guess he's saying minimum wage 16 and high. Like, how does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I thought he meant.
Yeah, that's true because he did say what the fuck after that. Yeah. But the thing is, at least at Great Adventure, all the super like the upper supervisors were all like over 25, and even the middle supervisors were like had to be like 21.
Yeah, no, most of the supervisors in Action Park were college kids. Um, yeah, and they were assholes. They were mostly assholes.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, there's what was interesting about Vernon is that these were mostly spoiled kids that didn't have any responsibilities, and had everything handed to them, and they worked at the park so they could basically have their own money, their own pocket money without having to ask for it. And they hung out with their friends the entire shifts, and they got high and smoked a lot of pot. If you don't know, just in case you're unaware, if you haven't heard me talk about it, go to Urban Dictionary and type in Vernon, New Jersey into Urban Dictionary. And you'll see that there's entry after entry after entry after entry about Vernon, New Jersey being famous for pot, basically. And heroin, mostly pot though, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just doing that right now.
You're doing it, yeah. You'll see a whole bunch of entries about marijuana.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, the good old days.
Good old days. It's actually, I mean, it's still this is still pot central. Since marijuana has been legalized, Vernon was the second town, I think the second town in the county to decide that they were going to have a pot shop. Most of the towns in the county said they would not.
Yeah, I know that they had they had until a few weeks ago to basically say whether they were opting in or opting out.
Yeah. Well, Vernon opted in, and ain't nobody surprised. Well, there was a lot of people in town that fought against it, and I was just like, really? Do you not know where you live? The kids in this town, go in your kids' room, go into their dresser drawer. Tell me you're not going to find pot. Go ahead.
From you, I learned it from watching you.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if you ever remember
Of all
that
the
commercial.
fucking drugs a kid could do, people are like, "Oh no, they're smoking pot."
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that they're saying here is that if there's a pot store, their kids are going to have access to or be exposed to marijuana. And like I said, look at Urban Dictionary, and you'll see that it's been years and years and years, decades now, that this town has been known for pot. It's what we're known for. That and Action Park. So for people to be like, "Oh, we can't have a pot store. What'll my kid do? He won't buy it in school anymore." That's what he'll do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure prohibition was a thing before fucking pot was. That ought to tell you something about it.
Yeah.
Maybe alcohol's actually worse than smoking a joint. Whoa, let me go out on a crazy limb.
I'm looking at the in my county. Well, this is from before the deadline came, but what in my county, towns that have already had said that they're going to put their bans in, and it's all affluent communities, which are loaded with pot.
Right. Well, like Sparta is the affluent community in this county, and they opted out of having marijuana. They also don't have liquor stores. It's a violation of a town ordinance to open a liquor store. So
just to validate what she's saying, I have never had a client that presented to me with cannabis as their issue that wasn't mandated to be in front of me because cannabis was their issue by their PO or their Child Protective Services case manager. Right. Nobody ever has come to me and said, "I need your help to quit smoking pot."
Right.
They've said, "I need your help to get my PO off my back." It's addictive, just like caffeine, just like a lot of things, but 95% of my clients are alcohol.
I mean, but let's not pretend that addictive like caffeine is the same thing as addictive like heroin.
Right.
Just saying.
Well, when I say addictive like caffeine, I mean to the exclusion of, say, nicotine, which perfectly legal, and people feel like it's more socially acceptable in some places, not really Colorado, but I wouldn't say that it's as addictive as tobacco.
No,
People
no.
cannot stop smoking to save their lives.
Like I could literally smoke a
Tobacco.
joint every day for the next week, and it would not have the same effect on me as if I smoked a cigarette. I mean, I used to be a smoker, so I'm pretty sure I can say that one of them is way more addictive than the other, and it's not pot.
So I'll say that it's different for some people because they'll not be able to quit smoking cannabis to the point where they get remanded to prison after being told if you drop another hot UA or your THC levels go up, you're going back to prison. Their PO will tell them up front, look, we have caught you. Here's your level. If it goes up, you're going to prison for the rest of your sentence. And they still smoke.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not addictive. I'm just saying it's not. There are levels of addiction. That is all I'm saying. And I mean, I personally can't. I don't have good reactions when I smoke the pots, so it's bad. And I don't.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a smoker. I don't smoke. I don't smoke pot. And I grew up with extremely. I mean, access to marijuana is easy for most people, but like as evidence from stuff we just talked about, access to it was very, 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 very easy. I just never really developed a.
So
yeah, I did it in college a little bit, and I enjoyed it, but I was kind of like, the same reason I don't really drink anymore. It's just like I can't be bothered. I'd rather have control of my faculties.
Same. I don't really drink either anymore.
On a rare occasion, on a very rare occasion, I'll have a beer to take the edge off, but it's like not even once a month anymore.
The hardest to quit is carbs.
Amen. Yes, this is true. This is true.
Maybe carbs might be rivaled by sugars, but aren't sugars maybe also carbs?
Sugars are carbs.
Okay. Because I'm like, oh man, I agree with that because I've totally tried to go no carb and it does not go over well. Like it's bad.
I mean, the sad part is when I've done it, I've lost a lot of weight. It's just really fucking hard to do.
It's also not that good for you in a extended.
As far as like, if I were to measure the impact of a drug based on how many 12-step groups there are based on that drug in a city the size of Denver, I do know that there is one marijuana anonymous group that meets in Denver. I do know of one, but I could probably find you an alcohol AA group in your neighborhood within like a 2-mile square radius from 6 a.m.
Oh shit, dust. Sorry.
You might have to drive across town to find the ones between midnight and 6 a.m. But this is like the city that never sleeps as far as AA is concerned. There will be an AA meeting 24/7, right? For Overeaters Anonymous, there's at least afternoon groups on every day of the week. But the Marijuana Anonymous is like one day a week, and I only know of the one group.
So when you were talking about the neighborhood, I started having that Sesame Street song roaming around my head. Who are the people in your neighborhood? In your neighborhood.
The alcoholic is a person in your neighborhood.
They're the people that you meet each day.
The person that drinks each day.
They have this rule about 90 and 90 that you're supposed to do, where you, in order to find the people that you want to hang out with, you go to 90 different groups in 90 days, right? I could find you 90 AA groups not in churches in Denver, but like nobody thinks that marijuana is their problem. Nobody.
Because why would they?
There is that one 12-step group for marijuana. I don't know. I've never been to it, but I need to just to check it out and ask them why they exist.
So there's actually a TED Talk from a dude who's talking about ayahuasca, I think is what he's actually talking about, the TED Talk. But he talks about how when he was in college, he basically went through most of college till he got to the PhD level, basically being just stoned out of his fucking brain. He was like, I just smoked pot because it was like the 60s/70s. Okay, so to put this guy's age into context a little bit, and he's like, basically, I just smoked my way through fucking college until I got to like doctorate level, and then it was like, maybe I have to take it a little more seriously.
A lot of people.
But he talks about how it's a little interesting because he talks about how it's like, I didn't realize for a really long time that maybe I was smoking too much pot because it had changed his behavior. Like he became more irritable apparently, and his partner, girlfriend, wife, I don't even know, whatever. His partner, like he started having a lot more fights with his partner because he was just more aggravated and irritable. And the real reason for that was actually his apparently abundant use of pot. And when he decided he would try to stop smoking in order to, like deal with things, he was like, when he stopped, he was like, oh, hey, look at that. You can actually smoke too much pot. Who fucking knew? Like, I mean, that's kind of the approach, And so he like quit smoking pot and moved on to better drugs like ayahuasca. But yeah. So, and then the TED Talk goes on from there. But I guess my point is, it's possible to be addicted or to smoke too much, or I mean, I guess I can see it's possible to be addicted to literally any. You could be addicted to shopping for clothes. Like
I would say there's more people who go to Shopaholics Anonymous than go to Marijuana Anonymous. And Shopaholics Anonymous is a thing. So is Sexaholics Anonymous. More people go to that.
I know that Sexaholics is an anonymous thing. I had a boyfriend, actually, ex-boyfriend. It was a form of revenge. He like totally signed me up to have Sexaholics nurse people call me. It was I didn't actually believe it was a real thing. I didn't realize what was happening actually. Like,
so you're saying you're not an nymphomaniac, Amy?
Well, so one of my understandings of addiction is that you do the thing to the point of detrimenting your own self and making bad decisions for yourself, like in life. I don't do that, so yay sex, but not yay, I don't know, like crazy whoring yourself out on the streets for sex or something. I don't even know what that entails, right? Like, so
what's wrong with whoring yourself out?
Well, I could give you some examples.
I'm joking.
Lots of sex on the streets, unprotected, and just like, because I have to have sex. You're at risk of your own health. Probably bad.
Who said anything about unprotected?
That's what I'm saying when we get to the bad decision part of the sex having. If you're not doing things that make it bad, then it doesn't matter. It's not a bad decision.
Well, you said whoring yourself. You said whoring yourself out. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's unprotected.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it is protected.
No, I know, but you're making an assumption. My point is that you're
no, I'm not. I'm just making a random flippant comment with no assumptions in either direction, because in reality, I know it could or could not be, as we all know.
I guess I'm arguing that the bad part would be the unprotected sex, not the whoring oneself out.
I agree, because I believe in professional sex workers. Yeah. So, in fact, I'm super supportive of that. The idea, I think, that goes along with what I was saying are all the bad implications, not all of the good positive implications, of which there are both. Hey, wait, what? Okay. Just let me have a drink of that before you take it away, Jesus.
What is it?
It's the oldest profession, man.
Looks like homemade mead.
Oh, that I was drinking?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know, because I didn't make that last drink. I just know that it involved vodka at some level, but I
want you to know everything that you drink from now on, and put your hand over your cup like this at all times.
Why?
Because bad things.
I don't understand. I don't understand. There's a joke here that I don't understand.
Oh my God. Watch your cup at all times.
I don't get it.
Because somebody could put a roofie in it.
Oh, that doesn't happen to me. I drink shots. The bartender pours them and I put them in my face hole, and that's the end of that story. Like
Well, that's true. Well, then you don't have to worry. That is true. That is true.
No, although I will tell you that the one time that I know for a fact, like, so I mean, I didn't actually, like, I know for a fact that it happened, but at the time I didn't have the experience of understanding the mixture of cocktail that I was about to engage. But I was at a bar once, and it was a very good, like my best friend. And there we were. Let's go out to the bar, whatever. We go out to the bar. We get there. They line up the fucking drinks, right? And he says, "Here, drink these and eat this," and hands me a pill. And me, because I'm like, "Yeah, you're like my best friend." I'm like, "Okay." And I just swallow some pill, and I had no clue what it was. It didn't even fucking matter or whatever. Like, I was, I don't know, 22 or something. So I eat the thing. It turns out he had gone to like the dentist. There's some kind of, like after dental pain pill thing. But I had just mixed it with like 4 shots of some kind of booze. And this dude tried to hit on me. His name was Than. Than, like the letter, like than. I'd rather go there than there. Than, but pronounced it Than. I always find that funny. Anyway, he tried to make out with me, and I told him if he tried to stick his tongue down my face another time, I was going to bite it the fuck off. And apparently he didn't believe me and thought that was very attractive. So he did it again. And so I bit his tongue so hard, he bled, and he like pushed me down on the floor. Like, "Ah, bitch, my tongue." And I was like, "But I said." I didn't even know what to. Yeah. The next weekend at the club, he was like, "My tongue is so swollen." But I said. And that was that.
You did warn him.
I did, in fact, warn him. Of course, like 15 minutes after me warning him, I could no longer stand, and they had to carry me out of the bar because whatever I was given, my friends carried me out of the bar. Don't get me wrong. Like, they were like, "Oh shit, we gave you a thing and you're fucked." Like, so they carried me out.
So
But they were like, "Also, you bit that dude's tongue off."
I've actually pondered, like, if everybody who had a bad experience with a man were to just log it in a blockchain transaction, such that like there would be a record of all bad interactions with men, so that people would have like basically a social score, like in China, right?
So it'd be a sexual harassment ETF.
Yes, something like that. But like what Amy just did here was she like broadcasted this guy's name everywhere, and like although it's probably not going to catch up to him in his life, future generations are going to know the exploits of Thad.
You know what? I'm not entirely unsure that I'm not a little bit proud to be considered somebody's exploit. Yeah, I'm an exploit, baby. Like, that's awesome. Like, I am so cool that I am someone else's fucking exploit. That's epic.
So that's another part of the DSM aside from sex addiction, the rape fantasy thing.
What?
If you would like to be someone's exploit, if that's your fantasy, it's completely different.
What does that have to do with rape?
Well,
Doesn't rape have to do with consent?
Yeah. So, how did you get in this exploited position?
Oh, I think we're taking the word exploit in different meanings.
Maybe.
And also, an interesting thing. This is relative, actually, literally to what you're saying. Is that which I was thinking while you were saying that whatever you were just saying was that it's interesting to me how when I look back on that now, I think this was like what highly inappropriate behavior that was. But at that time in my life, with the world context that I had, that was just another night at the bar. That was nothing. That was just, I don't know, that was just hanging out. it was just that was next week. This is going to be the fucking funny story that we tell everybody about how you fucking bit that dude's tongue off. Ha ha ha, fucker. Like that's what it was. And only now with like I don't know. I guess with I guess with like social a shift in social perspective and even just certain ideas becoming prevalent, has it ever occurred to me that many of the things that I experienced as just a Saturday night at the club or just a hanging out or just to go into a party were like way more than that? Because at the time and for many years after that, such activities never occurred to me as anything more egregious than like living on the wild side, that. And I don't know. So I guess that like when you said like, what do you mean exploit? I'm like, what do you mean exploit? I don't even know. Like I literally don't even frame it that way in my head.
Amy, I have a plan for the next show that we're both on.
Uh-oh.
That is, we're going to combine what you don't know about the world of sex with what I don't know about the world of sex. And we're going to try to get Raven's jaw to hit the desk. Like all the way down. Wham. It's going to happen.
My computer froze and I heard we're going to combine the world of what you don't know with the world of what I don't know. And we're going to get Raven's
Go. Jaw to drop.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Whatever.
Because, Raven apparently has lots and lots of knowledge about the world of sex.
I mean, I like to think that I have I'd like to say that I was in the mid-range of knowledge about sex, except for that I'm pretty sure I'm above the mid-range because most people that I hear talk about sex, I'm like, you scare me. Wow, you're like a Luddite. What? In fact, like it really doesn't take more to shock me other than somebody going, I have 5 kids. And I'm like, you can wrap it up, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's crazy talk. Why would you do that on purpose? I mean,
you just reminded me, and I hadn't thought of this in years. When I first moved up to Buffalo, and I was living with a friend, and we went out one night to a bar, and I'm talking to this woman, and it's going all right. And apparently, she had 3 different children by 3 different men, and she's telling me about her kids. And then she said, after saying this, she stops herself, and then she goes, "I'm such a whore." I'm like, "Hi, my name is Joe. Nice to meet you."
You're like, all right, well, I have a wallet and it's filled with fat cash, and so better to be a whore than a slut where you're just like giving away the goods for free, right? But because
I think that's kind of her point, though, is that she's been giving it away for free and then squeezing out kids.
Damn, Kazum, what's behind you? You got up and there's a thing behind you. Yeah, what's that?
That's a light. Here, if I turn it off, it looks like this.
Nice.
Like that's like an LED, like a ring light.
So it's not a ring light. A ring light. It's just this. It's just it's just meant to be a desk lamp, and I've modified it.
Oh, that's cool.
Because Kazum is creative and shit.
Yeah, Kazum also does a lot of professional shit on the interwebs and YouTubes and recording voice for things, and that's fascinating, and I like that. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Oh, sure thing.
So, Mike, I've got a question. Well, I did not ask on the air.
Go ahead.
Right now, we all want to hear.
A friend of yours has hit me up, asking about something.
Okay. Anybody in your general area?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
In Philadelphia. They're in Philly, or near Philly. And I was just like, "Hey, you're friends with Michael Clifton," and they were like, "Yeah, does that help me?"
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know that in certain circles it should.
Yeah, I laughed. I didn't know what else.
Yeah. Why does Vegas think that I'm high?
You probably are, no?
It was
I'm
probably the yellow drink.
Where did Vegas say anything about you being high?
well,
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
High for real.
And now it's forever part of the broadcast. I'm telling you guys, like, the whole reason why I'm on YouTube is for those people like 100 years from now who are going to get their dose of us in these little bits.
I'm just waiting till someday somebody wants to like come after me and be like, she said this bullshit on YouTube. And I'm going to be like, no, wait. That's when I'll pull an Eminem on them. I'll be like, no, wait. That's not even the worst of what I said. And then I'll go back through every live stream I've been on, every YouTube video I ever did. And I'll just pull out of context the worst shit I've ever fucking said. And it's going to be a hard contest because, like, I mean, even as of tonight, you guys are like, what the fuck? We hate talking to you. So, like, I'm just going to pull all that shit and I'm going to be like, no. What you're like me light here's the heavy stuff, right? And I'll just go ahead and go like 8 Mile on him and it'll be great. And then I'll be like, now what? Like, oh, look at that, I can take myself out of context on the internet too. what no, I'm not high. I actually don't smoke pot. It's bad when I smoke pot.
I'm the one that just went to the dispensary before it closed.
So that's where because then what?
I actually like the smell of pot, and I like when other people smoke it, but it's bad when I do.
See, the thing is, I used to like the smell of it, but like when I was with Odie running around Philadelphia, and there was a lot of people smoking because you can get medical marijuana in Philadelphia, and apparently the cops were not busting people for leisure use of it, but and it just smelled like a skunk's nether regions. It was really horrible. I'm like, what happened to that sweet smelling stuff that was around when I was in college?
My upstairs neighbors. So a funny story about that whole skunk thing. I didn't realize that there was some pot that smelled like skunks when you smoke it. And so for a long time, I actually thought there was skunks around my place because I would smell the pot and I didn't know it was pot that I was smelling. And so I'd be like, oh, there's a skunk somewhere around. It basically took me hearing my upstairs neighbors like partying on their balcony one night with some people visiting before I realized that, like, oh, I think they're high and that smell is coming from them and that's the skunk smell. Like, I'm such a retard. Sorry, I don't mean to insult. I don't mean to use that word inappropriately. So, but yeah, like ridiculous. And yeah, but I'm bad. Like I actually get really, I either get sick and barf, which is pretty unpleasant, or always, regardless of whether or not I get sick, or I get sick and barf, and I get I don't know, like kind of like anxiety / aggravated. Like I so I don't know, maybe a couple years ago, so my neighbor right over the way, she has medicinal pot or whatever, and one night I'm out on my porch. This is the last time I did, it was a couple years ago. And I literally just smoked like 2 puffs off of this joint that she had left over. And I was high, like for at least 8 hours, at least. And I wandered around the house telling the guys, it's like, why did you guys let me smoke this? And they were like, because you do whatever you want. And I said, well, then don't let me do this. And they were like, but we can't tell you because you'll just do whatever you want. And I said, next time I want to do whatever I want to do and it involves smoking pot, remind me of this scenario and I'll self-correct, because that is also what I do. Because it was really terrible. Like the whole time I was just like, oh my God, like, why did I do this? I can't have a single thought. I can't get it. Like, these were my internal thoughts. Like, I didn't say these things out loud. They were my internal thoughts. I was like, I can't complete a thought. I can't get something out of my mouth. I can't form like a whole idea. I keep thinking about really cool things, but I can't write it down. There's no way to record it. I'm not going to remember. And it was like the most aggravating thing. Like, it was highly stressful, actually. And that's how it always is. Like, I'll have all these cool thoughts, but then I start a sentence and I'm like, what if? And then it just stops. And it goes on up here, but it never makes it out of my face hole. And
Really?
what? Yeah, don't you wish I was high right now? This is how you guys know I'm not high. I'm still talking at you. Yep. Sorry to ruin your evening. You could just kick me off the stream if it's that fucking bad.
I
So
didn't say anything. I'm just sitting here.
down I-70, there's a Purina dog food plant, right? And so every time you're passing this plant on the interstate, you smell dog food,
Ugh.
right? So right after you smell the smell of like what canned dog food would smell like open right in your face,
No.
like it's very, very strong.
Yeah.
Right after that, there's this smell of like someone ass raped a skunk with a lemon while they were drowning it in diesel fuel.
That's so descriptive and specific. I'm not sure if
I mean-
I'm deterred or interested.
When you get this bouquet that hits you, it's like, oh my god,
Okay.
all the
A base note of skunk butt.
But yeah, it's you smell it just going down the highway, and if there's a traffic jam, you're stuck in it, and it just walks over you, and you're like, oh my god.
You reminded me of a George Carlin riff where he I forget what he was describing that smelled, but he said it smells like an anchovies cunt.
I don't even know. Wow. Considering that people describe cunts as smelling fishy, I feel like saying it smells like a fish's cunt is like meta fishy cunt. I don't even know how to like what. That's such a satisfying word to say, by the way.
Well, anyway, I got to use the facilities, and I'm tired, and it's 2:30 in the morning here, so and we've been on for 5.5 hours. So,
Yeah, and Kazum still has not said he's going to come visit me.
Vegas, no, I don't sound like what I'm describing. Because there is no sound of what I'm describing. It sounds like this. Hey, what do you guys think about if I'm still talking, I don't sound like what I'm describing. I don't even what? Did you not hear anything I said? Wait. Did you not comprehend anything that I said? Different than hearing. Just saying.
Well, anyway, hey, everyone who's was here, thought about coming, didn't make it, watching it later. Thanks for coming, whether you showed up on time or not. Although you had all evening.
Nobody's attacking you there, Kazoo.
No, yeah.
Man, or me, I wasn't on time either. Fuck.
No, I'm talking about the audience, not you guys.
Okay.
Oh. By the way, Vegas, don't be a nihilist. Atheism, great. Nihilism, not as great.
Yeah, nihilism's not.
It's a dumb philosophy. Don't go for it.
Yeah. So thanks for coming,
Don't
everybody.
worry about it. Nothing matters.
Catch all you fine people next week. Probably the usual back time and not 9. But anyway, say catch you. Bye. That's all, folks.